Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
I think it's fair to say that England have got a job on their hands, and let's face it, that's no bad thing for this series. India roared back into contention on the back of Shubman Gill's wonderful knock of 269 yesterday. England looked tired and emotional, lost 3 quick wickets, and anything could happen in the crucial first hour. I'd say it's more than a crucial first hour. It's a crucial first 2 hours, maybe a crucial first 3 hours, but we shall see. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I am Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined for half an hour before he races off to Devon for a weekend of utter debauchery by none other than the Bear.
Good morning, peeps.
Good morning. And there, not in Melbourne, as I erroneously got confused about the other day, there in the weather cave in Perth was someone described to me by Tony Bishop in the car this morning as Gorilla's tribal elder. Ooh. It's Messy Jez. Messy, you are the
that's
tribal
very
elder.
flattering, I think. Thank you. Should be a lovely day in Edgbaston for cricket today. A lovely day in Devon for the Bear tomorrow. Not that he'll be outside. He'll just be lying flat on his back,
exactly,
with something in his hand.
More than likely.
Well, hopefully it'll be a 4-inch screen in his hand.
And you better hope it's not.
And he'll be on call at every moment for us technophobes in the studio. Well, guys. India did yesterday what they presumably planned to do in the first Test match. They actually ground England into the dust somewhat, left them with an awkward hour, lost those early 3 wickets, and although they steadied the ship a little bit, I'm not sure how steady Harry Brook was, but of course Joe Root is always pretty steady. Towards the end of the day, I felt that Brook was playing 1 or 2 really nice shots, but then of course came the break, and well, that puts the cat amongst the pigeons. They've got to start again this morning, Bet.
Yeah, although I think probably weirdly enough, they're better off starting again this morning, because last night they looked frazzled. I mean, that session between lunch and tea, the afternoon session, they were fucking clueless, mate.
Yes.
Absolutely clueless.
Well, Harry Brook got a bowl.
Well, not only that, Wokes didn't bowl. Carse only bowled a short spell. Stokes didn't bowl himself. You know, I thought Shoaib bowled okay, but there's nothing in the wicket. And it just goes to prove what a shit fucking choice it was at the toss.
Well, you know, I can't possibly comment, because when I do comment, I get criticised by people who tell me that every time England put it in a team and they get 500, they win.
Well, exactly that. Exactly that. Someone put that. It was Gary, wasn't it? And it's true. Of course, it's true. Actually, we have seen it before, but. Well, I mean, have we waited? I suppose we must have waited 140, 60 overs to bat and still do it then. But I mean, losing 3 wickets first thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, isn't it? Those 3 wickets. 3 of your big stroke players taken out of the equation. I was saying last night on the Gorilla WhatsApp that I'd switched briefly over to watch Jack Draper, and that was a disaster as well. But as soon as I switched, that was after watching Crawley hit 3 fours in the first over. Went back. And England was 16 for 2, and then discovered that Ollie Pope had got out first ball. I mean, quite honestly,
it was a shit.
What is he doing, playing that sort of shot to his first delivery?
I know.
Utter madness.
I mean, it's not even it was into the legs. It was off stump or outside, and he's trying to whip it through the leg side. First ball, you've just got to. I mean, Crawley's shot was fucking atrocious.
Well, yeah, but I think Ollie Pope's was worse in a way, because you've become to expect it a bit of Crawley. Whereas Ollie Pope, well, we have said he's skittish early on and he's trying to get going very quickly, but really have a little look just to see if there is a bit of movement and a bit of straightening of the ball, as is likely even under these conditions very early on. Scrambled head, not scrambled seam, but scrambled head.
I mean, the problem is now the next 4 batsmen have pretty much got to get tons to keep us in contention, right? And it's possible. I mean, I could see. I mean, look, if Shubman Gill can get 267, I'm sure Harry Brook and Joe Root can get 267. The point is, can you do it chancelessly? The wicket is fucking flat. Yes. I will give it that. And that's the point. I mean, that is the thing about sticking a side in and then conceding 500 runs. If you go in at the wrong time, your brain is fried. You're knackered. And it was obvious that England were going to lose quick wickets. Now the question is, can they consolidate this morning, bat all day, lose 1 wicket all day?
Well, that is the question. I mean,
or 2.
How is we know how Joe Root will approach the day, but how will Harry Brook approach the day? I think that to me that's more critical in a sense. Akash Deep is going to open the bowling this morning. He took those 2 first wickets, and is he the new Bumrah?
No, is the answer to that one.
But he's taken 2 wickets early on, and that.
Well,
it's pretty crucial, isn't it?
It is, but shots, they weren't great balls. Anyway, we'll have his jingle. Where's...
Harry did come out.
Why doesn't that get
night.
pinged?
Don't know, but he did come out last night, but he's not facing. It's Root onto the front foot, defends into the covers. There is no run.
And the other thing was Harry Brook had exactly the same situation that Shubman Gill got when he was on about 9. He had one, they peeled LBW, wasn't given, it was clipping the top of leg stump.
Yes.
I mean, you've got to think, I mean, on a different day, India would have been, 30 for 3? Gill would have been out, Jaiswal would have been out. It could have been a very
different game.
Certainly
Jaiswal would have been out, I think, on a different day. Yeah, that LBW appeal, that was the one that they first went up for a catch, didn't they? And I think that was a no ball, that first delivery. It looked for all manner of means that he had got an inside edge with the naked eye, but then nothing was showing, which was curious. Anyway, here comes Akash into route, gets right in behind it and pushes up to mid-on.
Well, and the other thing you've got to say is this test looks like touch wood and all the rest of it. It'll go to 5 days as well and could be an absolute cracker too. It could also be a really boring draw.
It could be boring from day 3 onwards.
Yeah.
Well, we are
It
on
could,
day 3
it could
at the
be
end of the day.
over the day. You just never know.
Well, I'd be if 17 wickets go today, I'd be like, what?
Well, indeed, but we've seen weirder things happen, or
Yep.
things as weird happen. We'll come to your tweets on YouTube if you're following us and listening to us. Akash deep into route, onto the back foot he goes and defends. Quite a defensive field, certainly not suggesting that the ball's going to be hooping around all over the place.
They got
Just
more
a couple
movement.
of slips.
They got more movement than us as well with the new ball. There was definitely swing for Siraj yesterday.
Yes, there was swing, but
Yeah.
we didn't get swing, but we did get quite a bit of more seam movement than I thought when Carson Wokes were bowling well. That's another no ball, so that's 2 no balls to start
They will
with.
get there in no balls, Hendo. In 1 over.
79 for 3. England bring the deficit down to 508. We'll also talk about the GPL fairly soon. Presumably no winners yesterday, or did we have a winner?
Hombre was 3 runs away.
Hombre was 3 away.
Yeah.
Akash in route, comes down the wicket, plays at that one, is beaten by it. And that's not what England want to see, to be fair.
To be fair, he didn't slash it, did he? He changed his mind. He came down, thought about it. I thought he pulled it. Actually,
I
he
thought
might
he
have pulled
was,
it back
he was
inside.
beaten by that, to be honest. Let's have a look. No, he's played at that.
Oh yeah, okay,
He's played at
all
that.
right. He didn't get out though.
That's the important thing.
Didn't do a lot though, did it? Really?
thought it did. I did a bit.
Yeah,
I
a little
did a
bit.
bit.
A little nibble. I suppose it only needs to nibble a bit, doesn't it?
Nibble, probably nibble too much as far as Akash is concerned, because it didn't catch the outside edge. Beautiful blue sky, a little bit of wispy white cloud onto the back foot goes route studiously over the ball, defending into the covers, and there is no run. The GPL is open. How much is in the GPL, Bear or Messi?
Let me tell you, I will get. I've got the page open.
Hoping you would.
£35.
£35. It's not a lot, but it's going to build it up, and the more people that take part, the greater the pot becomes. You have to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day in total, and if you get it on the nose, you get the money. You get all the money in the pot. In comes Akash, deep bowls outside the off stump, left alone by route. Now, the reason it's down at £35 is that at the end of the last test, we had a win on the final day. And it meant that £210 was paid out. So that's how high it can get. And so the more of you that take part, the better. Of course, if no one wins on any particular day, rolls over to the next day, so it accumulates even more. But see if we can get up to 50 quid for today. That would be good.
Is that as high as the Bears going to be tomorrow?
Probably
higher.
God knows. God. Flicked into the onside.
Shot.
That is a route staple. He dines on those almost every night, and he's picked up 4 runs to deep mid wicket.
Lovely shot.
Just 4. 83 for 3. It's not just 4. It's an important statement early in the day. Timing is there, finding the middle of the bat, finding the gap.
Did Root get a ton in the last one?
Do you know? I can't even remember.
No, he didn't, did he? He got out for about 30 odd in the first innings.
Oh, then he got
a 60.
Yeah, that's
60 or
right.
something.
In the, yeah.
Took us home. Somewhat outshone by the rest of the team yet in the last game, so I guess he needs to stand up.
In a strange way. Akash in, final ball of the over, we think, unless it's another no ball. Played up to mid-on. There is no run after the first over of the morning. It's 83 for 3, and Messi Jez will tell us who has joined us today.
Mog says, tip-top day for some cricket, chaps? Stephen Kelk says, beep beep, my student got his PhD, so no more distractions from cricket.
Good.
Zippy Tuna says, hi all. Stephen Kelk says, seems I missed an interesting day of cricket yesterday in which even batters bowled. Well,
Yes.
I think bowling is a generous description for what Harry Brook did, to be honest. It was rubbish. Well done, Stephen, says Brian in Brisbane. England to score 400, then declare. India fold for 150, then Stokes Bazballs to chase. Yeah, good luck with that. Eric J's with us, says, well done, Stephen Student, the horse, not the jockey. And Dan De Castro's with us too, says, England need to bat extraordinarily well to salvage a draw from this mess. What's the follow on? It is
387.
370.
No, 387.
387, sorry, yes.
Yep.
Which is a pretty big
Stephen
score.
Kelk just says, England need to go harder.
Harry Brook gets into position to play his first ball from Mohamed Siraj, but Mohamed Siraj decides not to deliver it, and he must wait, so he wanders down the pitch and has a little prod in the time-honoured fashion. I mean, you can't need to do much prodding on this pitch. It must be flatter than
A flat thing.
a building in New York, flatter than a pancake, flatter. What other things? I'm sure there are ruder ones. And he's done it again.
Oh.
He's done it again.
Has he lost his footing? Has he lost his run-up?
He's pulled out once more. So is it going to be third time lucky? We wait to see. Root is on 22. Brook yet to actually receive this morning.
In that case,
30 or
I'll play
53.
Joe Root's jingle.
Play Joe Root's jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Now, here we go. Third time lucky in bowls and right on the money, full and straight. And Brook, with the full face of the bat, plays it up to mid-on. And there is no run. Yes, the GPL is open. Go to gorillacricket.com. Follow the links to competition. Estimate how many runs you think we scored in the day. Put a pound on. And see what happens towards the end of the day. You've got until lunch to decide, so you can see how the day develops a little bit if you prefer. But that is no excuse for forgetting. And we will remind you at every possible moment as lunchtime gets near. Onto his leg stump, turned away out to long leg by Brook. His first run of the morning. He goes to 31, England 84 for 3. England still going at a rate of 4 and over, despite the fact that, you know, India are relatively defensive. They've got a first slip and a second slip, and then a little gap to a fourth slip. I think they've got a ring of 3 on the offside. So then they haven't left that gap, which England did with Shubman Gill for quite a while, and he just unfurled that glorious extra cover drive. And by the time England got wise to it and put someone there, he was in fine form. Fine Fettel, 2 men saving the single on the onside. Down the leg side, has he got a little bit on that? He has! He's been given!
Oh.
Root has been strangled down the leg side. An absolute disaster for England. I didn't really see an appeal there. So, to me, it looked like he did get bat on it, and that's why
Well, he must know
my
he did 'cause
voice
he's walking off.
was raised somewhat. But immediately
He
we
got the
switched.
face of the bat on it, I reckon.
Well,
It
I thought
just
so,
was the
but
wrong angle.
We looked immediately on camera to the umpire who raised his finger, but I wasn't aware of an appeal.
Yeah, no, he definitely got bat on that. Oh,
And
dear.
good catch by Rishabh Pant, and that is an absolute disaster
Oh,
for
dear.
England.
It could be over
really
today.
is. Could be over today.
It's one
Well,
of the-
now we're going to see. Now I feel like we're going to see. I know that he's not in immediately because it'll be Ben Stokes, but we're maybe going to see just what Jamie Smith can do under real pressure.
Indeed. Well, that was.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Oh dear, Rooty.
Mother Cricket, she is such a
I
cruel
assumed
mistress.
you'd gone under, Bear, and would have been happy about it.
No, I haven't done a lot of betting, and every bet I've laid has been wrong so far.
Oh dear.
It's not really an unders couple of wickets, is it? It should be going overs.
Yeah.
But if I'd have gone over there, I'd have probably got done again. So
Well, it's going to need something special from Chris Wokes and Bryden Cars. That's all I can
it
say.
is, yeah.
Any more tweets? I imagine
Stephen
Lee.
Kelk says, "Oh, Bear is having a glow sticks and pills weekend, right? I
So-
think there may be
yeah.
alcohol involved as well."
Yeah, there will be alcohol involved
Glow
too.
sticks.
Dr. Nivedita Verma says, "Leah, come on." Oh, sorry, that's Leah. Come on, it says to Leah, "Come on, guys, you can send me the gulag when you guys come to par." I guess the right way of putting it is ask Maya to return to the socialist paradise of India. What the fuck's that about?
God knows.
We were having you would have hated it. No, you'd have loved it, but maybe it's not the right.
Me?
Yes, last night we were having a right socialist rant.
Oh, good.
For the last half hour.
Someone somewhere in Wales just says, "Woof, morning primates, love and sausages."
Ben Stokes is... Oh, he's gone! He's gone first ball! Would you believe it?
Whoa,
Mohamed
fuck
Siraj
yeah.
puts
Oh
it in
my
a little
God.
bit short of a length. It rises on him. He gets a thin edge through to Rishabh Pant. He's on a hat-trick. England are in effing disarray. I'm going with the bear down to Devon to get absolutely blasted because, let's face it, having watched India pile up the runs yesterday, this is not quite what we wanted to see. What a ball.
Oh, it's just,
what a ball.
Yeah, it's a great ball. It's just shaved his glove, hasn't it?
Surprised him, didn't it? He wasn't expecting that first delivery.
Oh.
Well, that is extraordinary. And this is why you should never get carried away with cricket, because it will
Bite you in the arse.
It'll bite you in the arse. It'll bite you on the elbow. It'll bite you at any sort of surface that you can find. Oh, hang on. Could it have been a no ball?
No.
No. Ben Stokes was pausing, but he was just waiting for Jamie Smith to come down the steps. And now, well, there we go. I said it. Jamie Smith under pressure. He's got to face the hat-trick ball.
Indeed. And
we have a super chat.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Get the super chats in. You may not have much time.
oh, that's a great first ball, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Mark sends us $10 to say, "I'd just like to put on the record, I've never liked Ben Stokes."
Well, you can imagine what the press are going to fucking... If England get rolled in this one, you can imagine what the press are going to be like. And will then, if it's a nice sunny day at Lords, he finally go, I'm going to bat first.
Well, it's... I was getting a lot of stick about... well, I wasn't... Not me personally necessarily, but...
A lot of people were.
A lot of people were saying, "Oh yeah, look, England. This is the way England do it, and whatever." Well, England did it partly because India was so poor themselves in forcing home their advantage in the first test.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, they dropped 6 catches in the first innings. We got a lot of these.
Anyway, Jamie Smith.
After this ball, get on them.
2 slips and a gully, short mid wicket. In he comes, hat-trick ball, and driven quite nicely by Jamie Smith. Maybe he is the generational talent. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. England 88 for 5. They bring the deficit down under 500.
Go for it, Messi.
Brian in Brisbane sends £2 and says, "Time for a Hendo rant."
Do you know, I'm too tired for a rant. Too sleepy.
Oh dear.
It's been too hot. I can't
Zippy
sleep.
Tuna sent us $5 and says, "Have a good weekend, Bear. Looks like you picked a good one to miss. Going to take a quick nap and expect England to be all right by the time I'm
Yeah,
awake."
the bear is such a bloody glory hunter, isn't he? Hangs around for the first test match.
We did say
final
yesterday.
day.
I mean, the thing about this England side after this ball.
In again, and he drives once more, a little bit loosely, but straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. What an over from Mohamed Siraj, who now has 3 for 26 on a batting paradise from 8 overs. England 88 for 5. They're going at 4 and over, but they're pretty much losing a wicket per over.
Yeah, I mean, what you can say is England have this in them in the same way that I said this last night, the same way that Owen Morgan's ODI side had it in them. They could whack up loads of runs, slaughter sides, and then every once in a while they get it completely fucking wrong and look like idiots. And, well, some of us went 4-1 in the test series. This could well be the one. Hopefully it will be the one.
Zippy Tuna says, "All the chat about the sides picked for this one feels a little silly now." And Lockie 6 says, 84 for 4. That's rubbish, that is. Well, how about
88 for 5?
Rick Myfrap says he rooted himself. And Stephen Kirk says, "Truly, that deserves a for fuck's sake."
Yeah, let's look at this. Look at this. 19-0-0, 22-0. Harry Brook now at 31, top scorer so far. Jamie Smith 4. Miserable. Miserable.
Now we need 2 double tons out of our 2 remaining batsmen.
Another super chat from Mumbrain Nuevo. He sends us a £1.99 and just says, balls.
I didn't even get to play Ben Stokes' jingle.
No,
did
we
I?
didn't. We didn't. Harry Brook then will face his second ball of the morning. Akash Deep is into him. He turns it onto the onside. He sets off quickly. He thinks there might be two, but there won't be, as fielder comes in from the boundary at square leg.
We should try and get in Jamie Smith before he gets out.
Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
It's interesting, isn't it, how wrong we can all be about cricket. Can you remember how depressed poor old Anindo was on the first morning?
Yeah.
As we opened up. The selections were all wrong. No one's going to get any runs. No one's going to get any wickets. I understand that because we've been through it a lot with England. Onto the back foot goes Smith, defends into the onside, and there is no run.
And the truth is, they've lost 7 of their last 9 tests.
Yeah, well, you know, I do think the scoreboard pressure and this is where England miss a trick. It's not just about the scoreboard pressure. If India had scored 587 in 4 sessions, England would still think, well, we've got a bit of extra time, we can do this. But they did it in 5.5 sessions. They kept England out there.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Using up time, it can be an important part of cricket. This is onto the back foot. Smith plays it really nicely, actually. Good timing, but picks out square cover.
Exactly, because the way England play and wanting to force the victory, they only had 3 days essentially to get 3 innings in, and one innings had already taken virtually 2. You know, you were up against time if you wanted to force that victory, and you know, there were some rash shots. I think Duckett played how Duckett does, and you know, got it slightly wrong. I think Crawley was a shit shot. Pope was a shit shot.
Pope's to me, for a man who has or did have a technique, that to me was the most disappointing shot of the lot. This is left alone by Smith outside the off stump. It goes down the wicket and has a little prod.
You'd say Root's probably a little unlucky. Got the right shot, just didn't get enough on it. And hey, you can't argue with 13,000 test runs. And Stokes got a snorter first up, which is always possible, you know. You got to be I guess you got to be a bit pragmatic about these things as well. But it's just such a poor decision. Always bowling first, thinking you're always going to get this. It's going to go wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
Akash in bowls. With a hint of movement, he let the ball come to him quite nicely there. Smith played it down to the 4th slip.
And the other point of this is India have lost 7 tests in a row, are in a bit of transition, and we haven't been able to exert any pressure on their batsmen yet because we're always chasing, right? Maybe if you put it the other way around, make them chase 500, see how they do, you know.
And the other thing you have to remember from an Indian perspective, this is a very untypical. These have been very untypical English conditions. Yeah. Onto the back foot goes Jamie Smith, plays to extra cover. You know, there hasn't been a great deal of movement. Certainly hasn't been the swing that you would expect. And you know, you get under lights at Lord's, you know, slightly gloomy, overcast day, and it's a totally different proposition. That said, England haven't got a Jimmy Anderson, have they? But there you go. Messi.
Just in that, sorry. In that regard, I should say the forecast suggests it's going to be clouding over this afternoon.
Oh no!
In fact, due to rain at 7 o'clock tonight, so it may be a wonderful time for England to be following on.
Yeah.
There are specific subjects for you to rant on. Mine just says, Hendo rant about England and socialism, please. Stephen Kelk says, I think Hendo is in the warm-up phase of a colossal rank. Everybody to the bunkers. Eric Chase says, this is a long-playing record. Well, it's a long-lasting record, but I think you should put prices on particular rants. You know, the subject and the price attached to it, Hendo, in terms of a super chat.
Oh, I should really. Siraj into Brook, who plays a
that's gorgeous.
Glorious extra cover drive between extra cover and mid-on, and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That was almost as beautiful as anything produced by Shubman Gill, and he held the pose because he knew how wonderful it felt and how wonderful it looked. It wasn't a full half volley either.
He's a tall lad, isn't he?
He's a tall, but he goes back, and then he, stops him moving too early, and then he goes. That's what we need. That's the Harry Brook we need. Defends this one, waiting for it, pushes to extra cover. Just 2 slips now. One, I would say, is not an orthodox first slip. He's not an orthodox second slip. He's somewhere between the two. He's a 1.5 slip, and also a full slip, which is curious. And so again, even though Siraj took 2 wickets in his last over, and England have lost 2 of their main men already this morning, India refusing to over-attack, which is interesting. And Mohammad Siraj, who struggled to get his first ball delivered today, he ran up twice and couldn't do it, has just done it again.
Yeah. There is a super chat that I hadn't read out from Muttley, who sends us £1.32. I'm not sure of the significance of the amount, but maybe that's what he thinks England would get all out for.
132, yeah. We may not be far away. Another wicket and England are done for, I think. Onto the front foot, the ball bounces really high from the ground as he pushes it down into the pitch.
You see when Harry Brook shouldered it over his
the shoulder. That was... you could see he thought I've got to stop this with my hand, and then he thought, oh, fuck, no, I better not do that.
Exactly. And he nearly trod on his stumps as well.
He did. He nearly did a Botham leg over, didn't he?
Yeah.
I was glad he didn't get out, but hit wickets are always quite funny.
Rare,
but amusing. And that's, of course, they happen to you. I'm trying to think whether I've ever been out hit wicket.
I'm sure I have once.
Siraj in to Brook, who waits for this one, turns it pleasantly into the onside. They jog through for the single. He goes to 37. England 94 for 5. If you're just joining us on Gorilla Cricket, 1, where have you been? 2, can you believe it? If you're an England fan in particular. And I suppose if you're an Indian fan, can you believe it? Probably not.
It appears we have a correspondent in the ground. Ombre Nuevo says it's slightly cloudy, very breezy, and rather silly at Edgbaston so far.
Rather silly,
of course, it's just rather silly. It's not far from where Ombre lives, just outside Coventry.
That's right. Short into the hip of Jamie Smith, who flinched almost imperceptibly, but I perceived it, and turns it away for a single.
Will he keep the pull shot in the cupboard?
Well, you'd tempt him, wouldn't you, if you were
certainly would.
India's bowlers. 95 for 5.
Mind you, these boundaries are so fucking short. They're like IPL boundaries. They're like 60 yards.
Yeah.
You've got to have wickets in hand to take advantage of those boundaries, though.
Yeah, very much.
These two can easily clear these ropes. Bryden Cast certainly can, but you don't really want to be relying on Bryden Cast to get your 400 runs. Siraj in, down the leg side, helped on its way by Brook. There is a man at long leg, but he's nothing like fine enough for that. And it's 4 more runs. Brook into the 40s.
That's what Rooty was trying to
Well,
play.
it's a 4 for a boundary where there's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
He's dealing almost exclusively in fours, isn't he, Britain?
Yeah,
A couple of singles.
99 for 5, England.
Mark Zip is with us. He says, fuck me, up early for the July 4th yard sale and have to claim those two just as I tune in.
Isn't it the big beautiful bill? Or was that yesterday?
It's gone through, yeah.
It's gone through.
Yeah.
On the day of American independence.
Yeah.
What a misnomer that is.
Saturday Player says this is the roller coaster called Bazball. Massive highs, massive lows.
Akashdeep starts a new over, bowls to Smith, plays pleasantly off the back foot, will get 1 because he's played it so straight that both mid-on and mid-off have to go after that. 100 up for England. That's a rather limp applause from the crowd in the background. We've got 100 for the loss of 5 wickets, while their captain made 269 individually.
Oh, no. Pretty chanceless as well.
Yeah, it was an extraordinarily beautiful innings. It really was. That said, I don't go along with this nonsense about well, I suppose you have to, about the most chanceless innings and the shot percentage of, poor shot percentage. Because it's only been going since 2006. Deep into Brook defends into the ground, and there is no run. Yeah, I just find some of these stats just do my head in, because the BBC did a big article on it. This is according to CricViz, blah blah blah, and one, it's been going 19 years, and actually there is a judgment to be made about what is a full shot.
Yes.
A bit like the notion of an unforced error in tennis as well. Anyway, Akash into Brook. Oh, horrible, awful, terrible shot. But fortunately, he doesn't get an edge to it.
That's a full shot.
That is a full shot. Totally flat-footed, just wafted
unforced
the bat
error,
at it.
definitely.
Yeah, very much so. But why? I mean, someone explain to me what have you got to gain from that shot?
4 runs.
No, you haven't got 4 runs. There's a little bit of swing.
And a little bit of nibble.
But truly dreadful shot. And you can play the most glorious shots you want, but if you play shots like that, then you're always going to risk...
Well, to be fair, that's how we got Jaiswell.
Well, yeah, but he got 87 by the time he got
true.
it. This is turned off his legs by Brook. That's better, straight to the man at deep square. And they take a single 101 for 5. Hope I didn't alarm you too much. Sorry, I was going to say, I hope I didn't alarm you too much with my telling you how awful a shot that was, and then saying, but he isn't out. but it really was awful.
There was something bearish about that, actually.
It was. I couldn't bear it. That was what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll come back to Muttley, sorry, in a moment. In comes Akash short, and now if anything, he had to wait a little bit for that, and he steered it very well in front of square. Didn't time it perhaps as well as when he's at his best. Maybe got low down on the bat, but he's got 4 runs, has Jamie Smith.
Ask where I live, is the address I give, the phone.
Yeah, I think he was almost through the shot. That's probably why I got it low down on the bat, because the bat was almost through the shot. But he still managed to get enough on it to take it to the boundary.
Mark Zips tells us it's Stokes' first Golden Ducking Test matches.
Really? Akash in again, and he plays this beautifully off the back foot, actually. This is with the full face of the bat. It's not going to go all the way, perhaps didn't have that power, but they will get back for a third. Pretty similar position to where that previous boundary went. As Andy Ward has joined us, fresh from Las Vegas.
Ooh, how did it go?
He's come back with millions and millions of dollars, no doubt, which he will immediately invest in guerrilla cricket. That's the end of the over. And
we'll have one more, yeah?
Yeah, one more. Let's go to YouTube.
So Martin's explained that his £1.32 was simply all that he had left in his bank account until Monday. Hope you've got sausages to keep you going over the weekend, Mats. But anybody else who's got money in their bank account, please send 100% of it to us in the same way that Muttley is exemplified. I think that's a very good way to go. You don't need much more money than that, do you?
Well, actually, I mean, I don't want Muttley to starve on our behalf, because let's face it, we're not starving. Look at us, we're all quite well padded.
Yeah, we could work through a bit before we were starving.
Yeah. I wouldn't enjoy it, but it'd
probably be good for us.
It'd probably be good for us. Siraj 3 for 36, 2 wickets this morning, and he's in again to Smith, who's on to the back foot and defends. 3 slips now for Siraj, or maybe Siraj has had 3 slips all morning, and it's been Akash who's just had the couple. Ravi Shastri and Michael Atherton sitting together. Shastri looking like an ice cream salesman in his gloriously. It's not even cream, that jacket. It's pure white.
You wouldn't want to eat your pastries with that on. The minute you get a drop on it, you'd bug it.
Oh God, a jam donut would cause havoc, wouldn't it? But ice cream, you'd probably get away with it, unless, of course, it was mint choc chip. Siraj in, bowls, onto the back foot goes Smith, pushes up to mid-on. And there is no run, 108.45. Who's on next, by the way, Bear?
Annie's replacing me. Upgrade for you. And Tony and you are on a summary.
I'm still on, am I? Okay. Well. Well, Ben Stokes is going to have well, he's hoping that he will have a nice, relaxing day. If he's not having a nice, relaxing day, it means that England are in all sorts of shit. Siraj in. Oh, now that moved a little bit, but it's beautifully played. He's got such effortless timing. Smith up to mid-off. And lots of clapping going on out there, lots of encouragement from Shubman Gill. He must be feeling on top of the world. You're out there in the field, you're captaining, you've made 269. You've got England 108 for 5. You're the away team. And
you've been told by everyone at home
you're rubbish.
All wrong. Fuck you all.
Indeed, he must be feeling like a master of the universe right now. Siraj in again, bowls to Smith. Plays a glorious shot off the back foot. It's half stopped at extra cover. They should get through for a single nonetheless. And they do. Probably deserve more than a single. It was a crisply timed stroke. So Annie's coming in. I can see her in her umpire gear on the monitor in front of me.
I've left her heaps of messages to read, by the way. Although Stephen Kelk says, will the Bear be listening to acid house bangers from the late 80s, early 90s?
More than likely.
Hedonistic weekend.
Absolutely. Sam, the DJ who still plays the same tunes he played in 1990, will be playing.
I wasn't an acid house fan, but I was an acid jazz fan.
Very different.
Very different. Onto the back foot goes Brooke, defends up towards mid-on. In comes the man from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Well, there's not much of the sort of Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes leaning back in their chairs, looking like they haven't got a care in the world right now. There's no sign of Brendan McCullum, and I wouldn't say that he's bolt upright, Stokes, but he's more engaged, I think, with what England are doing right now, because they are in a good deal of trouble. 109 Indeed. For 5. In comes Siraj. Bowles brings that one back in off the pitch, but well defended by Brooke. That is the end of the over. It's the end of my ball by ball spare.
It's the end of me.
It's the end of the Bear until the third test.
Have a great weekend, Bear.
I will do. Goodbye, everybody.
Okay.
Hope it goes well.
I'll do a couple of messages before Andy steps in. Martley says, I did the groceries 2 days ago, so the cupboards are full up.
That's good. That's good.
Samit Singh Jalahandria says, this is a lost cause, guys. I would have loved a couple of hundreds from the English today for the sake of an edge of the seat fifth day finish. And I'll leave it there and hand over to the wonderful Annie. See you in a while.
Where is Annie?
Well, we're waiting for her. We can see her in her ice cream seller's gear. 109 for 5.
She's doing a Ravi Shastri.
She is. I'm sure she's going to appear over the wicket.
I'm here.
Comes Akash deep, and selling her 99s is the fabulous Annie Chave on her desert island. Hello, Annie. How are you?
My hands are too sweaty, so I couldn't get the video thing to work.
I
It's
see.
very hot in my house.
I'm sure it is.
I don't think you talk about 99s, and I was thinking of flakes. But with your background there, Annie, you look more like you're ready for a bounty bar.
I am. That is the image I want.
Good. My mum was always partial to a bounty.
Right, in comes Akish deep again, worked off his legs. Again, as Tendo was saying, great timing. He's pushed this away through mid-wicket. It's not going to go all the way. 2 fielders are converging. Jaiswal, I think, is the man who gets there, and they take 2. So that should move them on to 111 for 5. 2 first ballers, Hendo.
Look, that's right, 2 first ballers.
That's not what you want when you're staring down the barrel of 587, is it?
It's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal.
It must be pretty rare as well.
It is. I think it is.
Well, have you got the stats, Tony?
Well,
I don't have the stats on that, no.
As someone said, that's the first
have
Golden
others.
Golden Duck for Stokes in Test cricket.
It was indeed. Don't forget, lost Rooty as well this morning. That one's driven, but driven straight to mid-off. Again, though, with pleasing timing from Jamie Smith. So, Annie, I've got a question for you.
Have you?
Cricket related.
Okay.
You'll be relieved to know. The changing of the boundaries, the shortening of the boundaries, is that just a bit of skullduggery that looks like it might backfire hideously? What's your thinking of the thinking about
Well, I don't
doing
understand
that?
it at all, I have to say, because this is Test cricket. We're not, it's not all about boundaries, is it? So yes, I think it's a strange mistake.
Akashdeep again. It's got quite a nice fluid action, and it's driven again straight to mid-off by Smith. I think the thinking that they gave for it was that they thought Kuldeep might play, therefore they would have two spinners. They were anticipating that they would be batting last and chasing a total, and they thought it would suit their game plan better to therefore have shorter boundaries attacking two spinners. I mean, the fact that both sides will be playing with those shorter boundaries is didn't seem to come into their thinking.
Yeah,
somehow.
no.
That one just moves away a bit, but Smith steers it mightily, magnificently away through point for a sumptuously timed 4 runs. Hendo, you were saying he needed to. We'll find out how he performs under pressure. That's not a bad indicator.
It's been a very good start. He's played a number of beautiful shots. I think what is interesting about what India are doing here is by not over-attacking, they are trying to frustrate players that they know want to get on with it.
Yeah.
Now, these players are good enough, and this pitch is good enough for them not to do silly things.
Up onto his toes and worked off his hip by Smith out to deep mid-wicket. Giants will fields, they take a single, he'll keep the strike. And after 27 overs, 116 for 5. Hendo, you were saying?
Well, I was just going. I'll leave that open for Annie to fill in some YouTube.
We should.
Yes, we do have a super
Don't
chat.
start off by letting Annie get behind, otherwise.
Look, shush. We have a super chat. Unfortunately, I can't pronounce his name because I'm really.
Super chat.
Hit
I
us,
don't
Annie.
have time to say the super chat because you put the thing on. Right, Jahan Ariatham, something like that.
Yes.
I do apologise. In Bunbury, Western Australia, Siraj is one of those licorice all sorts bowlers that somehow gets wickets.
Yeah, well, he is. Right.
How flat is the pitch looking now? England to follow on? ?
Well, it's still looking quite flat to me. I mean, but this is the point. If they just stay there and don't do anything silly, the runs will come, as Shubman Gill showed, and they will come at a good rate.
Well, we have a new bowler into the attack. Is it his first bowler? Yes, it is.
Yes, today
It's
it
his
is.
change
Yeah.
bowler. First today. It's 3 overs. The bear is about to leave.
Do you want to play dirty with him?
Short
you can
full
handle him?
time. Smith will go to
Prashi Krishna, Prashi Krishna.
and they'll take a single.
That's a good jingle, isn't it?
I like that jingle.
It's a good jingle.
We've been busily ferreting our way through all of our jingles, and editing out those which ding us.
New studio, new jingles, is it?
Well, kind of. It
Yeah.
is a bit like playing whack-a-mole, though, because you think you've captured one, and then another jingle pops up that you get dinged on. And the only way we know if we're going to get dinged by them is to actually be dinged. Therefore,
What's whack-a-mole?
what's whack-a-mole? Annie, are you really asking me this? As this one is defended nicely by Harry Brook out to wide mid-off. No run. Have you never
Sorry,
played whack-a-mole?
you know.
Have you never
Whack-a-mole,
been
yeah.
to a fete or a fair and played whack-a-mole?
Oh, whack-a-mole.
Yes.
You mean?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Well, what did
you
I
think
call
you
it?
What did you
Did you think
you
I said guacamole? Like you might put in your
Whack-a-mole.
fajita?
I thought it was one word.
It is kind of. Well, it's whack
Yeah.
hyphen a
Hyphenated.
hyphen mole. Whack-a-mole. How do you say it?
Whack-a-mole.
Did you think it was some sort
Isn't
of
that what I said?
Did you think it was a Mexican dip?
Defended again? Yes, guacamole. Defended by Harry Brook this time. Out to short cover. Anyway, editing jingles is a bit like that. You think you've got them all, and then another one will pop his head up. That's just the way it tends to go. 117 for 5. It's been a horrible morning for England, really.
Oh, That's just remind me, Annie, you were up at York, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Do you know that was on my old club? Did you look around for old pictures or cardboard cutouts of me?
Right, in comes Pressing Krishna. It's edged, but it's edged just wide of what it would be, I suppose, fourth slip. Crikey. They've got a first and a fourth slip and a yawning gap between the two. And Harry Brook, did he use the gap or was he fortunate? I think you could say he's fortunate.
I think
if
he's
you look at the way his head goes, he feared the worst.
Shoulder of the bat, really, wasn't it?
Makes you wonder, why do you have such a, why not be on the attack? You've got England 5 wickets down. You could be, if you're India, planning a day on the golf course tomorrow.
Well, this is what I think, though. I think that they want, in a sense, they know how good a pitch for batting this is, and they're actually trying to mix attack with defence, because if they do get it wrong as bowlers, there's 4 runs every time with batsmen of this ability and the outfield and the way the ball is coming onto the bat. That said,
a little bit of ball chasing going on here, because
indeed.
Interestingly enough, we've now brought in, well, not where the ball had gone though.
No.
We brought in so we've got a legitimate first slip and second slip, then we've got a gap, and then we've got a fourth slip. So the gap basically is still there. In comes Krishna, up onto his toes and defended out towards backward point by Harry Brook. He'll get a single. England trail by a massive 465, and they are themselves 122 for 5. I suppose, Annie, the magic number's going to be whatever 387, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
That's your first target, and that's looking a long way.
It is looking a long way, but hasn't Smith played well since he's been in?
It's
tough to come in on a hat trick, and he really looked positive right from the go.
He's 4 ducks on a pond at the moment because he's 22 off 22.
What's 4 ducks? What's 4 ducks off a pond?
All right, this one is on. What? This is cut to backward point. And they take another single by Smith, another good shot. Well, if you have 2 ducks on a pond, he's 22. Don't you ever go to bingo, Annie?
No, I don't.
I've got to be honest, you don't look the sort to go to bingo.
Do I not?
Oh, snob! What's wrong? What's wrong with bingo? You don't look the sort to go to bingo.
What
is that?
Is there a bingo look?
You mean she's not wearing a vest and has tattoos all over her?
I am wearing a vest.
Well, it's mainly ladies.
Tattoo.
It's more typically, and I'm going to be tread round my words as carefully as I can. It's more typically ladies of a certain age, somewhat older than yours.
Okay, all right. Look, I'd better do some tweets because I've got messages.
10 wickets gone, yes. 123 for 5. 10 overs.
Stokes will struggle to get man of the match, says Lockie 6. Muttley says he's got battered deep fried bounty, then dipped in cinnamon and sugar is lush. Ooh.
Siraj in, that's a down leg, but it's turned away towards mid-wicket by Smith. He should take a single, I'm sure he will.
Keep going, Annie, keep going.
Yeah, keep going with some
Stephen Kelk says, I didn't even know you could adjust the boundary size in Test cricket. Yeah, and Liz says, hello Tony, hello Annie, hello.
Who's that from?
Not Hendo, Leah.
Well, I was
Leah,
already
hello,
here.
Leah.
I was already here.
Yeah, but she doesn't
care for me, obviously.
I
don't.
I'm sure it's not that. You were just here already. You were already in situ.
I've got there's a tiny drab of wine in front of me in a bottle. I might have to take to that after that.
Well, not at this time. It's only 11:45. You're not allowed to have two
Harry
ducks on the pond.
He's 47 and he's going to stay on 47 because he's just dabbed this into the offside. There was no run.
Do the two ducks on the pond need to be past the yard arm before
Yes, exactly. With a whack-a-mole.
Indeed.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
We're having
It's a no ball.
It was a no ball. You're absolutely right. Mohammed Siraj has
been a few no balls.
There have been a few no balls. You'd hardly say Harry Brook was chanceless.
No.
Nearly trod in, nearly played on, which he then nearly fell back onto his stumps and just stopped himself from intercepting it with his hand. So basically 3 ways he could have been out off one delivery last night. That one's defended nicely though by the remaining Yorkshireman. 125 for 5. You think you've had it tough. You want to be batting when you're 125 for 5, 462 behind. That's tough.
Look, I was the one that was up in York.
Yeah. So what did
you
you make?
were.
What did you make of Old Clifton?
It's very pretty, isn't it,
It's
York?
very nice. Yes.
Did you go to the Railway Museum?
No, I didn't have chance.
She was too busy hearing tales of my daring do.
I was.
That's what it was.
I was finding out all about Hendo.
Siraj, in he comes. That's sweetly driven between point and cover. It will be hunted down just short of that cover boundary. They should come back for 3. They're going to have to hurry. And yes, they did. It will mean that Harry Brook has got himself to a 50. And in the context of England so far, where's Millstones? I've completely lost them. There they are.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Well, he's basically about 20% on the way to the score he actually needs to make to keep England in this game, I reckon. Because he'll probably need 250.
Yeah, we need a Gill innings from him, really, don't we?
We do. What a knock that was. So many
So
records.
brilliant to watch.
One of the more, I'll hold that thought, as this one is cut nicely backward a point. And they will take an easy single. I mean, so many records. Highest score by ever by an Indian captain. Highest score by an Indian outside of Asia. And a bunch of others. I think the one that most took my interest was the control percentage, which I know is sort of a very modern statistic.
Don't get me started on that. Well, we have started on that already.
Well, we have done.
It
was let me just tell you, it was 93.28% apparently, which according to Cricinfo,
yes.
Only 2 batters have a higher control percentage when scoring 100 in men's tests in England since 2006.
Yeah, since 2006. Since 2006.
Ian Bell.
On an absolute batting paradise.
Yes.
Look,
I'm
Tony, I love that look of people that read their iPhones and with their over their glass.
Yes, it is those of us of a certain age defended to mid-on, bobbles really to mid-on. You're just getting your own back now for whack-a-mole and ducks on ponds and
Wait, you can't
bingo.
speak properly. That's the thing.
I can't speak properly.
Can't speak proper.
And also, they're not always whack-a-mole. There's sometimes rats.
Whack a rat.
And other things.
A splatter rat. You don't use splatter rat and you whack a mole. This is.
But was it? You see the thing about
similar
whack-a-mole,
game, I grant you.
I don't know.
Splatter rat.
Yes.
Splatter. Actually, I don't think it was called. Was it always called whack-a-mole?
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either.
No, thank you.
Right. Well, okay. In comes Siraj. He's not thinking about whacking moles. He's thinking about trying to take another wicket. But it's not going to be on this occasion because it's nicely worked by Harry.
Right, I've got
down to deep mid-wicket.
messages.
Go
for them.
Gopala Krishna says, turns out the real strategy was to give the crowd front row seats to a live batting collapse. If we shorten the pitch next, we might just survive to lunch.
No one's thought of that, have they?
Yeah,
Shortening
exactly.
the pitch.
But Lucky Six says that the plan to make it equally easy for both sides to score was beyond cunning. Farong says, wickets falling, lovely jubbly.
Well, yes, they are.
Steve Kellett says, collapso prontissimo.
Prontissimo.
Mog says, luckily my versions of songs are so ineptly unidentifiable they won't get pinged. Okay?
Well, it's Prashid Krishna.
But your jingles are too good. Eric J should put the top 20 jingles on KTEL Records.
Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? Now that's what I call jingles, number 463. As that one is just steered into the offside, they should take a sharp single. Good work again by Harry Brook. He moves on to 52.
Leah says you should sell Hendo body pillows. Hendo body pillows. Bonus points for drawing Hendo in a shitty manga style.
Body pillows?
Well, I've got my pillow behind me. I do notice that with these deep seats, that if I don't have my pillow, when I get home, my back is killing me. So, yeah. pillows are
Do you
required.
carry it everywhere with you, Hendo?
I, like a tortoise.
Oh, how sweet.
In comes Prassi Krishna. Nice high elbowed defence towards mid-off by Jamie Smith. And there was no run something as excited, Hendo. Is it a super
Well, I was
chat?
just going to say, at the risk of being solipsistic, but who cares? Hendo health news. I should be getting my osteoporosis result today.
Oh.
So, so if I've got
yes
it,
or no?
if I
Is it-
if I've got it, then that means you all have to look after me.
And if you haven't, we just tell you to shut up.
Exactly. Krishna in. Oh, and that was a hot one. He went for a drive, then I think he tried to tuck the bat inside of it, did Smith, and it ended up looking ugly and was taken at ankle height behind the stumps by Pant. No
There's
run
been
was the result.
outrage on YouTube about your bingo comments.
Oh, Lord. Why? Why?
Well, Muttley says, I think Tony was trying to compliment her youthful looks. Stephen
I
Kirk
was.
says, Tony generating controversy again with his bingoist opinion.
Bingoist.
Lockie says, Blue rinses bingo hair.
Right, Krishna in, up onto his toes goes Jamie Smith, out towards short extra, no run.
And Stephen Kelk says, Tony is playing hardball with the whole bingo police. Stephen Kelk says, woke.
Chris Wokes playing in Birmingham.
Brave Sir Mick says, my old dad played bingo and he played rugby for Australia.
There you
well,
go.
Presumably not at the same time. Well, interestingly, India, who are having a fabulous morning and are right on top in this game, are still, after 29.4 overs, looking to see if they can persuade the umpires that the ball would go through the handcuffs. Or wouldn't go, but it did. So Krishna's going to have to continue. Over the wicket he comes. It's defended by Smith to deep backward point, and they stroll a single. But bingo just has it's reputationally. It is played by older ladies on a night out. That's all I'm saying. And my only reference to it was because of bingo calling was the 4 twos next to each other. So if 22 ducks on a pond is a bingo call for 22, then the 4 of them next to each other.
He's digging deeper, isn't he?
Well, that's like going all the twos 22.
Listen,
but it looks like 2 ducks.
If Brooke gets to 88, I shouldn't have
They
said
don't
that.
all have to rhyme. That's driven by Harry Brooke out towards mid-off. No run.
If Brooke gets to 88, are you going to start talking about 2 fat ladies? I don't think you should.
No, I always tiptoe my way very carefully around that one.
It takes a while. It takes a while to tiptoe your way around 2 fat ladies. Oh, that'll get me in trouble, won't it?
It would. It might depend where they're standing. Are they next to each other, or are they sort of opposite ends of a high street?
Have you got to slalom your way through?
Slaloming your way through fat ladies. What a way to spend an evening, Hendo.
No,
what a way to spend an evening.
Sorry, you're just dealing with my fantasies now.
132 for 5. 30 overs complete. 455 the deficit. And to try and restore some kind of order to this ludicrous mental image we now have in our collective brains, Annie.
Stephen Kelp says, well played, Mr. Brooke, but next time, if Stoke throws you the ball, give
Oh,
it
the
to the
Flintstones
lad.
there.
And I know who the lad is now.
Oh yes, the Duckster defended nicely by Smith off the bowling of Siraj, I suspect. Yes, 3 for 44 for him. Worry, of course, they weren't playing Bumrah. The expectation that they would play Kuldeep, I don't think they'd give a flying what's it now. I think they think, well, we're very on top in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
There's also the highest score ever by India's last 5 batsmen, I think, collectively. Highest score for India by, by their last 5.
Well, if you think about it, England are 132 for 5, which is not great, but India were 211 for 5. weren't they?
Siraj in, spearing that a little straighter, sort of between middle and leg, and Smith can defend into the onside.
I think that's a good point, Hendo. I think they forget how it was, just how India were at the beginning of their innings, before the Gill innings.
Yeah, but the Gill innings was part of that, and I think the fact that Gill went on beyond that with the help of Jadeja
Who also batted superbly.
And you
didn't he?
and you felt like they'd learned from what they did last week. That they realised that they let winning positions go, and they concentrated
In comes
hard.
Siraj, those 3 stripes down his trouser leg are a bit of a blur as he comes in, and he's worked away towards square leg. And did they take a single?
Yes.
They should have done. Yes, they did. One thing these two have done very well is to take their 1s and 2s, and that's
They
a good
always do,
sign.
though, don't they?
Always harder work, of course, when it's blazingly hot. Well, you were in York, Annie. I'll tell you where I was yesterday. I was at Wellington College, all very grand.
Wellington College?
Yes, Wellington
Oh.
College, near Reading, sort of. Probably
Crowthorne.
5 or 6.
Place called Crowthorne, yes.
What a
What for?
fabulous setup for cricket. I was there for the Festival of Education, would you believe?
And did you come back educated?
I came back quite educated, yes. That's driven. Oh, what a shot that is. That's an absolutely glorious cover drive by Harry Brook. To paraphrase a well-known commentator, that's the very best of Harry Brook. And that was quite superb, I've got to say.
He does not play those well.
And 2, and 3, and 4.
He's slightly over pitch because he played it actually towards his back foot almost, but he was right on top of it. It's a sort of shot you could watch endlessly.
Well, this is where it's nice, isn't it? Because we've got Brooke and Smith both play really nice cricket, proper shots, and so did Gill. So we've had some real class to watch.
And they've looked very good. How much better would it look if England were 300 and something instead of 137 for 5? That's well defended into the offside. No, it was the Festival of Education, Annie, which is it's the biggest event in education. I was chaperoning my other half, who just needs a little bit of help and guidance here and there these days. So all of the tents for the presentations and stuff were all kind of beautifully round the outside of the cricket pitch there. And the cricket pitch is absolutely gorgeous, looking a little parched of outfield. But when I wasn't actually Wellington College, yes, Wellington.
Where's that?
Crowthorne,
Berkshire.
Right. Okay.
Didn't we just have that? Where's that conversation?
Yeah, but it's
never
Annie.
mind.
Well, I missed it. Sorry, I was looking at.
Right, in comes Siraj. He knows where he's going. He's bowling to Harry Brook, who defends into the offside.
I was looking at the super chat we got in.
Oh!
You brought us to
Magnificent.
life.
Where are we? Marketing 2.
Quick!
Okay, here it comes.
YouTube right, super chat.
Annie.
Right, Humbranevo says, seeing the boundaries in real life, as it were, they are effing ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's what.
Well, they look pretty ridiculous on TV.
Right, I've got loads more.
Keep them coming.
Stephen Kirk says, playing bingo when drunk is fantastic fun. Lockie says, fear the outrage of the bingo community. Nitin Deshpande says, Brooklyn is threat for India.
Brooklyn.
Muttley says, Wakarat sounds like the name of a cricket ground.
Oh, it does rather, doesn't it? Yeah, that one's defended off the bowling of Prassi Krishna by Smith towards mid-off. Carry on, Annie, like you can catch up.
Stephen Kelk says, I'm on some powerful hallucinogens today. I'm not.
Are you?
Not that I know of.
Oh, he is, or you are?
I think I am. Oh, Lockie says, Squirter Frog is epic.
Squirter Frog? Okay, now that I have never played. I've definitely whacked a mole and splatted rats, but I've never squirted frogs.
Squirter Frogs. Nick Vickers says, morning everyone, good to see Brook and Smith batting sensibly now. Annie's in.
End of this over.
Hang on.
I have that calming influence.
Right.
Yeah.
In comes Krishna again. Oh. Short and pulled by Jamie Smith. Pulled through square leg. Pulled beautifully for 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, particularly good shot, good placement, because there are 2 men out and he's put it between the 2 of them.
Also, just hoving into my line of view was Jason Hiscox, who presumably on his epic bus journeys of the great bus journeys of this world to get to Ladywell, they must have all run vaguely to time today, because he's actually here. Yep, big thumbs up from the lad.
Has he got an omnibus straight from bingo?
He doesn't look like a bingo goer either, to be fair. Right, in comes Prasid Krishna. Short and pulled high. Oh, Smith's got all of that.
Oh, wow.
Don't you worry. That's gone same place, but this time 5 or 6 rows back. Up goes Sharfadullah's Arms, which is a fabulous name for a pub. And it is one of these.
This sort of shot is very good for... Roshan Kassan says, did anyone inform the English team that they have 2 days left to play?
No.
Also, the groundsman should answer for this track. I think this is... I think they play very positively with both these
England
players.
5 down. I don't think the track's the problem. I think England were bowling poorly. I think they had 2 bowlers who were injured or certainly being carefully managed in Carson and Wokes. And it was the first day of a 5-day test match. I think it's a little unkind to blame the track. Jason, a little bit of admin. I think somebody needed letting in, or looks like you may have done it. He's already on top of it.
I mean, there's been talk, hasn't there, this week in the counties championship about the use of the Kookaburra ball and how many runs
don't
have
get
been
me started
scored.
on that.
Exactly.
I'll put it down to Annie Bingo.
Now they've already. It's interesting with Smith facing Krishna. You've got 3 men deep on the leg side. They are, and that's exactly where they're trying. But he pulls it squarer, and he pulls it through mid-wicket this time for 4 runs.
Can't say it's not fun, can you?
You can't say it's not fun.
150 up.
It is 150 up, 151.5. Yes, India had moved. So what have they got? They've got like a square leg, a backward square, and a long leg, all fairly tightly packed, which tends to signal Annie what the intent is. The ball was there to try and tempt Smith, but his answer was to just play it in front of the wicket, and he played it magnificently and got 4 runs for it.
Will they keep probing now? 2 balls left in this over.
Probe away.
What have we got? We've got a long leg, a deep square. I'm just trying to look.
Krishna, he's done it again. He slapped it. He's slapped it. This time straighter still, albeit with a cross bat. Sharfadullah singles 4, and not a pretty shot. Oh
no!
Ben Stokes is doing the
2, 3, 4.
The Norwegian, not the Norwegian, the Icelandic clap.
So
I'll
just read
over.
this thing quickly. Stephen Kelt says, we used whack-a-mole a lot in maths to describe when trying to prove one part of a theorem causes another part of it to break. And this process continues again and again. So there you are.
I will just also very quickly then, while you're there, Annie, tell you about the other thing in my little trip to Wellington College yesterday.
Yep.
I was in what might sort of be called the guest speakers VIP area. And I swear to God, a bloke who was the spitting image of Ben Stokes was there, and I had to sneakily take his picture. Obviously, it wasn't him because he's Edgbaston up in the pants short and given us a wide. So not only have we had 14, 18 runs off this over so far, we've now had a wide as well. So that makes it 19.
Now it's going to be
and still 1 to bowl.
It's going to be really interesting to see what he does with the final ball. Is it going to be the bluff and he puts in the attempted Yorker or fuller ball, or is he just going to double down on yet another straight short one? Yeah,
I think he's going to go for the short one, but I think the double think, which I know probably will annoy Andy because he'll say it's single think, but the idea of Fuller and he has gone Fuller. Brilliant Hendo, driven though this time. It's a glorious off drive. It's 4 more. And the best form of defence is attack as far as Jamie Smith is concerned. Right, where's your change?
2 + 2 is a member!
Annie, that's...
Hendo and I are off. Annie's having a break.
That's why they have the cardboard cutout of me at York,
I'm being replaced, and I'll be back.
Good morning, team.
I think you're on your own at the moment, Krishna.
Yeah. No
they're
problem.
all back, so I'm off now.
We're all back. All right, no worries. So we've got Jason on socials and Andy summarising, and I'm doing the ball by ball. We've come up to drinks in the 3rd morning. Excellent session. 2 wickets fell early, but Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, they're just batting beautifully. Smith's already on 45 of 37 balls. And Harry Brooks on 56 of 80 balls. Gents, what do you think of that first session?
Well, I showed up after the 2 wickets fell, and all I've seen is a complete road and England smashing it everywhere, and you start to wonder how they got 5 down in the first place. Culminating in that rather embarrassing over from from Krishna, who is just not quick enough to do that short ball ploy, and Smith could put him anywhere he wanted.
No, they don't have a person apart from probably Siraj is the only person in the side who can do that short ball game
and
in the absence of Bumrah.
Yeah, and I get the impression that maybe seniority means, no, I'm not going to do that, you do it, even though he might be more suited.
Yes, you can do the hard yakka.
No. It's not the hard yakka, it's just the being smashed everywhere, trying to buy a wicket yakka. So I don't know why India lost patience like that quite so quickly, but so far Shubman Gill is having the last laugh, because England are still a million miles behind.
Yeah, so I mean the pitch is a feather bed, and Prasidh Krishna, I think he's one of the taller Indian bowlers, and they give him the task of doing the donkey work of banging it in short, but he just doesn't have the pace, and he's not getting it up high enough.
I actually thought in the first innings, in the Akash Deep in the last night was a bit more threatening, because he was bowling a fuller length and people were driving at it and getting edges.
Well, this is just, test match. We don't know what to do plan that you see a lot, but I don't know why, as I say, India have gone for that quite so quickly, but I think we'll see an end to it now.
Well, we'll wait to see. Has Kumar Reddy bowled yet?
No, he hasn't. And I also saw Jadeja rolling his arm over, or just warming up before drinks, so maybe he'll come on soon as well.
Yeah. Shall I get through a few more messages whilst we're waiting for them to restart play? Motley says, Wackarat sounds like a game involving blunt weapons that you play wearing evening dress.
Or Jolyon Moore might play it. No, that's Wacker Fox.
Messenger says, how deep a hole are you going to dig for yourself, Hendo? Well, I think he's dug himself out of it now because he's off air.
Keep digging.
Yeah. And Muttley says, big enough to need a JCB. And Hendo was forced to go to bingo when he were a lad, says Lockie 6. Can we replace the following, says Messages? 15, Young and Keen. 16, Sweet 16. 17, Dancing Queen. 18, Coming of Age. 19, Goodbye Teens.
I will pass that to the British Bingo Advisory Board.
And Brave Samik says, yes, it was 50 years ago between Dad Rugby and Bingo, but he was still ready to bowl those fat ladies over if they got between him and a jackpot.
Well, I'm sure there's quite a comedy,
misses.
A comedy scene to be mined in doing woke bingo.
Marlon Brown says England going on to lose, but also greetings from Jamaica. Greetings also for you, Marlon, because the game in Grenada is warming up nicely as well. 286 all out at the end of day one. Australia, they've been bowled out 3 times now by the West Indies.
Yep, and I think the Australian batting lineup is about to fall off a cliff.
That's what I've been gleaning, yes.
Yeah. It doesn't help when you remove one of your more stolid members of the team in Labuschagne just because he's out of form.
Out of form or regression to the mean, and not every edge going for 4 anymore.
Correct, and not so many drop catches off his batting.
Yeah.
So Jadeja is coming into bowl now, but around the wicket, and Brooke is tapping that away to the offside, and they get through for a single. He moves on to 57. An interesting point about that West Indies series, Bo Webster's playing beautifully, and he's played 6 tests and has been in 5 different countries for those 6 tests. So I wonder if that's happened before.
I'll tell you the one person I am impressed with in the Australian side who's just come into the side is Bo Webster.
Yeah, that's who I just mentioned. Jadeja in again, and Smith is defending that back bowler. Yeah, he's batting beautifully, and
he reminds me of a slightly shorter but equally impressive Tom Moody.
Oh, everybody's shorter than Tom Moody.
But he's not that much shorter.
Right, okay.
Jadeja's in again, and Smith is just tapping that onto the offside, fielded by Silly Point, and there's no run. Score remains 161 for 5.
India just trying to get a bit of control back here. I think they realised they pushed the envelope a bit too far in that last over.
Yeah. next ball is patted onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Certainly with Smith,
Yeah,
who's
so sorry,
rocketed to
already did bowl
49.
one over yesterday. And Jadeja's in again. It's patted onto the offside and fielded a point. There's no run. Good over by Jadeja. I think there's one ball remaining. So Smith batting too low at 7. I don't know where else you could put him in the lineup, but he just looks full class for number 7. Jadeja's in again, and it's flicked onto the onside by Smith, and it's going through to deep mid-on, and it's picking up a single there.
And he
End
gets,
of the over, 162 for 5.
gets to his 50. I mean, yeah, he's been up and down the order in white ball cricket. He's been everywhere. But he seems to be settling quite well at 6 and 7 in the Test team.
Yep. There is potential for him to be a batsman in his own right in this side.
Yeah.
His keeping is not the worst, but it's certainly possibly not the best.
But that top 5 is very settled at the moment.
It is.
You're not going to shift. You're not going to shift the openers
next time
or
they go to
route.
India. Sorry. Next time they go to India, would he be their number 1 wicketkeeper, or would they actually get a specialist keeper for that job?
They'd probably get one of each, wouldn't they? They'd get a specialist for backup, I'm sure. I couldn't honestly tell you who that would be.
I think he would be the option in the 11 to back up a specialist keeper, but I still think they would go with a specialist keeper, although they're few and far between now. Anyway, in the messages says a game in Australia called Shake the Snake, but it's open to some interpretation.
Okay.
Krishna's in again, bowling short, and Smith's pulling that again and is going for 6 more.
Well, if
Brilliant shot.
If the plan isn't working, India digging deeper now.
Yeah.
I think if I was Krishna, I'd pull up lame at this point. You're just asking me to feed England 20 runs and over for some reason.
Well, I think this short pitch strategy to Smith is probably not best advised.
Look, it works sometimes, but I think everything is lined up against you here. You've got a set batsman who likes it on the back foot. You've got a flat pitch, a bowler who's not quick enough, and it's only going to be a mistake or a lack of concentration. He's done it again.
He's in again, another short ball, and Smith's pulling again, and this time it's along the ground, goes to fine leg, and he's picking up a single on this occasion, 168 for 5.
Well, Smith's actually caught Brook up on 57, and at least Krishna can have a go at Brook with this now.
Who is also a very good puller, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Can be. Yeah.
I mean, I'd almost fancy myself on this tennis ball bounce and lack of pace.
Yeah.
Look, I just don't understand the strategy here from India. It seems like plan A, B and C has been thrown out the window and they've gone straight to plan D.
I don't, what you were doing seemed fine. I think they did lose patience a little early. It goes again.
And then again, now it's short to Brook, and Brook pulling quite easily between deep square leg and deep fine leg, and he'll pick up a couple of runs, I think, on that occasion.
Even if the ball didn't really get up from being banged in almost by his toes.
No, not that time. I think India perhaps thinking back a bit too fondly to that time Ishant Sharma took 7 wickets at Lord's. One of the most terrible batting displays you'll ever see.
Yeah. Was it 2014?
It takes a lot of luck, right, to take the whole side out in that way.
It takes a lot of bad batting.
It takes a lot of collusion from the batting side.
Almost, yeah.
A collective lemming-like suicidal shot making.
Brickner's in again, another short ball, and Smith pulling it this time over square leg, and a little bit of risk there, but again it's fielded at deep square leg, and they'll pick up another 2 runs. He's not going to die wondering, Prasid Krishna. He's going to keep banging him in.
Well, he's doing what they told him to do. Have another look at this one. I mean, he really is. He's got right in the toe of the bat. That's what it is. He's pitched it right in his own half, and I'm not sure square leg was expecting that. It seemed to move a little bit late.
Well,
and unfortunately, it probably encourages India to keep trying it, thinking, ooh, we nearly got him.
I mean,
Karun is a bit short there at square leg, I think, to reach for that one.
Just glad to be back in the team, I'm sure, after being dropped after scoring 300 for 3 years.
3 years?
Or more than that, was it?
7 or 8. Krishna's in again, another short ball, this time on the offside. and Harry Brooks just patting that to mid-wicket.
How
Thinking,
time
how did I miss
flies.
that?
Interesting question from Ronnie M. It says, with this new age batting pitches now, even in tests, how do you go about getting the new Broad and Anderson? Well, they're not going to get 100 tests to hone their art, I don't think.
Well, you know, they are generational talents. They're not just going to pop along every 3 years, whatever you do.
The neck ball, Harry Brooks jumping to the onside and pushing it away through deep point. And it's fielded by third man along the boundary line there, and they'll pick up 3, I think, for that. Score moves on to 173 for 5, and Brooks gone to 60. So, yes, any more on socials at the moment?
Oh, yep. Nick Vicker says, my first ever job was in a bingo hall. Most of the clientele were older ladies chain-smoking capstans. I haven't heard of that name for a very long time. I learned that the house always wins, unless Andy disproves this theory in Las Vegas. No, the house always wins. German variant of, was it something the snake from...
Shake the Snake.
Shake the Snake was 5 gegen Willy, 5 against Willy.
Okay,
Who,
I don't think we want to go
Yeah.
much deeper into these. What you were doing behind the bike sheds when you were 15.
Banana Brooks says India can afford to buy wickets.
Well, that's true. They've got the currency. They've got the runs to buy them with.
Fluffy says it's going to be a bulk purchase.
Yes.
And everything must go, says Eric J.
First ball, Jadeja's in again, and James Smith's tapping that onto the offside into the covers, and there's no run. So, just a speculative question. If England were able to get 400, pause for a second, Jadeja's in again, slower ball, and Smith's again playing it onto the offside, and there's fielded in the covers, there's no run. Would Ben Stokes consider declaring at 400 and say, okay, England, India, you've got a 180 run.
The initiative is yours.
It's the kind of mad thing they would do now, yes.
Interesting.
I think if they get to 387, then the game is effectively done and dusted, because there'll be not enough time left to force a result.
You would have thought so, but funny things have happened in third and fourth innings after big runs every now and then.
Jadeja's in again, and it's good length ball. Smith's playing it onto the offside, and it's going to mid off, and they'll pick up a single.
I don't know what you guys
173 for 5.
I think, no, the interesting thing is Jadeja is going to have to work out what's the right pitch to bowl on this wicket, where he can get the maximum amount of miracle turn like Joe Root did yesterday to get rid of Washington Sundar with an absolute magic ball.
You've just got to hope you find a stone or a crack to pitch it on.
Neck ball defended stoutly by Brook into the covers, and there's no run. And Shoaib Bashir, he wasted his carrom ball on number 10 of India, didn't he? Jadeja's in again, driven by Harry Brook, and it's fielded by the bowler again, no run.
Well, there has been some chatter on my cricket social media that Bashir is flattering himself by picking up tail end wickets, and has been for a while.
Very true. Jadeja's in again, and this one flicked onto the onside by Brook, and they'll scamper through for a single, mid-on fields, and pitch it down to 1. He's through his overs so fast, Jadeja. That's his 4th done, none for 8, and it's 175 for 5.
Yeah, lots of comments about the bulk buying of wickets by India. So Cash and Carry says Fluffy. Sailor of the Century says Eric J. Muttley says to Fluffy, I missed the ads with the guy that did cheap ads to save us money. Apropos of what exactly? Easy like Sundar Morning, says Fluffy.
Easy like Sundar Morning, yes.
Yes, which I think it might be a possible jingle idea.
There's a lot of songs with Sunday in the title.
Yeah.
Sunday morning coming down, Sunday girl, every day is like Sunday.
Krishna's going to continue, 54 off 7 overs, another short ball. Brook pulls it elegantly to deep square leg and goes straight to the fielder. I think they'll just pick up 1 on that occasion.
Yeah, unless the ball does something different in terms of height, either crouches or climbs a bit, that's no. just got to make sure he keeps the ball down.
Well, there's a thing. There's a stat come up on your screen.
Wow.
Fastest player to score 2,500 test runs, Harry Brook. Yeah, I had a question last time I was on air. The next big four, Harry Brook's definitely at the top of that list, right?
Oh, it's gone nowhere.
Next ball's pulled by Smith and it goes nowhere.
Well, from
And
my
there's no
point of
run.
view, Jaiswal is definitely a potential person in that list as well.
Yep. And I'd have Ratan Ravindra in that list. And there's one more. I was thinking Jamie Smith, actually.
Well, if you'd asked me this 18 months ago, I'd say Kamindu Mendis of Sri Lanka.
Wow, that was a funny shot. He's got it somehow right on the top edge of the bat, and it's gone nowhere at all. And it really could have gone anywhere. Really flat. Oh, it's the toe again. I think it's the toe again.
That's too high to be pulling.
That one was too high, yeah.
It's actually a bit of
Next ball
encouragement for
short,
this
and
strategy.
Smith's pulling spine down the leg side, and it's fielded by fine leg. They'll pick up a single.
This is this new old-fangled technique of bowling slow bouncers,
Yeah.
otherwise known as long hops.
Yeah, it used to be, yeah.
And I think
It's a bit of a one-day strategy, isn't it?
It is.
He is really bowling that deep in his own half. He's bowling that about 8 yards away from him.
It's just dying in the wicket and not coming through.
It's a sort of test match equivalent of that guy who just throws it miles in the air. And if people are patient, which they never are.
Next ball short, and this time Brooks moving on to the onside and hitting it through the offside. Goes to third man, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, you see this in
So,
Sunday
Brook-
cricket sometimes. Someone just throw it miles in the air, and if a batsman is sensible, he'll just let it plop on the wicket, tap it into the offside and take a single and score 6 and over. But no one does. Everyone tries to hit it for 6, and this guy takes 80 wickets in the season.
Oh, that.
It's a bit like declaration bowling, this, isn't it?
Having just looked at that ball from Krishna, that ball was tapped down almost on top of the stumps as he backed away to the
Far
leg.
away, yeah.
Which I like the
I'm
idea of
embarrassed
moving
that-
to leg and hitting it into the offside every once in a while, because it forces the ball to reevaluate the
Keeps them
validity
honest a little bit, yeah.
of his plan.
Absolutely. Krishna's in again.
It's a good shot.
Shortish ball outside the off stump this time, and it's cut by Smith. It's a deep backward point, and there's no run.
Actually,
What?
someone
What do you think about just throwing in a Yorker at this point? Because they're just expecting a short ball.
Well, they did that last
do
ball
Yorkers
of the
tend to
first
do forward?
over with this, and Smith just said thank you very much and drove it for 4. Because they've only got 3 men on the offside, so there's not really a mid-off. So the problem is it's not going to be a very quick Yorker, and you're going to have time to say, oh, it's a full ball. I'll just plonk that down the ground for 4.
He's in again, and this is pulled again by Smith. This time through the mid-wicket region. There is a deep mid-wicket, but that's gone through for 4 as well. Great shot by Smith.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Krishna in danger of becoming... Who was that huge Indian bowler who took no wickets all summer? Do you remember?
What, in 2011?
No, a bit more recent than that. He was a huge unit, and he literally took none for 500 in a summer.
Is that a West Indian bowler you're thinking of?
No, definitely Indian. Definitely.
No, it was on the last tour.
Oh, right.
I'm sure someone can tell us, yeah.
Eric J and Lockie 6 both come up with Sundar bloody Sundar.
Yes, yeah.
Martley says, Pack and Save is a supermarket in New Zealand. Talking about slogan. Their slogan is everything we do to save you money. There's
That's
one where
very
they made a
thoughtful.
small ad.
Well, there he goes in again, and it's driven this time by Brook into the covers. It's fielded, and there's no run. Scores 182 for 5.
Must be about time for that fast arm ball because he hasn't really let it go yet.
Oh!
He's in again, wide outside the off stump, and it's edge, but it's gone over the slip.
I think he
and
got a
it's
hand on
wide,
it.
and it's going to run down for 4. He might have got his hands on that one actually, or it's hit him in the head.
Hey, that's in play as well. It seemed to bounce off something. It did go very quickly. Yes, hit him on the head, yeah. You're right, yeah. He's rubbing his head.
Goodman Gill playing soccer with a cricket ball. Not the right smartest thing to do.
He rose like a salmon, headed it into the top corner.
Billy the Fish style.
Yes.
Well, I would imagine that's you off for 20-minute HIA. Oh, that's a thick edge, and
yeah, didn't get up quick enough.
Very hard to get your hands up that quickly, that short, with a full-blooded. That's a fantastic piece
Good
of
chase, yes.
Of work on the boundary by Reddy to save the 4. And now we have yet more time lost to the game whilst they assess the injury, quite rightly assess the injury.
They're all pointing at where he's hitting. Yes, just there, where the
Wonder
lump,
whether
where
they
the
have
lump
to-
is.
Does that
I wonder whether
hurt?
Sorry, I wonder whether they have to go to the concussion protocols here. They would if
They
it was the
may
helmet
well do.
that's hit him as a batter.
I mean, obviously he's not wearing a helmet, so...
Yeah.
And it's
So
hit
why
him,
wouldn't you go through the concussion
it's
protocols?
hit him right on the third eye, if you know what I mean.
But you would have said this is something that should be done off the pitch and just continue with the game with your vice-captain.
Well, the fact that he's captain is neither here nor there. He does appear to be staying on, certainly. 100 partnership. Two batted well and give England a little bit
now
more
we're
hope.
wasting time with Harry Brook getting some time.
Well, again, people saying, slow over 8s isn't always down to the bowling side.
It's not.
Sometimes the batting side is deliberately slowing it down as well.
There's certainly some complaints about the Indian side slowing down the over rate yesterday in the first session, with lots of on-field incursions by the management team for gloves and whatever else.
Yeah, yesterday start of play, within 7 overs, Jadeja was calling for a drink. I just don't get that. They haven't even played half an hour and he's wanting a drink out there.
I think again, Shubman Gill probably not just quite expecting that one. It's also often the way as captain. I didn't particularly like to field it slip because you're thinking about stuff and then the ball comes at you blur.
Especially not against spinners because it can come awful quickly.
Ooh.
Jadeja's in again, and that time I think Brook's inside edging and it goes over Hunt's head and just falls behind Hunt and there's no run.
That
Lucky
also
to get
could
away with that,
have
but it
also
didn't
could
go
have
back
gone
onto the
anywhere. Yeah,
stumps.
England played a few loose shots, a couple of loose shots off the short balls, and now a couple of loose shots off Jadeja.
It was defended very well by Brook. I think just recollecting his thoughts.
Yes.
If I were a more cynical man, I would say that no, they extended that break in play, just to lose his concentration.
There.
Very good.
But that's conspiracy theorist gone mad.
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Ball played out on the offside and there's no run. So Jadeja's in again, last ball of the over, and this time Brook is sweeping it. And
Well,
he's
lapping
getting
it,
it down to
really.
fine leg, and it's going to go for 4, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
it
felt
has.
felt a bit tied down by Jadeja there, I think, and he made him play a more risky shot, so he won't be too bothered by that.
Yeah.
Jadeja.
Lovely shot for 4.
It was well played.
It's well timed. I mean, that
Yeah.
bounced a long way past even the man on the 45 if he'd been up. Anyway, Nick Vicker says, there's a Monkeys classic, Pleasant Valley Sundar.
Yep.
If these two could, Sunit Singh Jalandaria says, if these two could somehow manage 150 together and one of Wokes or Bryden comes decent, you have to make an interesting day 5.
Well, they've
Force
already
Indy
got
to make a call.
They've already got put about 110 on, almost.
Banana Book says these two may need to make 150 each.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Interesting.
It is Washington Sundar, bloody Sundar.
Here we go. Here's his jingle.
Washington Sundar.
You could also go with Washington You're Next by Megadeth.
Sundar's in for the first ball of
Shot.
his over, and that's driven beautifully by Smith straight through long off, and it goes for 4.
If we
Welcome
can
to the
make
crease, Washington.
Yes, if we can make a lot of judgments from one ball, certainly not the same respect they were giving Jadeja.
It was wide and waiting to be hit, that one, wasn't it? Sundar's in again.
It was
This
also
one's even wider, and Smith's giving it the same treatment. He actually danced down again, and he's hitting it for 4 through long off again.
that one seemed to just drift away a little bit. It was almost like he was trying to catch Smith out.
Yep, I think
he did have to reach for it.
Yeah, that was a kind of an arm ball.
Yeah.
Which swung
Thank you for a
or
change
drifted
in the order.
nicely.
This is Sundar's playing his 10th test, and he has a bowling average of 25. So, off a small sample size, he's been fairly successful. But I guess most of that success has been
the
in India.
subcontinent, yes.
Sundar's in again wide, and this time Smith's on the back foot, caressing it through the offside, through the backward point.
Fielder comes
There
out
is
of nowhere.
piece of
Well
fielding
done.
down there. Might go to the video evidence, but good piece of fielding. And
that
Paul moves
Siraj
on to
down there?
196 for 5.
Good piece of work, because I thought that was going for 4, and he came off the screen out of nowhere to save that one. Yep, he's fine.
He's done well. He's
Great
done
piece of work. Man in the hat.
Sundar, and again, this one's defended nicely by Smith into the cover region. There's no run.
Yeah, we're going to have a change at the end of the over. That's the one. Yes, Hendo says Pankaj Singh was the guy who was such a workhorse on that tour, and I've never been heard of since.
And there's bowling again shortish, and Smith on the back foot. He's just hitting it into the offside. No run. He's on 74.
Probably taking a wicket every 20 overs in the Ranji Trophy to this day. You wouldn't want to be a seamer in that. Yes, we're going to have a change at the end of the over.
Last ball is a short ball, and Smith looking to cut it, but misses, and Hunt takes it behind the stumps. End of the over, and it is 198 for 5. Brook 69, Smith 74, and we'll have a change.
Yes, this should be an Indo. I can see an Indo, and Annie should be back. I will shuffle across onto the jingle chair.
I will vacate then.
And what do you think of India's tactics over the last half hour or so, an Indo?
And they've got Prasidh Krishna bowling what he specializes in, which is rubbish.
Okay.
Yep. So I was telling you they've got Prasidh Krishna doing what he specializes in, which is bowling rubbish.
Okay. No, that's what he's in the team for.
Yeah. He shouldn't be anywhere near this team.
It is a strange one. Jadeja, that one's played out to cover. Who do you think should be in there instead?
Well, Ashdeep, for sure.
Yes, yes. Is he in the squad?
Yes.
Onto the back foot goes Brook and punches that one out to deep point. He'll pick up a single.
The problem is the coach is a white ball coach, and all his selections are based on white ball cricket.
Okay, well, it seems to be working out for India in this one. They actually got a lot of criticism for this selection, didn't they, before the game?
Well, he's lost, what, 8 of 9 or 9 of 10 of the last test matches he's been coach.
Well, this is a chance he'll want to take to get that back. But Smith is onto the back foot, cuts that past backward point. Sweeper can't get there, and that is another 4.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
So, Annie, you're our domestic cricket expert. Has Edgbaston been a bit of a run fest this season?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of complaint at Edgbaston actually.
Down the track comes Smith and launches that a straight 6, smashes that over long on, just effortlessly, really.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
a lovely
Prasidh Krishna by himself has got Jamie Smith such confidence in
Smith's
this
eye
innings.
in, yes. And Jadeja, I thought, was tying them down a bit, but that lap shot from Brook and then the sweep shot and then the straight shot there broken the shackles a little bit. So England 209 for 5, and having not watched any of this test match until like this morning after the wickets fell, all I'm seeing is runs flowing everywhere.
Well, going back to what you were asking about the domestic, so what's been happening is that a lot of the county championship games have been played on wickets. They've been used wickets basically. Yeah. So it is a mixture of lots of runs and also a bit of dodgy bounce as well, I think.
Straight into the crowd there from Smith and dropped by a spectator, and this body can't believe it. How did you drop that?
Oh, and the other thing they've done for county championship games is put the wicket right at the end of the square because they're having so many games.
Yeah, yep.
So yeah, it's been a strange place for county championship cricket this season, I'd have to say.
Well, India in danger of this partnership getting away from them a little bit, and Washington went for 10 in his first over. He's going to have another go. Brooke, who's been overtaken by Smith, who scored 84 off 63, which is quite the strike rate. Fuller again from Washington. He's bowling a little bit fuller than Jadeja. Do you think he can be a frontline spinner for India and Indo, or is he more of a bit part?
He's a bit part spinner. He really doesn't have the guile to be a top-class spinner.
Is that something you can learn? I think that one's played into the offside for no run.
Well, he spends much of his time playing white ball cricket.
I thought you were going to say that, yes. IPL and...
So it's, it's difficult. I mean, as we know, the only way to learn how to bowl in Test cricket is
to bowl in Test cricket,
first-class cricket,
and first-class cricket. Played out to deep point. I guess one thing is that at least the Indian players don't play in overseas T20 leagues, so they don't play as much T20 cricket as many, simply because of that.
Actually, there are so many domestic T20 leagues now.
Yeah.
That they're still playing as much T20.
Sundar seems to be as much bowling little dobby away swingers as off spinners here. That was one. Smith came down the track and punched it up to long on for a single.
Sundar's in there as a batter. It's as clear as that. And he's
they feel
I know he's got an average of 25, but
they feel they need that at number 8.
Yeah, that's Gautam Gambhir's perspective.
Yeah, I guess Jason was telling me before, India have one of the weaker 9-10 jacks from a batting point of view.
Yeah.
Which was fortunate for England, or they'd have perhaps got
problem
650.
Is the 9-10.
Ooh.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That just drifted away a little bit. It was a little bit quicker. Brooke prodded at it and missed it to give Washington and India some encouragement. That is the end of the over, though. It only went for 2, though, and England are 213 for 5. What's on the
for 2 messages. Messi says, surely Smith is doomed by Hollywood as Mr. Smith goes to Washington. Samit Singh Jahalia says, the only big unit in recent years in Indian bowling unit, Harshit Rana, maybe?
It was Pankaj Singh, Hendo, jumped in with that one.
Fluffy says, a pleasure to watch a non-fidgeting Smith for once. And Leah says, I had to Google that song title, Andy.
Which?
Liking Megadeth past euthanasia is pretty bad taste, I have to say.
Well, that is a school of thought, yeah. No one's at their peak forever, by definition. Here comes Jadeja, left arm around. He's got to slip in. I'm not sure if it is still Shubman Gill after taking that whack on the head. I think it is, and he's now standing a bit further back. That one's played back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, he's noticeably standing a bit further back. Driven by Smith, and extra cover scuttles across. Nitish, who's fielded well a couple of times, gets a little bit of applause from Pant. He saves the run there.
And Indo, Hawkster says Sundar has an average in India.
I'm sure he has an average in India, yes.
No, I was just breaking off. Of 19.7, but overseas it's 42.
Well, that's going to be quite common probably for Indian spinners. That one was played out to point for no run.
Well, Jadeja's average in England is 45 or something.
Throws that one up, and there's the one with a little bit of turn, and Smith had a little bit of a stab at that one, also missed it. I still think the only person who's going to get Jamie Smith out at the moment is Jamie Smith, but it could certainly happen tosses it up again. This time he's on top of it and plays it out to deep point for a single. Always gets through the overs quickly, Jadeja. You
It
can be
really does, doesn't it?
sure of that. No, Shubman Gill has come out of slip, I think, because there he is at point.
He needs to rest his head.
Rest his bonked head.
Yeah, poor lad.
Or have a helmet at slip. Last ball of the over, pushed into the gap again. Another comfortable single for Brook. England are now 213 for 5. I jumped the gun a little bit there.
Leah says Pankaj Singh has a test bowling average of 146.
I'm surprised it's not infinite. I don't ever remember him taking a wicket. Jadeja's bowled a no ball just to wake everybody up. And now they're going. They'd all changed positions, and now he's got to start again. They're all changing back. So we are going to have one more ball, Danny, just before we get back to that.
Cool.
Because of that no ball.
Yeah.
Everyone else was surprised. They all trooped back into position.
Yes.
Thickish edge on that one, but sort of deepish gully is across. Right, and that is the end of the over that time.
Yeah, and he bowled it in no time at all. Summit says Sundar is pretty decent in red ball too. More noticeable in white ball though. Better bat than Cherry. Poor man's Yuvraj apparently. What do you say to that, Anindo?
Well, Yuvraj was actually a really good left-arm spinner. With a lot of guile, he could flight the ball, all of that. He wasn't... He was a good white ball bowler, but he wasn't a white ball bowler per se, if you know what I mean.
It's interesting.
Whereas Sundar is very much a white ball bowler.
Yeah, okay.
Well, here
He's
comes...
a great, excellent bat, I mean, that's for sure.
Washington Sundar is back, trying to prove us all wrong. That one is punched out to deep cover, and they might get 2 for that, but yeah, they do. In fact, they get an easy 2.
But if you can get in the ball like Joe Root did against him,
Joe Root's a funny bowler. I think he's just nous. He gets far more wickets than he should, really. He is one of only 3 players to have 10,000 runs and 50 wickets in Test cricket. That one.
Actually, I have a lot of time for his bowling.
Yeah. I'm sure you all know who the other ones are. Silence.
I didn't realise you were asking
sorry,
us.
what
10,000 Test runs
question?
and 10,000 Test runs and 50 Test wickets.
Whoa.
Oh. Who could that be? I mean, English player, obviously.
No.
Right?
Root's one of 3. That one is punched away for 4 again. Washington just doesn't really have the same control as Jadeja. That was too short, too wide. Punched for 4 through cover. Oh, I can do a 4 jingle while you give you more time to think.
Well, it could be Tendulkar. It could be
No.
An Australian, I reckon.
Australian is one of them. Come on, who's the greatest all-rounder in Test history?
Don Bradman.
No. No.
Jack Callis.
Jack Callis. Oh, that was painful. Hendo is lurking. Is he going to give me an answer, or is he just lurking? Oh, pushed back to the ball. No, it's Steve Waugh. Oh, do you know it might have been Alan? It might have been Alan Border. I might be wrong on that one. Someone can check. That's not that bad a shout, Alan Border, but more to the point, Smith hit that one back to the bowler in the air, and it very nearly carried. It would have been a close one of those that they maybe get their fingers under. What are you lurking for, Hendo? Oh, 2. Gosh, what a thing. So what Hendo has just relayed to me there is that Jamie Smith could be the first batsman to score 100 before lunch for England since, or for anybody, in fact. Or is it in England, were you saying? I think you're saying... Sorry?
For England.
Yeah, Victor Trumper was Australian, Hendo, so... that rather blows... Well, it's been a long time since anyone scored 100 before lunch, put it that way, and Smith is very much on course for it. He's got 15 minutes and he's on 91. Outside half of the bat there, goes down to backward point. I'll hand those back to get this right, hopefully. Right. So people have scored 100 before lunch before, but not from 0. Not from coming out to the crease.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
pretty impressive. I mean, he has batted very fluently.
So,
It
so
would
there have
be.
been no openers who've done that?
Apparently not. Even in the Bazball age.
Oh.
I'm sure it's some other people have done it. Non-English. Another one for our army of tweeters and YouTubers to find out for us. Anyway, that was the end of the over.
We're getting answers from your thing, so I'll. So Ferrong says border, 10k runs, 50 wickets.
Probably, you're probably right then. I was mixing up War and Border.
Messi
yeah.
says Steve War is correct.
Oh, okay.
And
I'll have
then
to check.
Flappy says Steve is always correct, according to Steve.
That's
Leah
true.
says that.
Hoiked away by Brook, a little bit short from Jadeja. It's bounce, it's going to beat the fielder at long on, and it's going to be 4 more.
He's so quick.
Yes, even when he's being hit, even when he's being hit for 4. I think the batsmen are giving Jadeja a bit less respect, having just eyed him up a little bit.
Yeah.
And really, you've not got much room to bowl into on this pitch. Beyond me, why England were 5 for 70. I guess it just happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Jadeja's back. That is a better length. It's about the only length you can bowl. And it's played down to backward point for a no run.
Well, I think the wickets yesterday were a bit more understandable when they'd been in the field for a long time, different headset, that sort of thing. But the 2 this morning were bizarre.
Onto leg stump that time, and Brook just plays it to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, I think Stokes got one which was very, very difficult to get out of the way. It was a bit like what Jadeja got from what Brooks, right?
Tongue?
Yeah. He was trying to avoid it, wasn't he?
Oh, a crouching defensive shot from Brook, which I occasionally employed. If someone bowled me a Yorker, I go right down on my back knee sometimes in a rather comical way.
I'd love to have seen that, Andy.
You would have done, yeah. Jadeja's in again. And just a you'd almost just call it roll off the wicket. It's not really turn. Played into the offside for a single. So Smith on 91 with unspecified. Oh no, it's the end of the over. Come on, Brook.
It's the end of the over.
He's got an unspecified record to break.
Right. Leah says Jack Callis is wrong. It's
not.
Sharma.
Oh,
Said
okay.
Shannon Gabriel when he was batting with Kohli once. That takes supreme confidence in your abilities. And Messi says AB only took 39 wickets.
Okay, so good news, I was right.
And Eric J says Gilbert Jessop fastest 100 or
That's
74
a
balls
load
for
of
England.
doesn't count. It's like someone ran 8 seconds in 1850, but no one measured it.
And Messi says no player has ever gone from 0 to 100 before lunch in a test. 25 players have made 100 before lunch.
Wow, the first ever in tests he could be. If Brook gets off strike, come on, Brook.
Yeah, come on, Brooke, stop hogging the strike. Do you think Smith knows?
Well, that is an interesting question. Probably not. Probably not. Unless they get, I don't know.
Better get a drink out to him quickly.
I don't know. Do you want him to get out chasing a record? Brook is off strike. He pokes that one into the offside, and they'll get through for a single. So what do we got here? We've got 11 minutes by my cheap watch. Should be about 3 overs. And
he could do it easily.
He could definitely do it.
The way he's been playing.
He could definitely do it. It depends if he really wants to take a little bit of extra risk.
Interesting.
There's always the thing, you don't really want to go into lunch on 98, although it would be a nice problem to have. He's down the track that time. I think Jadeja might have seen him coming and just pulled it a little bit short, and he plays it back to the bowler. Washington, sorry.
It's made me feel all tense now.
Yeah. Here comes Washington again. It's tossed up. That's one he could have had a pop at for 6, but he's just played it up to long on for a single. Hendo is back to change the record again, probably. Well, Hardik Pandya did it from 1, but that's not from 0, so it doesn't count. Right. So people have scored 100 runs, but you know they were not out overnight. Smith wasn't even. Smith was like 2 wickets away from coming in this morning. Oh no, he wasn't. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. Plays that into the leg side, and they get through for a single, taking him on to 92. This seems to be the whole focus of the game at the moment. At least.
Do you think anyone's gone from being a hat-trick ball for their first ball to 100 before lunch?
Well, considering no one's gone for 100 before lunch, full stop, probably no. If you're going to add extra conditions, Smith plays that one back to the bowler. There's no run, and that's the end of the over again. So Washington is at least emulating Jadeja in the speed he gets through his overs.
We've got stuff. We've got updates. So Leah says, I think the last one was Shikhar Dhawan in Afghanistan's first test.
Right, but it would have been 100 before lunch, but not starting from 0.
I'm assuming, yeah. And Messi says Ben Stokes holds the record for the most runs before lunch, 130 versus South Africa in Cape Town.
Oh, that's the one where must be his 280.
Fluffy said, completely off of it, had some very torrid dreams about Callis in my time, in my youth.
Well, you've got a type. Smith defends that one. Brooks, defends that one up to mid-wicket. There's no run. So the other thing, do you think if India know about this, will they try to deny the record? That one is pushed into the offside. And he might get 4 for that, actually. Yeah, he's beaten short cover. Nitish, a rare miss from him. He's dived over the ball. And Brooks got 4.
He's really hogging the strike.
He is a bit. Like in club cricket, when it doesn't matter that a team tries to stop a batsman getting 100 at the end of the game just because. Oh, that's a very poor piece of fielding from Nitish. Reddy. Brooks slaps that one up to cover, who just about gets enough on it this time to redeem himself and save the single. But we're in danger of being distracted from the state of the game. Anindo, I think Anindo's gone actually. Okay, just us. There's that kneeling defensive shot again.
I thought he'd been quiet for a while. I just noticed.
Yes. He didn't really.
Well, it's good. Nick Vickers says, I hope someone in the England camp is listening to Guerrilla Cricket. They could let Smith know.
Well, I wonder if the TV commentators are on this. They normally have their stats nerd on call.
And Nindo's back.
Yep.
So yes, we mustn't get too distracted from the state of the game. This session, getting on for 160 runs in the session. Brook adds another one up to long on. I thought India lost patience a little bit in the middle and could have settled for like 120 runs and just keep probing away. Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, well, I've got messages to read out because it's the end of the over.
Yep.
So Eric J says some have had 100 runs after a very bad lunch. And Leah says Darwin made 100 before lunch on the first ever test.
Well, everyone else is saying no.
Yeah. But that must have been from 0. So Fluffy says, Messi, who's obviously looking at all these stats constantly, says most recent 100 before lunch was Duckett versus Ireland in 2023.
Right. Let's put an asterisk against the record from that kind of game. Brook certainly seemed to be trying to get Smith back on strike there. We've probably only got 2 overs for him to get 8 runs now. He may not be able to do it.
Looking harder work now, isn't it?
Yeah, and
you go for it. Or
to be more serious, you should never let records, get in the way of doing the right thing for the team. He plays that one out to deep square because if Smith was to get out now, it would actually give England quite a problem after lunch. So maybe we'll put that on the back burner, or maybe he'll hit the next 2 balls for 4. We'll see, because he is back on strike. Well,
it's how he's been playing as well. But
that's true. But you might couple of overs before lunch, you might
Yeah, you
put the
might
brakes
bring
on
it
a
in a
little
bit,
bit.
yeah.
But if Washington floats one up outside off stump, which he hasn't done there, that's just pushed up to long on for a single.
Single.
I think he's either unaware or not going for it.
Yeah, I think he's playing sensibly. Yeah, he's playing for his lunch.
Yeah, and England still have a lot to do. They trail by 349. But I was going to ask Aninda if just the weight of runs in this session has almost made it England's session despite those 2 early wickets.
Yeah, I mean, they've scored fast, haven't they?
Very fast. A thickish outside edge there from Brooke, goes down to sort of deepish gully for no run. You may only get, not sure. It's probably up to India if we get 1 or 2 overs after this one.
They've scored fast and they look like they've not been in trouble at all as
Not
well.
in too much trouble at all, no. Pushes that one up to long on and they'll amble through for a single.
So Smith's on strike again.
For 1 ball. So see if he takes a single here and then he can do it in the grand style with a 6. Get his 100 with a 6, break the record, last ball before lunch.
Yeah.
India bringing the field in. I think maybe they are aware of this because long mid-offs come up, covers come a bit closer.
Yeah.
Sundar is in and Smith just defends. That's the end of the over.
Interesting. Summit says, don't remember seeing anyone getting to a ton on the last ball of a session. Can remember plenty being still stranded after the last ball. Nick Vickers says, Smith came in on a hat-trick ball having seen both the captain and former captain dismissed in consecutive balls. Yeah, indeed he did. Paul Stratton says, in the heat of battle, would think records is not even in their thoughts. Yeah. You'd hope so, really, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Lockie says, Steve Waugh cover drive for a ton off last ball of session. I'm almost certain.
That does sound familiar, yes. Well, Jadeja's going to bowl. May or may not be the last over before lunch. Brooke does his part by pushing a single out to deep point. So, we shall see what happens.
Messi says, correction, Lear is right. I was wrong. 6 players have made 100 before lunch on their first day.
We keep
after
moving.
all that.
After all that, indeed. Okay, we'll blame Hendo for that one.
Yeah, Hendo just
He was
got
sending us a
overexcited.
lot, so many mixed messages. He thought Victor Trumper was English. Still, not a bad thing to do. Jadeja floats it up and Smith clubs it past mid-on. 1 bounce 4.
That would be really exciting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I don't care if it's a record or not. I'm going to do it anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bit flatter from Jadeja, and Smith kind of played a cross-bat shot straight past the bowler, if that makes any sense. There's another one. He had a hoik at that one as well. But he's got it out to deep square. Oh, he's going to go for 4. Yeah, he's done it. There's no one there. He's beaten square leg. It's 4 runs, so we'll do that first. And he may not have broken an all-time record with that, but he still scored 100 before lunch after coming in on a hat-trick ball.
It's a great bit of play. What an excellent innings.
Here we go. This is the only one for 100 I can find.
20, 40, 60, 80,
100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well, Hendo is still claiming victory by saying he was right the first time, but when you've corrected yourself 8 times, that doesn't carry a lot of weight. Nonetheless, a very, very impressive 100 by Smith off 81 balls, which must be up there in the quickest hundreds list, which does not include Gilbert Jessop, because you actually have to count the balls and not just say, I reckon it was... See, there they've done it again. You can't just say, I reckon it was about 76 balls. Anyway.
This is the fastest test hundreds So he's third in the fastest Test
Yes,
100.
the actual one is Johnny Bairstow on 77. This is for England, and he is equal with Harry Brook on 80 after that. And why not club another one? Beautiful shot, but good piece of fielding that time by Nitish Reddy. Dives and stops. That was Brook, actually. And that is the end of the over. Now, is that going to be lunch? I think so.
We do have a super chat.
Let's do that then.
Hombrenevo says England or India's morning.
That's what
Possibly India, but England will go in for lunch feeling in control. At least that's what it feels like here.
What do you think, Anindo? Yeah.
It's England's. I think it's England's morning. Even though they lost Root and Stokes, I just think these two have done a magnificent job.
See, I don't watch a lot of Test cricket, but it's a while since I've seen 172 runs in a morning session.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs in a session.
Yes.
Really, he came in and completely changed the atmosphere. I mean, you were feeling really, oh my God, we're going to all be out really quickly, and then he just came in and played really sensibly, and fast, and successfully.
I felt, Anindo, that India's tactic of trying the short ball tactic rather backfired because it just really kick-started his innings.
Yeah, it was just a very poor tactic, and the problem is that Prasidh Krishna, that's the only way he knows how to bowl. So he's been taken for that purpose, to bowl short. And when you know that on a pitch like this, which is relatively slow and his speed isn't very high, he's just going to get hammered.
Do you think they should have? Do you think they should have realised this in advance of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been calling from right before the game. The moment I understood that Prasidh Krishna was playing in this. First of all, in the previous test he shouldn't have been there, and he certainly should not have been retained for this one, because they're just, I mean, on a flat deck. Why would you play a hit the deck bowler who, what else is he going to do?
Makes sense.
That's
leaving
him on the board.
Okay, any more on social before we all stick our faces
not
in
really,
the trough?
Nothing. I mean, lots of wonderful comments, but nothing glaringly
wonderful
needed.
enough to read out.
Yeah.
Right, what are we going to do here, Tony? Sorry? I'll tell you, you're going to do it from there. Okay, well, Tony will give you something else wonderful to listen to, and we'll be back after lunch.
Okay, see you folks later.
Bye-bye. And then to have to leave when you're like 13, come over and meet your parents who you don't know, and you brothers and sisters in a rainy Stevenage. I mean, God,
Stevenage. Of all the hardships in the book, that's probably the worst. All 11 chapters is having to go to Stevenage. To be honest, it's a shithole. It was at least averagely, reasonably close to Watford if he wanted to go somewhere a bit more civilised.
This episode is brought to you by Raban. Be victorious with Invictus, the winning masculine fragrance by Raban. A phenomenal clash of biting freshness and woody aroma. Two forces combined for the ultimate clean fragrance. The essence of a hero, the scent of victory. Discover Invictus and the new Invictus Victory Absolute by Raban. Visit us in-store and shop online to discover more.
Forgot your wallet? No problem. With Samsung Wallet, everything you need is already on your phone. Store your loyalty cards, earn rewards when you spend, and keep your travels smooth with boarding passes and train tickets ready to go. You can even tap in on public transport. No unlocking, no digging around. And yes, your payment cards can live here too. Safely stored and ready when you need them. Travel light, live smart. Set up Samsung Wallet today.
The Bishop and the Bear, the bishop and the bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The bishop and the bear, bands beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the bishop and the bear.
After a bit of a hiatus, well, the pub has been closed for renovation. I'm delighted to say that we are Looney Tunes back in action. And today, what better guest could we possibly have to get us rolling again ahead of the Zimbabwe series, which we're going to be doing, fingers crossed, and the fact if the bear doesn't fall off the ladder trying to put an enormous pole in the middle of the studio, then we will be on air on Thursday. In fact, you might even be listening to this during lunchtime. But most importantly, our guest today, as sitting at the bar, has been, well, I would say, keeping a bit of a low profile recently. We've not really heard much about, to such an extent we've been wondering where she's gone. I'm obviously lying. It is Saint Annie of Exeter, who had her fabulous book, Cricket Changed My Life, 11 Personal Journeys. And she's going to chat to us about that. And then we're going to talk a bit about the Zimbabwe series and maybe just touch on a few other things. But first things first, Annie, what can we get you to drink?
Well, since I'm on this fantastic island with the bear, I think I've got to have something rum-based. So lots of rum and ice, please. I like it kind of on its own, no mixers. Yeah.
Got to be dark rum, though. Got to be dark rum.
Dark rum's fine, yeah. Yeah, I like dark rum.
If David Brooks listening, he'd know exactly which rum to get you.
Oh, he would, yeah.
He's drunk most of it.
And he'd have had it, yeah.
Well, exactly. When we did the West Indies series, and he somehow got some weird sponsor who sent us bottles of rum, the dark rum went down very well indeed.
Yes, I bet it did, yeah. Mm.
So, right, as the bear hasn't read it, and I have, I'm gonna. It's a beautiful book. Let me start by complimenting you.
I've seen a picture of the front, and it looks lovely.
Thanks, Bear.
It is. Thank you, Bear. A fantastic read. There is, however, I would describe it as, in some cases, beautifully understated. May I read back to you, Annie, and we'll start there with the sentence I found to be the most beautifully understated of the beautifully understated sentences, and it was this one. There's an element of the extrovert about Dan Norcross. Now, what I want to know is what. Let's start there, because it kind of explains why you. It's the last chapter in the book, but it sort of explains why you're here. So can we start with that one?
Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's lots of lovely things about Dan Norcross, but he is an extrovert, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm understating that. He's a complete flamboyant,
can be an arse, I will say.
But he's wonderful as well, and it wasn't all about the flamboyancy anyway, or the extrovert.
No, it wasn't.
No. So there's lots of basically there's 11 really interesting people in this book. Well, actually 12, because one of the chapters is split between
two people, isn't it?
Yeah. But they're all they've all got so much to say, so much of interest that you can't just keep going on about how massive they are or how extrovert they are or whatever. You have to underplay a little.
And you do, and I will point out as well that I think it was Gideon Haigh described it as joyful.
Yeah. How nice is that?
I would honestly say that's a pretty good description from the book I was reading.
Absolutely what I wanted, because it was conceived at a time when there's a lot of misery in cricket, and it was all a bit grim, and I just thought there are so many wonderful things about cricket, and the thing I love most about cricket is the community stuff and the people, and I just thought, well, let's do a positive book and a joyful book, and I'm so pleased that Gideon Haigh picked up on that. So thank you, Gideon. I've also had a lovely message from Duncan Hamilton saying much the same sort of thing. So it's a lovely that these people are even reading it, let alone saying nice things about it.
Well, I would absolutely say so. Now, I mean, there's a lot of interesting questions. I mean, you've kind of touched on it. At what point in your life did you sit down with yourself and go, do you know what? I've got this idea for a book. Has it sort of slowly bubbled up and crept up on you and had always been getting bigger and bigger in your mind, or was it a kind of an epiphany? An epiphany, sorry.
I was just trying to work out what that was. I've always wanted to write a book, and certainly cricket has been a big element of my life in the last probably 7 years, and that's a lot down to you guys, and I do mention that in my book.
Definitely do.
Yeah, so I think coming on Gorilla, sort of actually feeling like there was a community, there were people, loads of, white, middle class, nerdy men that I've had an affinity with.
Obviously, the barman and landlord completely accepted from that.
I bloody hope so, yeah.
So there were a lot of nerdy people that loved all the stats, loved all the, loved cricket as much as I did, and it really, I started to feel like I had a real community. And the idea of the book actually came to me probably a couple of years ago when what's her name?
Can't remember.
Ebony Rainford
Catherine Brunt. That's the one. That's the one I was trying to say. When Catherine Brunt, Siva Brunt, yeah. When she stopped playing cricket, she did a big interview where she said cricket has saved her life. And she talked about how wayward she would have been without it. And I remember thinking, gosh, there must be loads of people where that's the case. And that there must be some kind of book here that you could talk about. And then I kind of thought about lots of different people that I knew where cricket had changed or made a massive difference to their life. And so I wrote an email to Stephen Chalk, the writer and publisher, and I said, look, I've got this idea. What do you think? I want to write about 11 different people where cricket's changed their life. 11 because obviously that's my cricket team. And he wrote back and said, I think it's a really good idea. If I were you, the first person I'd look at would be Waleed Khan. And he told me about Waleed Khan, which I didn't know anything about. And I'll just quickly recap over Waleed Khan. Waleed was shot by terrorists in Pakistan when he was 12 years old, and all his friends were killed. There was
135 people
killed in a school.
And no, it's about 150, and 135 of them were kids.
Yeah.
It was just shocking.
Yeah, and he himself was shot 6 times in the face and survived.
Wow.
Was given 0.5% chance of survival. I mean, they did not think he was going to survive at all. Was in a coma for 8 days, came round, has come to Birmingham and for reconstructive surgery after reconstructive surgery. And in that time, he was a massive cricket fan, and the Pakistani cricket team came to visit him. He also went to an academy when he was able to walk on crutches, because they took a lot of bone and stuff out of his leg to do the
Did he not lose his sight or anything like that?
No, that is the amazing thing. His eyes were absolutely fine. I mean, his face was, his nose and mouth.
They practically shot his jaw off.
Yeah. But his eyes were absolutely fine. So,
Wow.
And so he went to an academy, and a cricket academy, and was given free rein to just come and go as he wanted. He, could hardly walk, but he bowled, and he just kept. And he said that going to this and doing the cricket stuff made him feel, like a human being, like a cricketer rather than a victim. And he started to recover from that. And he's become a motivational speaker. He's an incredible lad, and he says things like, the worst experience in my life has become the best experience in my life, and things like that. It's just really incredible. And he went on Test Match Special and talked to Jonathan Agney. So I have to thank Stephen for giving me. I mean, I went up to Birmingham to meet Wally Khan in this little cafe. And I think in some ways that's so brave of him to come and meet because he's nervous of everything still. And he came and met me and a stranger, and he could hardly look me in the eye as he was talking. But when he talked about cricket, he was absolutely on it. He was looking at me, and he was a different lad. So
is that a reason you made that the first chapter in the book? Was it just due to the incredibly dramatic nature of the cricket transformation or because he was the first name given to you?
It was your flashy opener.
He was my flashy opener, definitely. And he really is a flashy opener. And that was the headline of the book. And I remember the publishers saying to me, that all the chapters won't be as good as this or as impactful as this one, but that they'll still all have their own, stories. And I've met some incredible people along the way, and it's such a brilliant thing to have done for me.
If I may, do you know what that chapter is an extraordinary read. It really is, and it's gut wrenching and horrifying and all those things. The bit that I remember most, apart from the pure, quite graphic description of just how awful the day was when it all happened, the bit that left me feeling so uplifted was his description of having to stand up. I think it was at the academy he went to in Birmingham, and he basically thought, I'm going to just go on up and talk about it, which is not his natural thing. And he stood on the stage in front of about 500 people and told people what had happened, and he thought, this is going to go really badly. And he looked around, and people just were transfixed by the story.
And with tears,
I thought, wow,
loads of crying.
That's
terrific, isn't it?
That was so brave. That was just so brave doing that. I mean, you're clearly going to be brave having been what he'd been through, I guess. But
it still brings me out in goosebumps when I
was going to say. I mean, I think I'm going to have to read it.
Yes, that's the idea.
That would make you. They have the Times bestseller list. You could be on the Bear Red list.
Yeah, exactly.
God.
There are many
short lists.
There's a very short list at the moment. When you do these interviews, did you dictaphone them and then?
Yeah. I know you're going to ask the technical stuff, aren't you?
Yeah.
I have a little little zoomy thing. I'll show you.
I know the one. Yeah.
This I don't know.
It won't come out.
Yeah.
For those of you enjoying this audio podcast,
sorry.
Annie is now holding up a gadget of some kind, which, given she has a backdrop to her screen, kind of fades in and out of the screen, and we can't really see anyway. But it's a great.
But anyway, so I do that, and then transcribe. Well, I've got a transcribe thing on Word, and it kind of works. It comes up with some hilarious words, of course, when you're trying to talk about cricket, which it doesn't really understand, and then I have like 40 pages worth of interview, and I'll just go through it and edit it down. And it's actually a really nice process. It's a really satisfying process.
What was the biggest challenge, do you think? I mean, this is your first book. I mean, you clearly you have an artistic leaning, I think. So you're chosen other career paths. And what was the biggest challenge you found in sort of knuckling down and creating the book? Was it the idea? Was it the writing process? What was it?
Choosing?
Choosing the people was quite tough, but I did sit down with my publishers, which are Fairfield Books, which were Stephen's publishers, but are now taken over by Matt Thacker. They and we went through a whole list of people. I mean, they were keen to get the bigger names on, so I've included like David Lloyd and Roland Butcher, and I understand that, because a lot of people are, I don't want to read a book about nobody I know, kind of thing. But I think often most people have said to me, the ones the stories about the people you don't know are the best ones.
Yeah,
probably true.
Yeah.
I think that we will touch on a couple more of those. Again, you as you read a book, there's phrases you write that put mental images in your mind, and I think the book does that really nicely a couple of times. And Roland, I mean, like you, I've met Roland a few times. He's a lovely chap.
Yeah, really lovely.
But the description of him as a 3-year-old waving goodbye to his mum and dad, who he then doesn't see for another 10 years or something, and being left in Barbados, you know,
So
on a
weird,
key
isn't
as the boat disappeared. That just stuck in my mind, because I was thinking, at the end of the day, he was born in Barbados, to a poor family. He's played cricket for a first black player to play for England. You know, he did okay, could have done better, I'm sure, but you know, he's carved himself a good commentary career. It's not a bad old life, really. But then you realise that, as was the case then, because it was just post the Windrush generation, wasn't it? You know, he'd been left by his parents as they went off to look for work, look for money, look for ways to support their family. Is how hard working his dad was in doing that.
Have
and you
more
realise
children.
behind every have more children. But it was that image. It was somehow I so often see the now, what is he, 70-something Roland Butcher of various cricket things, not least of which in the Lord's Media Centre. And every time I see him now, I'm going to see a 3-year-old boy on a quay waving goodbye to his mum and dad as the boat disappears on a slightly choppy seas as well, from the description, I think, from the book. And I will look at him in a different light.
I mean, it was very common, wasn't it? There were a lot of West Indians that parents went to, because England needed people to come over and rescue the country from having nobody around to rebuild it. So they were seeking people, not just England. West Indies people went to America as well, didn't they? So it was very common for grandparents to bring up kids, but it's just I think the thing, he loved it in Barbados. He found it, he said he was in heaven, really. That's one of the things he said to me, was I was in heaven, really. And then to have to leave when you're like 13, come over and meet your parents who you don't know, and new brothers and sisters in a rainy Stevenage. I mean, God,
Stevenage. Of all the hardships in the book, that's probably the worst. All 11 chapters is having to go to Stevenage, to be honest. It's a shithole. It was at least averagely, reasonably close to Watford if he wanted to go somewhere a bit more civilised.
It's also a shithole, but
harsh.
But so all those things, that they are things people have been through, and everybody has a story. I think you say one of the challenges, the biggest challenge was meeting bloody Enid Bakewell, trying to get
Enid Bakewell, fascinating. So,
my God.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to
say who.
You're going to say who? You see, this is the thing.
Nothing to do with tarts, Bear.
She is probably one of the best England all-rounders ever, She's played 21 tests for England. She got a century in her first test. She got a century in her first one-day game. Really, got loads of wickets. Fantastic player. And she's just not known. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. She's 86, Bear, and she's still playing cricket now.
Wow. Now that's impressive.
That's not bad, is it?
She's
still
amazing.
scoring tons?
She could.
No, I don't think so.
Damn.
She's still
Quick
smacking
singles.
it all round the park. Much
Quick
in the
single
same
to
way
cover.
as you're bowling in the IPL.
Wow,
Shall I tell you again? Do you know what? I actually this is how what did you say? Aged white nerd. I got my Danny, when I read the Enid Bakewell chapter, I swear to God, I got my calculator out, or my laptop, not my phone, with the calculator on it. And because she got a ton in her last game, didn't she?
Something like that, yeah.
She got 112 out of 164, and I thought, hang on, is that more than the famous Bannerman? So I did the maths on it, and it was. Yes, it was. It was. She got it versus the West Indies. 112 not out of 164. That is 68.29% of the team's
not nerdy
total.
at all, but
the Bannerman was only 67.34. So Enid Bakewell out Bannerman.
Yes.
But nobody knows about it, which I think is a bit harsh on poor old Enid.
Yeah. I mean, she has, she's had lots of accolades since. She's been in Hall of Fame, and lots of things that she's. They have started to appreciate her much more. But she was in the 1970 Wisden. she had a big write-up about her because she was so impressive. So, but people don't know about her. And absolutely, Bet, I mean, you're certainly by far not the only one that said who. And it's wrong. It's so wrong because she's an incredible woman as well. Absolutely incredible.
I must have been a fascinating. Where did you meet her? Did you take her out for tea? Did you meet her in a garden?
I actually managed to meet her at Taunton at a match, England. I can't remember who we were playing even, but she was there with a lot of journalists and ex-players, and she messaged me and said, come on over, let's meet. And so I managed to commandeer a room, and we had a good chat.
Is she a Devonian?
No, she's from Nottingham. She's from the mines. She's a very working class woman, very Labour. Her dad was a union man. She's out leafleting Labour Labour stuff. So she's a proper sort of union woman.
And I'm sure she's got
good.
Memories. She'd have memories of the Ashes. She maybe just before she was born, 34. She was born, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but so that was the year of the famous Ashes, wasn't it?
Well, she probably wouldn't remember it then.
No. But she might. I'm sure she will have met some of the main protagonists for sure, with a Nottingham connection.
Yeah.
Who maybe didn't make the cut for the book, but might be lined up for book 2? Or is there even going to be a book 2?
I don't know.
Is book 2 more cricket stories to change my life?
Well, you see, I haven't discussed any book 2 yet, but I certainly wanted to see how the book was received before I made any decisions about writing. And it's been received so well and genuinely well that I probably would like to write another one because I really enjoyed the process. Whether it's going to be about different people's stories, I don't know. Who didn't make? I mean, there were loads of people I tried to get. Very difficult to get current women cricketers, for example. I'd love to have had Ebony because she would have been fantastic.
Oh yeah.
There were quite. Michael Simpson was another one that I did interview him. He wrote Fatty Batter, which is that really excellent book about being a fat lad as in a sweet shop growing up, and I'd have loved to have done that. But he was really interesting, and he's got a great story, but he's already really written it, and I didn't think it necessarily would be work. And there were quite a few autistic people I spoke to that have such amazing stories as well. But there was only so many people that you can include, and I wanted to have, a varied group of people.
Yeah,
So
I was worried it'd be all people who said somehow were associated with Somerset, but that very quickly allayed my. Although one of my favourite chapters, let me tell you, is Fred Rumsey.
I love that. I really love meeting him.
Fascinating character. So just tell us a little bit about him, because he struck me as a real live wire.
I mean, what a man he is. I have to say, he was the one I enjoyed meeting the most, and the one I came away thinking, my God, what an amazing person, and I'm so lucky to have met him. He was a giant man, really big, but a giant person as well. He played for England. He played for Somerset. He played for Worcestershire. But
Derbyshire, I think, was his other county, if I remember rightly.
That's right. But his biggest legacy is starting the PCA and being a real union man of starting to look after players and God, I mean, he started sponsorship really for cricket as well. He was on the ball with that. He was way ahead of his time, and he did so much. He did so many jobs. Everybody wanted him to do stuff, and he was just a doer. I said to him, "You're such a doer, aren't you?" I mean, but he loves his champagne.
Oh yeah.
And he's just absolutely incredible. What all the things he does. I mean, I list it all in this chapter. It's just so much.
I mean, buried in there is. I mean, I can hear your voice. I mean, it's because we know you, I suppose, so well. But when I'm reading it, I do hear your voice. It's like
well, that was the idea. I definitely
reading me a bedtime story. It's got a very
lulling him to sleep,
soothing Annie feel to it. But every so often, as I say, like a little nugget of something pops up, which is not necessarily immediately relevant to the story, but sticks in your mind. The one with Fred, and I'll go back to another Dan one in a minute. But the one with Fred, which fascinated me, was he went to school with Bobby Moore.
Yes.
And Bobby Moore was seen as being highly likely to be an England cricketer, and Fred was going to play for England at football. And somewhere in that whole story, the whole thing got reversed. And I looked at it and I thought, oh God. We talk about a little tease, and I was going, I want to know more. Tell me more about that. And of course, you're not really. That's not the angle of the book at all. But
it's not.
It's just such a fascinating sliding doors sort of thought.
It is, isn't it? But there's so much in Fred. I mean, he does so much that he couldn't go into too much detail about one thing, because it just would I missed out a whole chunk of all the stuff he does about doing his Barbados tours. Really, there's a massive amount of that, but
there's definitely a sense of redemption in a lot of the stories. We do, I don't want to sort of give them all away, because people need to read the book.
Night Bear, you mean?
Well, okay, let's not set our bar too high in terms of what we're actually hoping for.
I'll get there eventually.
So Walid Khan, you talked about Roland Butcher. You've got people like Georgie Heath, who obviously we know very well. She's been on the show with her dog, and charming, and she's
her story's quite
Sue
hard,
Redfern, first umpire to do a first-class women's umpire to a first-class men's game. I think she did the Derbyshire game between Middlesex this season, if I'm right. Callum Flynn overcame cancer at 14, which is a real redemption story. Barretson Darrison survived 2 overdoses. David Lloyd, just a general, more sort of working classy background, but I'm not sure there was anything specifically you'd point out.
Just came from a very 2 up 2 down, had to give his cricket wages to his mum to pay for the electricity, that sort of real traditional background that I loved the background with his dad being a sort of vicar, preacher that went out all the time.
Again I'm reading that chapter and I'm hearing your voice and his voice. It's just extraordinary what I'm reading. He had Wissar Al-Jaber and Miriam Al-Qudir, who fled Syria, didn't they? And,
became refugees. Whistle saw her aunt beheaded in front of her. Yep. And then their story is just brilliant. They came over to Al-Sama, to a refugee camp in Lebanon run by Al-Sama, and they are now cricket coaches. They couldn't read or write, they couldn't do anything. Now they're really literate. They're cricket coaches getting paid to do the cricket. They're hoping to go to the Olympics. They're flying, and both of them are just wonderful girls, just so much character. They just made my heart sing when I was speaking to them. So much joy in them.
I think, and then Dan. That's our team of 11.
Why Dan?
Okay, Dan, because he loved cricket so much, he started.
Because Annie would not be here were it not indirectly.
Yeah. He started his own Test match sofa.
Yeah.
Did he name check anyone else, or did he just say it was me?
Oh no, he does talk about a lot. He talks about a lot of people. You're included in that chapter, Ben.
If you don't know our story, it is worth saying that chapter is a very good one to read for a potted and a pretty evenly balanced. Why we're here today.
I will be the judge of that. I might have to read that chapter especially.
Do it because it's. Dan is. he didn't sort of sit there going, "Oh, this is my story." He was very much sort of
He was
pushing the whole gorilla thing and making errors, and just how he was very Dan, and he was wonderful actually to talk to, and really interesting. He's such a raconteur.
Isn't he just?
Well, there was a few things.
Well, of course, he was my captain for
Yes.
on my team for a good 10 years,
I think he talks about that.
It's in the book. I mean, there was a couple of things as well in that chapter that struck me. One was apparently he'd been placed in detention by Nigel Farage, which again is one of those. In the middle of this quite serious thing, suddenly this throwaway fact. Fuck what? Say that again.
Yeah.
Yes, well, of course, Farage, a wanker, is an old Duddish boy, isn't he?
Yeah. And you also, and I thought, well, apart from obviously, the understatement of that first sentence about, there may be an element of extrovert about it. But you then talk about contradiction. You liken him to Oliver Cromwell, who is the least extroverted and most puritanical person ever. And I thought, what's he got? So you're going to have to explain to me, Annie, how did you get from this extrovert to Oliver Cromwell and somehow link it back to Dan Norcross? That's the only bit in the book where I got a bit lost.
I can't remember my thinking that.
But it was near the end.
I think it was to do with he was doing his own thing, fighting against the
establishment.
Crowd. Yeah, the establishment.
Yeah.
Which, of course, he then dived into.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
He was described by someone as the most dangerous man in English cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that whole period was very strange. I mean, when we got taken over by the cricketer.
Yeah. He talks about that quite well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my view of that, my view is that I got no bad feelings towards Dan. We're still good friends, but I personally, I thought he stitched us all up royally,
right.
For his own benefit, really, because he was the only one who got paid, essentially. And actually, the cricketer wouldn't really deal with any of us either. It was everything went through Dan, and we were kind of just like offhandedly put aside. Didn't help that Andy Afford was a complete, my words, wanker. I can't stand the guy. He's such an arrogant fucking idiot, and he didn't really understand what we were trying to do. And it was a really really bad deal. And the point was that we did have a deal lined up with what was now the Night Watchman, and it was Spin and all that back in the day. And the guy who ran that had been on the show quite a few times, and he actually really liked us and really got it. But the only deal he was offering Dan about 10 grand a year, and the rest of us wouldn't get paid. But the point was that they would have actually probably promoted us and got us to where we needed to be at that time, and we probably could have grown from that.
And then there was the Jonathan Agnew stuff, and all
that came out.
All of which is recounted.
Yeah. No, I get that.
So you do need to have a good read of the chapter.
You need to have a read, and you can,
if I'm coming to see, I'm going to see you Thursday, whatever.
Yeah.
If you need me to hold your poll while you screw it in, whatever it is you needed me to go to the studio for this afternoon, I'll bring the book. I'll have it with me just in case. It is it's described as uplifting and joyous. Stephen Chalk said that. Joyous was another word used, as we said, by Gideon Haigh in his review of it. I mean, it is a beautiful read. It's life affirming and fascinating if you love cricket, but also very varied. It's not,
I mean, I've got friends that have read it that don't understand cricket at all, and they get it's about people rather than just cricket, really. So it's that's the good thing. It's quite flexible.
So if you have it, it's Fairfield Books. Cricket Changed My Life. 11 personal journeys. It's at all good bookstores. You will find it.
And the bad ones.
Good book
everywhere. And Amazon. Where are you ranked on Amazon?
Copies.
I've no idea. I don't look at Amazon, so I've no idea.
Okay. I buy everything from fucking.
Do you remember dodgy videos? Well, you used to get dodgy videos that being copied off copies. People are buying photocopies in markets as being sold as the original
bad
version.
Bookshops.
The videos
available at all bad bookshops.
The videos filmed from the back of the Chinese cinema. Yeah.
But It has our endorsement, and not just because it's St. Annie, but because it is a crackingly good read. So
thank you.
There you go. Right, shall we talk about? Well, we are, as you've probably heard, about to go back to start our venture in our new spanking new studio. It literally is brand new. The bear is still putting in poles to hang lights.
Well, welcome back. The studio it's kind of brand new. It's brand new in terms of being a studio, but it was once the Sainsbury's depository, as it says
Was it?
in lettering, big lettering on the outside of the building. If you've not noticed, you were here for a while. Very observant of you, Messi.
Well, I was just thinking, it's a long way up to the top there if you're going to have it as a repository for stuff that's going up. I know there's a goods lift, but even so, it's a weird shape to have a building for that.
It is. Well, that's why they've got a goods lift. Anyway, welcome back. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm bringing you the first ball by ball of a thoroughly entertaining and interesting test match, which may yet turn into an absolute bore draw. But for the time being, it's all happening. I'm joined by none other than the man in the weather cave, Gorilla's tribal elder, Messi Jez, and we're waiting for Kartik, I think. Can't see him at the moment on the monitor. He's signing in from Zoomland.
Richard Asher may be available. I don't know if he's hanging in there at the moment, but it's possible he might be able to jump in.
We've got Forthy taking advantage of watching the cricket on our stream.
I am actually available and can shout into a screen. I don't have a mic, if that helps.
You sound all right, actually. First ball of the afternoon session is bowled by the off-spinner, Washington Sundar, to Jamie Smith, 102 not out off 83. And, well, there was a lot of controversy. I say controversy. There was disagreements over what was going on with regards to his innings this morning. He plays another lovely shot off the back foot that lets that come almost completely parallel with him, and then forces away behind backward point. Brilliant piece of fielding in the end, down there by looks like Mohammad Siraj, but they have got back for 3. Smith moves on to 105. Now, Smith came in on a hat-trick ball after Mohammad Siraj had got rid of Root, strangled down the leg side, and then a short ball. I say a short ball, maybe slightly back of a length, that rose. It was an absolute demon of a delivery, which Ben Stokes feathered through on the back foot to Rishabh Pant. Come back to that. Brook now facing up to Washington, round the wicket, and he just pushes out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 92. He came in on a hat-trick ball. As far as I can see, looking through all the various machinations on Cricinfo, Jamie Smith became the first Englishman, and he's forward to this one in defence, to score 100 before lunch from zero, from starting an innings.
That's correct.
Now that is in how many years of Test cricket? 150, 60 years. Worked away through square leg by Smith, who might be. I don't want to speak too early because England still have some work to do to save the follow-on. They need another 133, but it's 254 for 5. Looks a hell of a lot more healthy than 87 for 5.
Well, I don't know because I haven't checked the records, but is how many times someone scored 100 when they weren't in at the start of the session either? That would be worth looking at.
That's what I've just said. That's what I was just saying.
I see. That was
the point. Yeah. Onto the back foot. They'll take another single out to deep point. 255 for 5. I think. From zero, did we say that David Warner was one of those who's done it?
Yeah, the six players have done it from zero. They started the day on the first day. Victor Trumper, Charlie McCartney, Don Bradman, Majid Khan, David Warner, and Shikhar Dhawan.
So they were presumably openers on the first morning.
Yes.
Well, this is very different.
Let's take it even a step further. He's the first. I would proffer that he is probably the first person to do it while facing a hat-trick ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And also while not being in at the start of play.
Yeah.
I think you might
and not being in at the start of play. Yes, I mean David Warner would have been at the start of play as an opener,
and all the other ones were not out overnight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
So I mean, it's actually so many fewer than I expected. I mean, I know it's rare, but I still expected there to be more. The only person who's done or scored 100 in a session before lunch twice. Can you... don't say it, Messi, I'm sure you know, because you'd have been looking through this, but let's see if we can get Forthy onto this one. Prasid Krishna into Brook, opens the face, pushes out to deep point, and ambles through for a single.
I thought for a minute you were saying it was Prasid Krishna, and I was going to correct you.
He may have gone for 100 before lunch twice.
I have a feeling it's someone from about 100 years ago. Am I right?
No, you're not. You're nowhere near.
Chris Gale?
No.
I'm just flailing around.
Throwing random names out there.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
People who scored big scores.
We'll have a quick think, and then we'll put people out of their misery.
We will. Here comes Krishna in and driven at by Smith, and he could do no wrong. He wasn't really totally in control of that shot. It went well behind square. The deep point has to run round. They'll get back for two.
Virendra Sehwag?
No, it's a good shout, but you're not right.
All right, let's have it then.
It's this century.
It is this century. Oh, is it though? Is it actually this?
Yeah.
Although that said, is it this century?
2003-4 and 2006-7.
Right, but he didn't start his career this century.
No, that's correct.
His test career. He had done one or two things before the start of the new millennium. Smith chops at this and hits over the top of it, goes through to a keeper. There is no run.
Who's that then?
Who is it? You giving up?
Yeah, I'm giving up.
Middle name Charles?
Brian Lara.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
I think the highest scorer is of runs before that is Ben Stokes. That being the innings that I slept through after doing 2 days of the South Africa test, and then I thought, I can't be able to get up before lunch, and then woke up to find he'd hit 258 while Johnny Bairstow was going Burko at the other end. Forced up to mid-off, there isn't a run. Jason, of course, was at that game in Cape Town, 2016.
I have seen the triple century, but not perhaps the one I would have preferred to have seen.
Were you watching Dominic Sibley the other day?
No.
Hayden's 300 billion.
No, I was unfortunate at the Sydney Cricket Ground to see Michael Clarke's 300.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Krishna in wide of the off stump, has a little bit of a drive at that off the back foot to Smith, is beaten by it.
Oh, the other record I suppose I've seen was Alistair Cook at the MCG when he became the highest scoring away batsman. He's up in the pavilion now.
Actually, that was one of Alistair Cook's more entertaining innings, to be honest. I think.
Yeah,
he played some really nice shots.
Messi always claims it was an incredibly boring test match. Not for me, it wasn't. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, it was boring on the final day, wasn't it? Because Smith was out there all day, boring the pants off the English. Onto the back foot goes Smith, creams it to extra. There is no run. England trail by 329. They are 258 for 5. Messi, who's with us?
Vishal Deshmukh says Indian bowling has to be the worst across all touring teams on show. Dara Azizi says, hi all. Hello, Dara. William Presley says Smith is the first English batsman to do it. That's correct. Stephen Kelk says, I was a bit distracted for the bit before lunch, and suddenly Brook and Smith had scored a bunch of runs. Wow. You're supposed to be concentrating, Stephen. Your PhD students gone. You've got time to concentrate on the cricket. Are we in the boring middle overs yet, says Stephen Kelk? Clearly not.
We could still have the boring 2 days to come. To be fair,
I must apologise for not having my books behind me. When you go on these tours, you sometimes do things like end up in a teenage girl's bedroom who's not here. So I've got Kate Moss behind me at the moment.
Where are you?
Some would like that. Pushed into the offside. They're going to take a single. Washington Sundar starting a new over. Right arm off spin from round the wicket to the two right-handers.
Let me just stress that the teenage girl is not in the bedroom as well. Very, very clear. Very clear indeed.
Yeah, you might have had to explain that one a little bit to our listeners. In again, onto leg stump, and, well, with a whip of the wrists, Smith gets it out to deep mid-wicket. And takes single, 109 for him. Now, remember, Brooke got himself out on 99 in the first innings at Headingley, edging a pull. He's on 95 now.
I think that was the first time he got out in the 90s in Test cricket, though, in memory.
Is that right? Well, he won't want to make a habit of it. He goes back to that one, which is slightly risky because it was quite full. Didn't hit it cleanly, but picked out extra cover.
Is he a Charles middle name as well? Is he Harry Charles Brooke? I think.
No,
Cherrington. Cherrington. Harry Cherrington.
Sheridan Charles, almost the same.
Almost the same.
Onto the back foot he goes and crunches this through the offside. There is a fielder in the way, annoyingly, for him at backward point.
Have you got a middle name, Hendo?
I have.
Care to reveal it?
It's very boring, I'm afraid.
Okay, John.
No. Go on, keep guessing.
James, Andrew, Alan, Mark, Stephen, Christopher, Timothy.
Pushed through mid-on for another single by Smith.
Forthy just named the whole of his second 11 at school.
Well, pretty much. There are only so many names you got given for men of our age.
My middle name is Peter.
Peter, right?
Peter. NP. My dad was KP, funnily enough. Chopped away to backward point, running it around, has to put in the dive. They still get through for a single. That's Gyswell there.
Keith or Kevin?
No, he was Kenneth Peter.
Kenneth
Peter, but he was always known as Peter. So he was one of those.
Lucky he wasn't known as KP. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's one of those. It seemed to be common in my dad's family of naming your kids, but them using the middle name. Very strange.
That's the case with me. I'm John Jeremy Stephen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seahawk says, I'm a Smith that has a drink when I hear Smith during a test. This is testing me. I can imagine. And Ben McCormick's a day ahead of him. He says, afternoon, nursing a hangover, but this partnership is helping. Eric J says, which one is Kate Moss?
That's good.
Paul McCartney's not Paul McCartney, he's James Paul McCartney.
Is he?
Oh, there you go.
Didn't know that. Outside the off stump, horrible swing as Brooke is occasionally likely to do. For all his brilliance and his excellent timing, his incredible power, his good placement, his attacking instincts, he will just swipe at a wide one every now and again with absolutely no foot movement at all, and you just wonder why. Maybe it just gets a little bit too easy for him at times.
Well, it does feel like an Achilles heel he could do with ironing out.
He looked horrible at the start of his innings yesterday.
He chops this one away with very nice timing. It's only going to be a single to deep backward point. He moves to 98. England 264 for 5.
John Lennon's got an interesting middle name.
Ooh, what is it?
John Winston, then.
Winston?
Oh.
Winston is my nickname, funnily enough.
Is it? Oh,
well,
really?
yes, my friend John named me Winston. Basically, when we went to South Africa, we'd been on a safari.
You were smoking cigars?
We'd seen warthogs. And I think I then lay in the bath reading for about 2 hours in the room that we were sharing, and he thought that I was wallowing like a warthog. So they called me Winston the Warthog. Krishna bowls again, driven into the offside by Smith. To extra cover, there is no run. And then I did used to read children's books to his daughter, which was something about warthogs as well. So there you go. Just a weird thing.
There's one other famous person who's got Winston for a middle name, and that's John Howard, the former Australian Prime Minister.
Yes.
I think they were both in 1940, so that would explain.
Oh, was he chopped on? Very nearly indeed. He went back to that, did Smith. Played it with a little bit too much casualness, I would say. And got an inside edge.
Is Smith doing anything to make you think he's a once-in-a-generation player, Hendo?
Well, the fact of the matter is, if he's the first Englishman to score 100 from naught, from coming into bat, that was so close.
Very.
It bounced down and it missed, or bounced over the stumps by a whisker, really. Outside the off stump, he's on the move as he drives at that one, and it's, again, not a shot that he's totally in control of. Gets it away to deep backward point for a single. You have to say that was a phenomenal innings, and he was under pressure. That said, it's a good batting wicket. I will bow totally, and I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll run naked through Lewisham or something. If he does something like this in Australia. And helps England win a couple of Ashes matches. Krishna in short, chopped down through the slips by Brooke. That is going to go all the way to the boundary. It's another 100 for the incredible Harry Brooke.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
900s in 27 matches, 12 fours, 1 6. He is averaging 100 every 3 test matches, which is a quite phenomenal rate. Yeah, and if you add the number of 50s he's got as well, I think he's got 21 or 22 innings. He has scored 50 or more in 27 matches. So that's almost amazing. A 50 every game.
I mean, these things even out. I'm pretty sure his average is over 60. Well, it will be after this innings.
Sundar. Sundar starts new over, defended by Smith, who is on the English Devils number of 111.
Harry Brooks' average at this moment is 60.48.
That's a good shot from Smith. He goes back, and there's a great effort by Mohammad Siraj, who's certainly not been short of determination in this game. But he gets there, gets an arm to it, but the ball runs off his arm and into the boundary sponge. Smith is off the Devil's number. Feet can be replaced on the floor.
England didn't really unearth a really excellent batsman between Root and, well, quite recently, the best part of 10 years. Now there's a little Duckett's come into his own. Obviously Brooke, but maybe Smith as well.
Oh, a lovely straight drive from Smith. Is there anyone down there? There is at long off, but there's plenty of time to come back for a second, as he had to make some ground to his right. Smith onto 117 from 99 deliveries. My only worry about Smith, I mean, there is no denying that his timing, his just general flamboyance, really, I suppose, and ability to pick up the ball early is remarkable. This is pushed to mid-wicket. I'm still not totally convinced, and you can argue that it's a bit like the short ball when someone says you're not strong. He's not very strong against the short ball. I would say he's not very strong against the moving ball. I've seen him struggle a little bit against that. He sweeps this one. He's going to come back for a second down to long leg, comfortably done.
On the other hand, I suppose if as we occasionally do, think forward 6 months towards the Ashes, I'd rather he was better against the fast ball and not the swinging ball down.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. But we haven't really... Have we really seen it? I don't think we've seen him against anyone genuinely quick, have we? Maybe one of the West Indies players. Bumrah, yeah, but he's only played one game against Bumrah. He's got this through as well. Awful piece of fielding there at backward point. He's had to chase it within a yard of the boundary. They'll have got back for a couple. Goes to 121. All I was going to say is that I'd like to see him against really good bowling when the ball is doing something.
Yeah.
You know, it may sound churlish, but I'm still not quite there with him yet. But
few messages. Stephen Kelk says now Hendo's middle name is surely Hendo. Mog says if any password harvesters are watching, my grandfather's name was Kenneth. That's about as close as we're ever going to get to your real name, Mog, isn't it? Muttley says, funnily enough, my parents didn't name me Muttley.
Really?
Dickie Henderson says Eric J.
Well, that's going back a long way.
And Lockie Six admits his real name is Donald.
We'll come back to those in a minute. Krishna, what is Harry Brook doing now? He's trying to do a Rishabh Pant in reverse. He's a right-handed Rishabh Pant. He's gone way over to the offside. He's fallen over while trying to flip it over his shoulder. The thing about that, Harry, is that when Rishabh does it, he normally hits the ball. He just looks stupid when you're doing it.
It's so hard to be critical, isn't it? He's got a century.
It is hard.
We are trailing by 308, England here.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the time for that shot.
Yeah. Krishna in again, defended on the front foot by Brook into the onside. There is no run. And also I think, it all seems to be going very nicely at the moment. And these two have nearly added 200. But another wicket goes down. You're down to Wokes. You're down to Cars. It's not inconceivable that England could have to follow on. Although I do wonder whether they'd enforce it really. I don't think they would.
I think England would actually with a patchy day of rain tomorrow. I'm not sure India would.
Krishna again in. Brook cuts that with huge power. There's a man at shortish square point. Every now and again you see a shot played like that, and because it's so quick, the cameraman or the director can't react quickly enough, and you're never quite sure whether it's gone in the air and been snatched out of the sky by the fielder there.
Sometimes it doesn't help to humorously throw the ball in the air either.
Yes, indeed.
The biggest temptation in terms of enforcing the follow-on, I suspect, would be to depriving them of the chance of chasing.
That's a thought.
And also it's going to get clouded this evening. So
short pulled on the bounce to mid-on. Are they going through for the single? The throw comes in, but I can't tell you any more because the direction is slow again, and there was no sign of where the ball had gone. We just stayed focused on the man at mid-on. Well, some stumps are disturbed, so one presumes there was a direct hit. It was a good throw, but they didn't try to go for a run, and good job they didn't. Another really good piece of fielding by Mohammad Siraj, who has certainly been fired up today.
He always is.
Yeah, but he was quite ineffectual, wasn't he, in the first test? Krishna in again, wide outside the off stump, a horrible, wafty, flat-footed nothingness of a shot from Brook, which goes through to Rishabh Pant. 279.45. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. Do you think, Forthy, if these two had not managed to get going, if England had been bowled out for 140, 150, do you think then that India would have put them back in? I think they would have at that stage.
I think they would have done, because I think that the Indian pressed on them like a ton of absolute bricks if they hadn't.
Yeah. Why did the off stump? Another horrible nothingness of a shot from Brook. Why does he do this when he's one of the finest craftsmen out there? Play horrible, ugly shots like that.
Yeah. Well, Ben McCormack's got a very pertinent comment, actually. He says these two have looked less secure in the first few overs of this session than they did in the entire morning session.
I blame
I blame
me.
I was going to blame Kate Moss.
Yeah, Kate Moss.
Yeah.
Easy sort of quiz, says Farong. Stokes got his first golden duck today in his 202nd innings. Who holds the record for not being dismissed for a duck? Name and number of innings.
Golden duck or duck?
He just says duck.
Well, it used to be David Gower, and then it was Jimmy Anderson. I don't know who it is now.
Was
not
test match.
It's hard to believe.
Really?
Was David Gowan never dismissed for a duck in tests?
He had the longest sequence. I don't know if he ever was dismissed, but he had the longest sequence, and I think Jimmy Anderson overtook him bizarrely.
Well, yes. We've got to change of bowling. It's going to be Nitish Reddy, who I think I was right in saying bowled in the series against Australia down under. He's got 5 test wickets to his name. I'm just going to see if I can find his jingle, because he didn't do a lot with the bat in this particular game. I'm still looking, can't find it. He's in, bowls. Oh, he's found the edge! Oh, and has that gone down? It might have done, or it was just short of. Panty had to dive to his right, and he's annoyed with himself, which would suggest perhaps that there was a chance of him getting his glove underneath that one. Smith escapes, and it's gone for 4. It wasn't a bad delivery at all. Yeah, I think he just failed. His wrist was pointing slightly downwards as he went for that, wasn't it? I mean, it would have been a very good catch, no doubt about that. But I think
just on the half volley, it would certainly have gone upstairs if it had landed in the glove.
In again bowls, and this is a better shot, which brings fewer runs, 3 of them. As Smith moves on to 126 as it's fielded up at mid-on.
I think he was a little unlucky there, because I think it hit the footholds at the other end, which took the pace out of it. Sorry, Messi.
Could have been that.
So I've got some interesting information for you in relation to the number of innings without a duck. David Gower is still the holder of the record, 119 innings without a duck.
Wow.
Followed by Richie Richardson with 96, and Tendulkar 91 with a star against it. I'm not sure what the star means. Sequence not ended by a duck. 91 until he retired then.
Driven into the offside by Brook. India really could have done with that. It just got a little bit of late away swing there, I think.
If you hadn't have told me that England were flailing this attack to all parts this morning, I wouldn't believe you.
It's true.
Here's Reddy again. This is Yorker length, but outside off stump, just plopped into the offside really by Brook. I cannot find a Reddy jingle.
Because I looked for it when he came in when he came into bat, and we couldn't find it anywhere. We can only conclude it doesn't exist.
Jingle oversight.
Dear.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we might have to sack the jinglers on that basis. They didn't alert us to the fact. Ready again. In, bowls full, dug out. Well, Brook has come a long way, then has to scamper back because he sees that Smith is not remotely interested in the run.
Yes, he almost completed a run, but 2 halves don't make a
The player who has played the most test innings with never having a duck was Jim Burke, who played for Australia in the 50s, followed by Sean Williams from Zimbabwe, who's still playing. He's got 41. Jim Burke had 44. Sean Williams has 41, so he could well overtake.
And Williams got another 100, or he got 100 against South Africa in the most recent tests. Which Zimbabwe lost quite heavily. Outside the off stump, left alone by Brook.
Yeah, Williams has a batting average of 46.8, which is pretty good.
I think we're due a change.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Where are we? Yes, we are. Who's in next? Jason is coming
Jason, Annie and Will. Is Will in?
I can't see Will at the moment. I'll stay here till Jason has got into position. It's not Will. It's not Will.
Let me know.
Thanks, Forthy. Thanks for popping by.
Thanks, Forthy.
No problem.
Do you want to do some tweets?
Yes, I shall do some messaging. Jay Grover says Hendo's middle name is actually Churlish. Ooh.
Nice.
And Eric J says Jay's is Washington. Farong says, I think Forthy needs a bookcase background wallpaper. This look just doesn't seem right.
Outside the off-stump, Krishna bowls crunched into the offside, picks out the only fielder in the infield. Smith will be slightly annoyed about that. Jason is now in position. I just want to say, Jay, I've always been very supportive in your editing career with Octopus Porn. So I must say, I'm mildly hurt by that.
Good afternoon, Annie. No, you're staying on.
Oh, I'm on still.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bugger off.
Yep.
See you, Annie. See you.
Krishna, second ball of the over. That's nicely driven, square by Smith, but Point gathers the ball nicely, and there's no run. There's just been a bit of a lull in this post-lunch period.
Well, it struck me in the first sort of 10 minutes after lunch that England had just calmed down a little bit and they were picking off the singles quite happily. And then they've just got a little bit haphazard, haven't they, in the last few?
What did they have for lunch?
Something soporific, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, here comes Krishna again. And that's another indeterminate shot with Smith, who hangs a bat out really and gives almost catching practice towards the slip cord and the keeper. They haven't got their feet moving at all in this post-lunch period.
This is the beauty of Test cricket, though, isn't it? Because you get a session where England are completely on top, look totally in control, and then you get another session where they're looking a bit frenzied.
Yeah, it's not like the bowling's been particularly good. It's just that they've got.
They've had too much lunch.
They've had too much lunch. Their footwork has disappeared, and that's short and rising and chopped into his body by Smith. Before lunch, those were going over square leg for 6.
Yeah. I think he's trying too hard. It looks like.
Yeah.
I think someone who may have had something in his ear saying, "No, we need to get on with this." No, you don't need to get on with this.
Well, I mean, the thing is, once England get to 387, and as we said just before
once
you guys
came on, once you get to 387,
it's
the ball's in India's court. Basically, once they finally do close the innings out, what are they going to do?
Well, if England get to 387, then they continue batting, don't they?
It's another fairly unglorious shot. What's the better word? Ungainly.
Well,
flat-footed.
That doesn't begin with un. Just saying, if you're doing
indeterminate.
If you're doing alliteration.
I mean, yes, Krishna is banging the ball into the deck slightly, and it's not really coming through.
Well, the ball will be a bit soft now. It's because it's taken some punishment.
This isn't soft. This is nothing compared to the Kookaburra ball.
The Kookaburras go soft very quickly.
Yeah. That's a better shot. He's leant back on that and played a proper cricket shot. He's head over the ball. He's guided it to Jadeja, a point on the boundary. And all that hard work and wafting for the previous 4 balls has just allowed him a single on this one.
Annie.
That's me, isn't it?
That is.
God, I was just on a message that I've now lost.
Let it go.
People want to talk to you, Annie. Then.
All right, Seahawk says that was close. Come on, Smith. Thank you so much for this commentary stream. I'm loving all your banter and knowledge. But that was the team before us. But apart from Hendo, obviously it was there. So thank you. Lockie says, only here will you get a Gower-Anderson batting comparison.
Classy left-handers.
Classy left-handers,
Classy
yeah.
left-handers,
I
yeah.
personally, I think that Jimmy Anderson's reverse sweep might have just edged David Gower's on the basis I don't remember David Gower playing one.
No, he just edged to slip
He edged
directly.
to slip. Yes, that's true. That's why I find it strange that he didn't get a duck.
Yeah.
Yes, you get
Lucky
one.
says, don't
out.
ask Gower about the solar panels.
Is that in the 1993 one where Dickie Bird at Manchester was shouting at people that to shut the door because there was.
Yes.
Oh, because it was shining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was hoping
you're not missing any
you'd say
play because they're taking an interminable time between the over as usual, and hopefully this new regulation will cut out a bit of this. Eddie Reddy's coming in now. That's wide and floaty and swished to the depressed, slightly extra cover, and there is no run by Smith.
Depressed,
as in pushed further back. Dejaja looks at the
mean
ball.
a number of things, can't it?
And they're going to have another go with changing the ball. Gill's looking at it and thinking, really?
How many
Really? Is it
times?
still in shape?
It's when you start getting the string hanging off and the split in the leather.
Well, that doesn't happen very often because they then get the scissors out and cut it off and trim it. Anyway, here comes Reddy. And a kind of no-pace ball is sort of chopped between the stumps by Smith, who gets away with another lack of confidence at the moment. They all seem to be.
Somebody's replaced Smith and Brooke over lunch. Will the real Smith and Brooke come out? Because they look very different.
All their blood has gone to their stomachs, I think, and none in their brain, because they're fairly lethargic. They're not moving around.
You know, I always found that if I ate at lunchtime, generally speaking, that I'd get a little bit sleepy in the afternoon.
Do you not eat at lunchtime?
Well, I'll eat a sandwich, but I meant if I had a main meal at lunchtime,
Oh, right.
I was a bit sleepy. Especially when I was at work.
I mean, this is a danger period for England at the moment. And there comes an in-swinger. That's a good in-swinger by Reddy. Well dug out by Smith, who just dots it into the leg side through mid-wicket, off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, we're 55 overs in, and the ball's been clattered to all parts.
Yeah, so it must be a bit damaged.
So it will be a bit damaged. It will be a bit soft by now, you would think.
Yeah, hence all the Indian bequest to change the ball because it's not doing anything at the moment. Although that one tailed in a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And he got, I think, the first ball where that was edged by Smith did just swing
Tail
a
away,
little bit late on. Yeah.
Anyway, Smith ready for the ball.
Brooke, rather.
Sorry, Brooke, and that's driven nicely down to mid-on. Who's that? That is the mid-on fielder.
That's Akashdeep.
Akashdeep.
He's got a cap on, he's got sunglasses, and he's got his jumper on, so you can't see who he is.
And he's got the he's got the ubiquitous beard.
And what I would say is that it seems to be a proper sleeveless sweater. It looks
I know, isn't it
cable-knit.
nice?
Cable knit, yes. Roger would be very happy with that.
I didn't like what England did with their most.
Well, with the half and half,
No,
it was horrible.
Yeah, horrible, definitely.
Wide and flashed away by Brooke. Siraj does another piece of great fielding on the boundary, gets the ball in and out of his hands very quickly to prevent the two. And Smith has to make a sharp U-turn and return to his crease.
Suspect running.
It wasn't great. I think there's an air of casualness about England in the last half an hour, and I guess when you've scored 100 before lunch and you've just hit your 9th Test century in 27 matches, and you're batting on a shirt front, you tend to feel, well,
I can do whatever I want.
Do you know that feeling, Hendo?
No, I've never had 9 centuries. Full and driven into the offside, but again can't pierce the ring of fielders, and that's the end of the 56th over. England are 289 for 5. Smith remains unmoved on 130. Brooks on 103. They've put on nearly 200 now. In fact, possibly over 200 now.
It is over 200 now, yeah. The 200 came up off 196 balls, was it? I think it was, just a few minutes ago.
I have some messages.
Yep, go ahead.
Farong says, the other tangent, Dravid made his first golden duck in his 286th innings. Gower next best 204 innings before being a golden boy. And Eric J says, didn't Gower hit a 6 off his first ball in Test cricket?
4, but
yeah, I thought it was a 4.
Driven into the offside. They take a single this time off the first ball from Krishna. Brooke moves to 104 and Smith comes on to strike.
I'm just wondering whether...
and it was hooked for 4, I think, off Liaquat Ali against Pakistan.
I think part of this sort of looseness from England may be related to the fact that India have gone more defensive, and they've got so used to hitting boundaries that when they strike those balls and they only get a single for them, they're getting a bit fed up.
Yeah, it's called pressure, isn't it?
It is a bit. Oh.
Another ball from Smith, to Smith, sorry, which seems back in very slightly. Smith tries to play a back foot punch, but ball beats the inside edge.
You see, that to me may be where I worry about Smith a little bit. It could just be that
waiting to happen.
He just sort of he loses control of the bat a little bit. The bottom hand comes off. It may be that it's just going through a bit lower than he's expecting.
So stoutly defended off the back foot by Smith. He's perhaps learnt from the previous ball and is not playing with quite so much attack outside off stump. That ball was closer into the stumps, therefore affording a little bit more respect to Krishna.
I think sometimes these things are very subjective. You look at... I was watching yesterday when I wasn't in here, and I think at one point Shubman Gill came down the wicket to Bashir.
Yeah, he did.
And I'll tell you more in a minute.
Full defended by Smith into the offside. Hopefully his period of slight brain fade after lunch is now clearing.
And I thought to myself, he's not got to the pitch of the ball, and it looked to me as if he mistimed it over the top of mid-off. And I think actually it went for 6 because we've got these fairly short boundaries. And I thought, I'm not sure about that. Then Kumar Sangakkara on commentary said, wonderful shot.
And again, full and a flowing drive by Smith, but can't beat the short point. I get the feeling that neither Krishna nor Reddy are actually putting too much effort into their deliveries. They're taking the pace off, and therefore England are, and with a defensive field, England finding it hard to pierce it and get extra value for their shots.
Yeah, and there might be a definite case of that.
When you've romped along like they did this morning, then it's going to be... You just want more of the same, don't you?
Good ball outside off stump by Krishna for the penultimate ball. In fact, the end of the over. And that's gone through to the keeper. And that's 57 overs gone. England got a single off that over. 290 for 5. Annie.
Ben McCormick says one of these two is going to give away their wicket in a minute.
That is the worry.
Essex Red says these two need to calm down and bat long.
Yep.
George McPherson from 88 for 5 to 284 for 5 shows how much these two want to help England avoid the follow-on.
Is that George McPherson saying something
positive,
remotely positive?
It's all right. He's going to say something else in a minute. Victor Pearson says Gower was a wafter.
Yeah,
but I'd like to have been a wafter like that, though.
I would have said something that started with W and ended R as well, but not necessarily that.
Really?
Oh.
Worker.
No.
A worker? He wasn't a worker. He was
a
more than
worker.
That. He was much more than a worker.
He was the least worker.
Yeah, he was the shirker, in a sense.
He was a time moth.
He didn't want to get into the nets, did he?
No. Anyway, here comes Reddy. That's full and wide and smashed to that deep extra cover for no single.
The depressed extra cover.
Yep.
He looks quite happy for a depressed extra cover. But yeah, that would probably gone for 4 because they've got now. They pushed him back, so he's got more time to see it. Yeah, and when you don't get that, you don't get the 4 for that shot, then you try to manufacture things, don't you?
Anyway, swinging away. That's nicely hit. That's down to. There's no man at long off. That's gone all the way along the floor for 4. Finally, a shot to the boundary.
Wow, that was a good shot, though.
Just 4.
Just 4 it was, but he absolutely blasted it.
Yeah.
No one was going to get in the way of that.
Again, not that much footwork, a little bit of movement forward, but it was not towards the ball. The only thing that went towards the ball was the bat in the hands.
And you can get away with that on pitches like this. But if it's swinging a lot, and if it's doing things off the pitch, then you can get into trouble. In fact, that does swing a little bit, but it's...
Yeah, there's been more swing in this last 20 minutes or so than I think you can see. I mean, that's shorter and more at the stumps, and that's clipped into the leg side. And Brook takes the agreed single to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah. But those tweeters who just mentioned about one of these is going to give it away, and you just get that feeling. Also, because Brook in particular has had quite a bit of fortune. He was dropped, very difficult catch to Shubman, was it, before lunch off...
the cut, yes, very definitely. The one that scored him in the middle of the face.
Took him in the forehead or whatever.
Ready, over the wicket. Good ball, good length. Defended off the back foot by Smith. There is no run. But at the bottom of his bat, see what's wrong with it. I can't time it off the bottom of my bat. Well, you need to get an Indian bat if you want to time it off the bottom of the bat.
I mean, the other thing is, from an England perspective, you can't see this partnership necessarily going on that long, but, they put themselves back into a very outside position of possibly winning this game.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it?
Here comes the in-swinging again from Reddy. That's nicely played by Smith, fairly compactly under his eyes, back up to mid, off.
I think this is the thing about England. You're never sure what England you're going to get.
From one over to the next, almost.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's what makes it exciting.
The only
more than anything else.
Here's a common ball for you. The only thing that's consistent about them is their inconsistency.
But to be honest, I mean, in terms of the wickets that England have lost,
Reddy on the legs and
didn't time it, did he?
No, and pushed away to deep mid-wicket. They will get 2 for it. And that completes the 58th over.
What was that? What was I saying? I've forgotten already.
I have to.
Oh, right. That was that interesting. Okay, carry on, Annie. Back with you.
I can't remember what you were saying. There's something. Oh dear.
If you can stop laughing before the next over starts.
There's only got 60 seconds.
We'll have some tweets from you.
Right, yes, okay. George McPherson says Stokes being his usual inconsistent self. Need to drop him as captain. Would help for him.
Gosh.
Come on, George. That was George's response to being called positive, wasn't it?
That's just trolling us.
Yeah.
Messi totally disagrees with him. And Eric says George just being George.
George is George. I'm absolutely convinced George is one of our regulars from way back who has
taken a different nom de plume.
Taken on the nom de plume, indeed.
It is now George. Fluffy says no acrylic fibres, polyester. Why? Polyester shirts stink, literally.
And they're hot.
Yeah. Lockie says flax underpants are the go.
What?
Flax or thwax underpants?
Also,
that'd be a great name for underpants. We need thwax underpants.
Fluffy says should wear tweed like Jessup did. And he says England really need to get their casual kit attire sorted out.
Well, I should imagine tweed would have given you a very nice shine on the ball with all those extra things to rough the ball up with.
Change your bowling.
And it's going to be Akash Deep returning. First ball is full and angled in and driven by Brook to mid-off.
And I'm pleased to say we do have one for him.
I Sir Akash Deep, but no one will leave me.
He may have taken 2 for 59, but they went at quite a rate in his previous spells. 11 overs, 2 for 59.
But he did get nearly get a hat trick.
He did. Anyway, wide of the wicket coming in, and that's off the outside edge. on the drive, aerial for a short moment, and the short point almost carried to him.
Yeah, my senior citizen brain has clicked back into action. And
Oh, you can remember.
I can remember now. I was talking about the shots that England batsmen played, and to be honest, who's been got out by a really good ball? Possibly only Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Arguably Duckett, but otherwise they've given it away slightly.
Deep in again. That's the in swinger. That's too much on the leg stump. That's flicked around the corner, or did he actually just leg by it down there? A single's been taken.
I think it was a leg by. It was a shout. I mean, it's the first appeal we've had in a long time, but I think it was, as you said, doing. Well, the angle was going to take it down.
Well, it's angled in to start with. I think it's also swinging slightly down as well.
Oh no, big inside edge.
Yeah. Definitely hit the bat.
Should have been given to Brooke as a single. We'll see in a minute if it finally has been and has been rectified. It has.
Deep, attacking the stumps, just punched neatly down the ground by Smith. Can't beat the man at mid-on, running around. England about to break 300. Just 80 odd to go to put the ball in India's court.
Well, does that put the ball in India's court? I'm not sure it does. Why do you think it does?
Well, it forces them to decide what they want to do. Whether they want to bat England out the game, which is probably the most preferred choice.
If they back a second time?
Yeah. It's defended by Smith, but then.
Well, I suppose they would go out there and you know, the likes of Giles would
say,
this wicket,
let's go and get a quick 85. No, get 160, make them chase 350 on the last day.
I don't think they'd be happy with 350. I think they would. I don't think they would stop short about 460, 480 on the last day on this pitch, and watching what England can do. Unless there's deterioration.
A better length by Deep. That's just rising, defended off the back foot by Smith into the point area.
Annie, I just wanted to ask you a question. I mean, talking about the Kookaburra ball in domestic cricket being used in this latest round of championship matches, which you're obviously not impressed with, and we've seen loads and loads of runs scored. Now we're using presumably a Duke ball in this game, but still lots and lots of runs are being scored. Is it so much the Kookaburra ball, or is it a combination of Kookaburra ball and a very, very dry summer?
Yeah, it will be partly that. It's just that the difference is markedly, it's just huge at the moment. And you're seeing the only other time we've had lots of double hundreds and centuries, we've had so many in the last round, was at the beginning of the season last season when just kept getting loads and loads of double centuries, and that was when the Kookaburra ball was used then.
Ready in again, and that's slapped very nicely through point off the back foot by Brooke.
And it does go very soft very quickly. I know a lot of the bowlers are having a lot of moaning about it. Vic on the live stream at Somerset had the actual match ball, and he was faffing about with it, saying it's just completely different feel.
You've got about 15 overs, I think, before the ball is basically a piece of mush. But,
and it's really difficult. But there's been some really, really obviously dry weather, and that makes a difference too.
And we're getting to the slightly silly part of the day when people are parading around in the hollies. The Flintstones are up in force.
What do you mean getting? I think also the other thing is that sort of is why we shouldn't be playing it in the summer months. We have 4 rounds of the championship when you're actually supposed to play long form cricket, and we're having this trial of Kookaburra ball. If you put it at the beginning of the season or the end of the season, there's still lots. There's other conditions, and
by using the Kookaburra ball at this time of the year,
I'll come back to that in a minute. As Reddy bowls, and the ball is defended into the cover area, no run. I think this is more meant to be replicative of conditions overseas that they will expect to see a kookaburra in.
So this is a test of the bowlers as opposed to the batsmen, yes?
Well, it's a test of both, but it's actually probably more effort for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I think they're trying to. Some people argue that it's good to play the kookaburra ball because you're really testing your bowlers. But what are you testing them for? Essentially, every 4 years we play the Ashes.
Oh, Fuller, and that's almost a full toss. Is missed by Smith as he tries to swish it to the leg side.
In Australia, so it seems like a lot of disruption just for something that you play once every 4 years.
Also, though, looking at this round of matches, how many bowlers would be expected to be pushing their way into that Ashes squad?
No, none. Practically hardly any of them, and that's the other thing. I mean, most of them are playing at the moment, a Test match with the Dukes ball.
Yes.
Short, muddled into the leg side, but not timed by Smith. Down to deep mid wicket, and they amble a single.
Yeah.
That's England's 305 after nearly 60 overs, one more to go.
The other thing that I was doing a podcast last night with Harry Everett, who has done great, and we were saying he had loads of statistics. I haven't got them to hand about how different the bowling and the batting figures are, and he was saying it just skews the statistics. It's so important to so many people. He said it should have an asterisk with kookaburra ball.
And just dropped into the leg side by Brooke at the end of the over. They take a single, and that completes 60 overs. Brooke moves to 112, and Smith is on 133. Annie.
Neymar Butlin says, hello Annie and all, checking in from Vancouver, lovely weather. Every Uber driver here is an India fan. I think I'll walk around this city instead.
Well, it does have a quite large diaspora out there.
Stephen Kelt's asking whether he should drink a second beer. Frank Rockfeller, the follow-on is overrated, it entirely depends on the weather.
Oh, I think you're right, but I think if you bowl a team out for 120 when you've got 580 on the board, I think you
kind of have to.
Probably have to put them back in again because you're not going to be tired, are you, as bowlers?
No.
It looks like we're going to get a change of ball because it's not going through the handcuffs.
It's finally managed to bend it out of shape
enough. Finally, they're going to get what they want. Lockie says in the West Indies they're playing with a double lacquered Duke ball.
And
well, there you are.
And surprise, surprise, West Indies have taken 10 wickets 3 times against Australia.
Yeah, but then they've not really.
The problem is they can't bat as well.
They can't bat. I think that's basically it. They can't bat.
But what's more, it's really difficult, isn't it, to get the right balance? But
it is. I mean, whatever you do, it favours one or the other. I mean, I was listening to a discussion the other day, I think, about covered and uncovered pitches, and if you actually think that Test matches weren't covered until the
1960s, I think.
Late 60s. How good a batsman must you have had to be when if you're making comparisons between eras? How much of a batsman must you have been?
Well, it brought
the skills you must have had to have.
You had a tiny bat as well.
You had a tiny bat. You had a tiny bat. You had gloves that just had little spikes on the back.
Sometimes the ball spitting off a length.
Sometimes they didn't even have a palm in your gloves.
Kids today, they won't believe it.
I know, exactly. Cricketers today, batsmen today.
Yeah.
So
but you're absolutely right. It's a bit like Harry saying there should be an asterisk for kookaburra balls. There should be an asterisk for played in so and so.
Yeah.
Well, all statistics are subjective to some point.
Oh yeah.
Well, they are, but there's
always a context in which to interpret them by.
And I don't mind stats as long as you understand that there is a context, and also that
stats are massively important. They are massively important.
Well, they're massively important, and they're interesting up to a point.
Yes.
And they can provide some insights. But I think there are too many insights being drawn that aren't really
data driven.
Don't stand up really to
and
the
there's
context.
too many. There's too much. Like Jason was saying, it's too different.
And this is why I don't really want to get into arguments ever. I know people think it's
a
lot of people. No, people love. Seemingly, people love, and I think it's maybe it's not people.
Best ever arguments.
Well, yeah, best ever. I just don't think you can compare eras. There are too many variables.
We've got Messi on with us. What are we due a change?
We are due a change.
Yeah, it's you, Andy, me, and Tony.
Okay.
So we'll leave you with that interesting
you two have
snippet.
to bugger off, and Tony will come in.
Okay, well, I'll just play a jingle to tell you how you can help Guerrilla Cricket. Because it's drinks. That's not the one. You can help it.
No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
You can help us with the super chat, but otherwise, you can become a patron.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your... Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
They've left us in charge of the shop, Tony and Andy. I know, it's going to be fun, isn't it?
But
should be good.
Who's doing the socials? Is it you
I'll
or
do
me?
the socials.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You can find your way. I've left
Yeah,
you
yeah,
lost.
yeah.
We've manoeuvred you
it's all right.
sideways, Annie. It's a sideways promotion for you.
Yes, there's heaps of stuff there to pick on.
Well, I'll tell you
We've
what.
been talking.
Moggs
We've been
says-
talking about it, the Kookaburra
Yeah.
ball a lot. Yeah.
Mog says to Hendo, win this game. Stay there the fuck on there, Hendo.
Yeah, well, the first target surely
He
is
sounded
the...
almost positive.
what do they need? 89 to get past the follow-on? That's clearly the first target, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that...
Yes. Jay Grover says he just checked the feed and thought the palm tree was Annie's hair. Looked 80s back comb-tastic.
Yes. Look at it.
Frank Rockefeller says Red Cherry Duke, nice piece of art for a bookshelf. Dipped in daiquiri, says Fluffy. I'll advocate for a cherry, says Fluffy. Jamie Smith earning his stripes and eternal thanks for all Englishmen, says Frank. We need a sticky dog, says Victor Pearson. Are they getting double lacquered in the Holly stand, says Neymar Button. I think there's very good chance of that.
Oh, we've been certainly seeing plenty of the Flintstones on the move.
But we're
haven't we?
not seeing plenty of sticky dogs, are we?
No. Sticky Dogs
no.
and what's the second type of the... Sticky Dogs and Stardust, is it the book?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Thought
right.
it was. Right, Akash Deep's going to be back into the attack. These two
There's a
have made this
second
game
edition of that just been released. Well, a new
I've
set.
read it.
It's good.
Yeah, it is good. It's very good. They're both excellent. It's
We've got
fascinating stories.
2 slips, a gully, deep backward square, cover mid-off, mid-on. As Akash Deep, 2 wickets for him, of course, so far, and that's speared down leg. Fairly ugly ball, it must be said. And Harry Brook was able to let it past, and there was no run. The 300s up for England, 301 for 5, so they trailed by 286, so 86 is what they need.
Thoughts on how they've batted these two since lunch?
It's been very different in character,
hasn't it?
I think, to the way they went up to lunch, as we all rather confused ourselves. Smith, we saw, is the first Englishman to score 100 with no runs on the board before lunch. And that one is left alone outside of the off stump by Brook, quite watchfully. No.
Yeah, one of those brilliant stats that didn't quite come to pass.
Well, we did. We all got rather tangled up in blue over it, didn't we?
Yeah. They got 52 and 13 overs in the hour after lunch.
Yeah, and they look, before lunch, they look so composed, so in control, and they've just wafted quite a bit at the balls of this.
Well, but I think there has been a ploy by India.
Ploy to bowl slower?
Bowl slower, take the pace off a little bit, frustrate 2 batsmen who are well set and
very sensibly.
attacking by inclination. That's nicely worked, wristily away
by Brook down to deep mid wicket, just takes a single. I mean, just so we are absolutely clear on this stat that was getting us all tangled up.
He says, peering over his glasses.
Yeah, peering over my glasses, yes. Hello. Victor Trumper is in the list of, it was him, 103 he made, 1902. G. McCartney for Australia versus England against Leeds. Don Bradman got 105, Majid Khan 108, David Warner 100, and Shikhar Dhawan 104. So
you missed a ball there.
Oh, and I missed a ball. Nothing happened, I don't think.
You were doing your Mr. Magoo act.
Oh, Waldo.
Nothing happened, it just went through to the keeper.
Yes, that's right. The wonderfully voiced Mr. Magoo by Jim Backus. magnificent voiceover artist.
So, are you seeing any of the test matches, Tony? Are you going along to any?
Not at the moment. Over the wicket comes Akash Deep, and that's a bit of a wafty one from Smith outside of off stump as well. Did that go between bat and pad? Did he sort of manage to stretch across it? Or did it go past his outside edge? Yes, I thought he did. No, I toyed with it. I'm still interested in potentially doing it. I haven't used my ECB pass to request permission. But
are you what your international?
Yeah, well, I can use, but you have to. Although you have an ECB pass, you still have to then request.
Yeah, I haven't done that
separately
either.
The chance to do that.
I think the
you with your ECB passes, you bastards!
Pushed and a sharp run too. It was nudged, really, no more than a nudge to mid on, and they came through like a pair of express trains. So they are keen on taking those ones and twos if the boundaries aren't flowing.
Pair of express trains, is that a thing?
Well, it can be. You don't normally want them running towards each other, but in the most perfect of scenarios. That's close to a no ball as well from Akash Deep, but I think he's got away with it. Oh no, he hasn't got away with it. Or it wasn't signalled.
No, it was signalled.
Oh, it was. Then it was a no ball. We do have.
We're good at this, aren't we?
Right.
No, I got a question for both of you.
Well, first of all, here comes Akash.
Wait.
That's dabbed out towards cover. There was no run. What's the question?
Well, the last time I looked at Guerrilla Cricket's ideology, the ECB was the enemy, and all of a sudden you're cozying up to them with your nice little ECB passes so you can get seats to the cricket. I don't know what's going on here.
The ECB hasn't been an enemy to me since Tom Harrison and Colin Graves left.
What about the 100 stuff?
No, well, the two Richards did not. They inherited it. They did not start it.
Dickies 1 and 2.
And they would not have started it, not a chance. But you have to take on what you got. That was too far.
But you see, you're working on the basis of logic. We are, I thought,
I don't ever work on the basis
the establishment.
Ready in, driven. Driven though straight to that very well guarded ring of offside fielders, and it's fielded at extra cover. There is no run. No, I think it's you could describe it as a mutual being just a bit closer. I mean, there was a time when I don't think they would have, press passes for Guerrilla Cricket would not have been possible. Now I think there's a recognition. We have a very strong website. Our coverage is excellent on that. Our written coverage is superb. That one's cut by Smith. Our broadcasts are taking English cricket to places English cricket is otherwise hard to find. And we're hence finding a fabulous audience.
The ECB, the current regime are, yes, I mean, people feel that they've let them down a lot, but to me, Richard Gould, particularly the chief exec, has been nothing but polite, answering all my questions. He even came to my book launch.
Ready in, nicely driven. Oh, it bisected extra cover and mid off and has gone all the way, threaded through the eye of a pretty small needle. But nonetheless, it's gone for one of these.
2 + 2 is on my mind. 2 + 2 is on my mind.
And that really was a quite delightful
Yeah.
shot. I mean, textbook in every way, but the amount of space between those two fielders was minimal.
Yeah, both these batters play
I think it was
that
Nitish-
shot so well.
It was Kumar already, was it, who tried to... Oh, no, he's bowling. Pulled, heaved away, really. It's going to be 4 more out through mid-wicket. That was
Found
much
his
more
mojo, hasn't he?
muscly. He has got his mojo working, to quote the great McKinley Morganfield, a.k.a. Muddy Waters, and it's gone for 4 runs. Two such different shots, though. One was a absolutely glorious, sweet cover drive all the way along the deck, threading between cover and mid-off. And that one was meatily muscled away through mid-wicket. This one is driven beautifully again, this time a little bit straighter, and thus straight to the fielder. Who is that in this instance? Not quite sure who that is.
No.
Don't think it's Shubbers, is it? No.
No,
it is Shubbers. It's Shubbers. Yes, it is. It's Shubbers. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Well, he's the
He
man.
looks different without his helmet on.
He does look... I'll tell you who looks different with and without his helmet on. And that is Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith, who looks about 9 years old when he doesn't have his helmet on. And that one's defended, though, by Harry Brook on this occasion. Stick a cricket helmet on him, and he ages him to about 30-odd. Take his helmet off, back to being 9. It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Brown in Brisbane says in April the Kookaburra ball was getting too many wickets. Now we're complaining about too many runs.
Yep. Can't do it, just don't do it.
Yeah. Ombre Nuevo says, we're in the Hollies today, and at the start, India were massively musically vocal, not just chants. It was fun. Hopefully they'll counter us with more music soon.
It's 213 for 5, by the way, as Messrs gives you these messages.
Make India stay out there and do all the work. Bat for another day, says Frank Rockefeller. Pirate Badgel says, Annie and Tony, counter-revolutionaries. Yeah, I mean, we're anti-establishment. Even if the establishment is good, we're still anti it, aren't we?
2 slips go down.
Too right.
Push to mid-on. No, a run. What I would like to know from Ombre Nuevo is he dressed as Fred Flintstone?
Yeah.
He's not. He sent me a photo of himself.
I rather doubt that he is.
Is he dressed as anything?
He's a charming
he
chap.
is. He's dressed in rather a neat trilby hat with a white shirt and a sort of grey-blue cardigan. And
So
he's
like
with
a cricketer,
his lovely wife.
a cricket-going person.
A
then.
cardigan on a day like today?
Well, this was on his way to Edgbaston, and he sent me a photo.
Akashdeep, over the
drinking
wicket.
some Brewdog Punk.
2 slips go down, and it's defensively pushed in towards the offside, goes towards short cover, and there is no run. 313 for 5. 274 is that deficit, so 74 is that follow-on target. I had a little look at lunchtime. Not easy to say. I think in the championship this year, Annie, when you'll already know this because I know you carry these stats around in your head all the time.
Yeah, God, yeah.
The average first innings score was 417. That's pulled away magnificently by Smith. There it was. That was the medium mid-wicket pull, and it has gone all the way there for 4 runs, and these two are picking up the pace again. Just short. It was a horrible ball, to be honest, and gave Smith ample time to just climb in to that mid-wicket.
No
drive.
danger there.
No. Gets a fist bump from Harry Brook. Yeah, 417, but there were some very big scores. So clearly Edgbaston has been full of runs. 528 made by Sussex.
Yeah,
and then Warwickshire in reply, 454. That was full. That was beautifully worked off his legs. There will be a man at mid-wicket. I don't think they'll come back for 2. No, they won't. They'll just take a single. Although, straight after that 524, which Warwickshire answered with 454, Warwickshire were all out for 96 against Notts.
Probably using the same pitch for the 14th time or something.
Well, may well be.
They've been doing a lot of using the same pitch.
Now, when Moneybag Surrey came to town, they got absolutely put to the sword by Warwickshire, who scored 665 for 5 declared.
Yep.
Where Surrey replied with, that one's nicely worked away again, down to deep backward square this time by Brook. Prassi Krishna does the fielding, and they should have taken a single. Ben Folkes, I think, made a few runs. I'm not quite sure who else made the runs. I wrote it down somewhere, but I've lost it.
Well, that's not very helpful.
No. Definitely not very helpful at all when I'd carefully written it somewhere on my notes.
Well, as
hang on,
Frank
it was
Rockefeller says,
Tom Latham.
Statistics prove nothing other than that they can be quite useful.
Tom Latham made 184, Ed Barnard 177, and Zen, beautifully named Zen Malik, 105. Oh, that is worth a shout. Jags back in to Smith.
Too high, I think.
Too high. I don't think it was going down leg. No one seems that interested.
Yeah, there may be an inside edge.
It was 319 for 5. 63 overs are complete. And as Messrs quite rightly said, possibly an inside edge. I'll just finish giving you those. Hampshire made 300. And Somerset, this is the one you will know, made 498. Now, I think I'm right in saying it was that 300 and the 498 that were made with Kookaburras, because they would have been the last 2 rounds. But interestingly, of 5 games, 4 of them have ended in draws. So that does suggest
it's partly pitch, isn't it?
It's a fairly benign surface, shall we say?
I mean, it wouldn't matter. This is the Duke's ball on this surface. It's clearly draw territory, isn't it?
People have been saying, lots of people have been talking about the Edgbaston.
Well, we're going to have a change of bowling. It's the twinkly, bearded Mohammed Siraj, who's been destroyer-in-chief, really. He's got 3 of the 5 wickets to fall. And really the first 2 as well. 2 in 2, of course. In he comes to Harry Brook, who guides this to backward point, and they take a single. The other thing, as I know, something's making Messrs chortle.
I've got to share it with you. Stephen Kelkin says, why are the grown-ups arguing about electronic circuit boards? Are they really so controversial?
Are we? What did I miss?
ECB.
Oh, right. I love it.
Are we the grown-ups? I like that. I've never been called the grown-up.
Only in other people's minds.
It's a bit like when you see headlines of the ICC has recommended this and that. You go, what's that got to do with them? And because there's also the court of the International Criminal Court or something, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, Siraj over the wicket. Waited for, didn't really come onto the bat that quickly. Smith was a little bit through the shot, a little bit early, but he still manages to steer it to, I think that's Jaiswal, who's now been banished to deep backward point, because wherever they put him, he seems to find ways to misfield it or drop it. His fielding, I think it's fair to say, Annie, is not up to the level of his batting. Would you say that's fair?
I think you could say that.
Yes.
I don't think that would be controversial in any way, Tony.
But there's the other thing about the Kookaburra debate, which I will wait for Siraj, who's they've had to replace a piece of turf which I think is covering a water sprinkler several times, but he's now ready. He's over the wicket, it's full, and it's so nearly played on by Harry Brook. He knew literally nothing about it. He was looking to drive
like
into the offside.
that ball yesterday, isn't it?
It was. It nearly. Only this time he didn't attempt to fall backwards and nearly tumble onto his stumps in the process. We'll have another look for you here. It's quite a wristy delivery. Yeah, he plays it onto right back. It ends up bouncing behind his back leg and over leg stump when he was looking to off drive. Back to the Kookaburra point.
Yep.
The Kookaburra ball is designed to be effective on hard wickets.
Yes.
Now it doesn't get those wickets over here. That one is nicely driven, but misfielded at cover. And did they take a single? I think they did. Yes, they did. It was Gill himself. He's got a bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Like he's got slightly, Teflon-y hands in the field.
Right.
322 for 5.
See what Rob Key said.
But yes, so so you have a ball designed for one surface being used on a completely, by and large, different type of surface.
Well, yes, and
That's
I mean,
steered to third, down towards thirds man, easy single for Smith. Brings up his 150, which
And very
is
well
not a
played
bad-
indeed.
Very good knock indeed. Now I think we have a 150 jingle. We do. Here it is.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Well, yes, a fine 150. His partner Harry Brook has been slightly the junior partner, really. That's full and driven though by Brook, but straight to mid-on. There is no run. This partnership is extraordinary. Right, Annie, you were trying to say something. So
Yeah, no, just quickly, because I know Messi needs to get some message. So I asked Rob Key about this, why he's using the Kookaburra ball, and he was saying basically whatever you reward grows, and county cricket's been rewarded by medium pace bowlers for a long time, and he wanted to watch quick bowlers and spinners and skillful swing bowlers. And he thinks that games that are over in 2.5 days are pointless. So that's part of his thinking. The best cricketers come from the better, flatter wickets and try out different balls. And I get kind of what he's saying.
I do. I've got a point of view on that as well as Akash Deep is in. He's half an appeal.
Half appeal, yeah.
And I think that might be leg buys. Yep, signalled by the.
I think Messi should get some messages in.
Stephen Kelk says, remember, Tony's terribly bingoist. Should we be surprised if he's also embracing the ECB, which of course is the English Council of Bingo, as well as the European Currency Board, actually.
Oh, yes.
And we have a super chat.
Far away. Oh, you want me to jingle it?
If
I
you could.
Absolutely. I'll use the super short one.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Frank Rockefeller has sent us 10 lovely US dollars, saying
Frank.
Jamie Smith should march on to 200 before the next new ball.
Akash Deep in.
Thank you,
Cut
Frank.
by Harry Brook. Cut down to deep backward point.
I wonder if he
Fielded
will.
by, I believe that's Jadeja. And they take a single.
He may well, because he started to fire again on all cylinders.
Which means this partnership now is what, 242? I mean, that's some effort from where England were. Okay, the early shine went off the ball. You do wonder, had England started their innings rather than the fag end of day 2 when they'd been in the field for the best part of 2 days, whether things might have been different. Again, Smith, a bit like Brook, he's leaning forward into this, bat and pad not quite together, and wasn't quite
He's
as
been watching
extreme.
Crawley, hasn't he?
Yeah, there was a bit of a lack of foot movement there. Let's be fair on the lad, though. He has just got himself to 150 off 146 balls. It would be churlish to start overly criticising him, I think. Wouldn't stop
We
Hendo,
could
mind
not
you.
be churlish.
No, that's Hendo's role.
That's Hendo's department. Look, I know he's on 150, but to be honest, that was such a terrible shot.
Umbrella Weber lets us know that it was
Akash
chilly
deep
this
in.
morning.
Oh, that was interesting, and it was forces Smith slightly backward. Kept a bit low too. Did you think that kept low, Annie?
Yeah, definitely.
3-2-5 for 5.
There's a few dodgy bounces going on, very occasionally. Yeah, sorry, Messi.
Umbrella Weber's her clothes. He says it was chilly this morning. I have a bear's top on under now, sweating and baking all the bits off.
Did he say he had the bear's top on?
Too much information.
The bear's
Yes.
top. Is he what? He's wearing one of the bear's tops.
A bear's top.
Oh, a bear's top.
So presumably it's a bear.
Oh, right, I'm with you. Okay, sure. Does he mean the? Isn't that? I tell you, that's
The
just
Warwick
dabbed.
shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I'm with you. Dab towards. Point. No run.
Not a bear suit.
No, I've got.
No.
I've got it.
Because that would be
I
hot.
presume. Yeah.
325 for 5. 150 just brought up by Jamie Smith. Harry Brook, was that his 9th century? Was it something ridiculous in
Yeah.
27 tests? It's quite extraordinary.
It's not bad, is it? I mean,
No,
he's been a revelation since he's started.
But had England bowled better, I suppose life's full of ifs and buts, isn't it?
And cricket is.
And that is steered straight to cover, no run. Yes, but I do think England's bowling suffered. I'm sure Wokes was being managed very carefully. I think Stokes was being managed very carefully. Neither looked 100% fully fit, and Carse definitely has something that he was hobbling quite noticeably, and I think it's an issue. He had issues with his toes, didn't he?
We do that with bowlers, though. We break them.
Well, we do.
Banana Brooks says, having asked for 150 from Smith and Brook earlier, would it be ingracious to ask for a few more, please?
Well, I think the whole point about this, why this game is so beautifully balanced right now, is as good as these two are, 1 wicket brings Wokes and then Carse, and all of a sudden you're through England's batsmen because we've only started to bat.
They know that they've got to make this partnership
right. So
big.
A first slip and a 4th slip, neither needed because that's just defended back to Mohammad Siraj, about 84 miles an hour. That delivery.
I have bingo news for you.
Oh, more bingo news! Excellent.
Stephen Kelk tells us it's not the European Committee on Bingo, it's EU Bingo. It's the Federation of European Bingo Associations, Brussels-based umbrella group for associations representing the bingo industry. Now you have even more information that you don't need.
You've got to love bingo. Tony knows
Siraj
all about it.
Driven sweetly by Harry Brook, but as has happened a lot to him, straight to a fielder. Good-looking shot for no runs. Seems to be the case. So
he does seem to be finding the fielders quite a lot.
I'm not sure I could do bingo calling in. Well, I might be able to give it a try in French, but it would all be different rhyming, wouldn't it?
Why did you want to do it in French, though?
I mean, les deux canards sur le pont.
Because of European.
Doesn't sound the same, does it? Really?
Well, does it have to be French?
Well, Europe. I was just thinking of a European language. That one's just nicely tickled away to leg. Gets a single. If Leah's
Italian
listening,
bingo would be good.
Oh, there you just wave your arms around a lot, wouldn't you?
I just can't even get my head around the thought of French people actually playing bingo in Barracks.
He's a clickety-clickety 66. I would imagine an Italian, but I could just see an Italian bingo.
There would be a bottle of house wine on every table. That's true.
Sounds good.
They'd be excitable, I think you'd say. An Italian bingo caller would surely be rather excitable.
There'd be a punch-up.
Right, Siraj. Over the wicket he comes, defended solidly by Smith. Out towards cover, and there was no run. I mean, if Leah can give us a couple of examples of German bingo calling, that would be interesting. All the
Eric
sixes.
J says Tony's missus always wondered why Tony would shout house in the middle of the night.
So, Leah, what's anyway up 69 in German? I really think we need to be told. That's a bingo call. It is a bingo call.
It is a bingo call. I know that one.
Right, Siraj, and he comes. That's inside edgily, steered away towards mid-wicket. It's Messi, it's your mind dragging us down into the gutter.
This is entirely true.
Annie and I know what we were talking about, and it was bingo.
Absolutely, we did.
To think I was describing you as our guerrilla tribal elder this morning, and then you smuttily chortling away at innuendo jokes that would entirely
It wouldn't be
clear.
Messi without his chortle, though, would it?
Yeah, that's true. Banana Brooks asked a vital question. He says, do the Federation meet in the bingo arms?
Oh, yeah. I've been trying. I've been. Oh, no, it's more bingo wings, isn't it?
Bingo wings, yeah.
Bingo wings rather than bingo arms. But I was trying to avoid saying that, but unfortunately I've now failed. Right, Siraj, in he comes over the wicket. Worked off his legs by Harry Brook. He'll jog a single, and probably to everyone's relief, it brings the end of this over. It's 3:28 for 5. we can stop talking bingo. Clickety-click, 66. Overs have been bowled, and it's over to Messers.
Well, we're actually due for a change.
Oh, are we already? I've only just
that was
sat
very
down.
quick.
How can that happen?
I
Time
think that's,
flies when you're talking bingo.
When you're
yeah,
talking
that's
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's me off as well. So goodbye.
Annie,
Hi and bye,
a
Annie.
delight as ever. I will leave you to a new team who are much more elegant and wise
Richard,
than
Jason, and Andy. Indeed. Thank you all very much. I'll catch you after the tea break.
Cheerio, Messers. And I can confirm, well, I'm pretty sure there's no bingo in Austria. I certainly haven't come across any in the last 8 years here. It's a niche subculture if it does exist.
Summary, okay.
Well, Richard, what do you make of this so far?
Yeah, I've only been watching in the background. I enjoyed the first little bit where there were 2 quick wickets, and I thought, cat amongst the pigeons, but yeah, it's England, right? And this is what they do.
The pigeons have banished that cat far away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've...
I mean, to be honest, I've only been half watching it as well, but, you know, this pair have had their luck. They seem to be getting closer and closer to playing the ball on to an absolute cigarette paper of the stumps.
Well, especially in the last few overs, it's been very inside edgy, particularly from Smith, as the 2 bowlers.
Yeah,
they managed to find that inside edge a couple of times. Speaking of, we have a change of bowling. We've got spin now with Jadeja on. He does the fielding off his own bowling as Brook drives. There'll be no run. Or he half does the fielding, actually. Makes a big show of it and then misses the ball, really.
Well...
Mid-off tidies up.
Oh, you can't get a word in
with
Jadeja.
You can't get a word in with him, sorry.
It's not your fault, it's Jadeja.
Already. It's fired in a bit quicker. Brook goes back and he defends. And if I were to start a sentence about now, there'd be no point because he's at the top of his run. Here he comes again. Jadeja around the wicket. And it's played out into the mid-on. And it's already back in the bowler's hand. It really is sensational. I mean, I don't know if there's been any records. There's records for everything, isn't there? The fastest man to get through his overs. He would be up there.
I do know
Give this one a
actually.
bit more air, and it's leaned on by Brook, who manages to get off strike now with a single into the
something
cover
like
region.
65 seconds.
Ironically, there's no time in Jadeja's over to talk about the quickest over ever. I talk about it at the end of the over.
Oh, well, hopefully we won't have spin at both ends, because that's always a nightmare. And
that might be
he's
happening
having a little
shortly.
bit of a look here. It's changing the field, bringing another man into the covers.
Oh,
he does
he's going to
have
go for
one
a whole
slip.
2 minutes now.
And here he is again, left arm around. Oh, this is short and wide. It ought to have been punished, but it wasn't. Smith missed his cut shot and it landed up in Pant's gloves, and it's straight back into the hand of the bowler, who's got 1 left if he doesn't overstep, and he has done that in this match. Here he is now. Oh, it's a short and wide again, almost as though it's a deliberate strategy. This time Smith does get bat on ball, but Quent does the fielding, and that brings up the end of the over. 3:29 for 5. If you want to get words in, do it now.
Yeah, I think that the quickest I've heard of, I believe this is at Southgate, where there's a church next to the ground, and apparently someone bowled 6 balls in the time it took to strike.
Time what?
I'm
4,
not sure,
3?
6 I think.
Yeah.
I was just going to think 12, but maybe it might have been 12, because it could have been 12 lunchtime.
That's not bad. That's about a minute, I would have said.
Yeah.
Darazizi says, Trump plays bingo every day with assistance, of course. And the only time Leah says that I've ever been in a bingo game was when I was in the service doing my 9 months.
9 months of hard bingo.
Yeah. The BRB, says Lockie, Blue Rinse Brigade, will not let this mockery of bingo go unavenged.
That is true. Some people take it very seriously.
Yeah. But when there's money on skin in the game.
Trump does enjoy shouting, at least on social media he does. I don't think he's figured out how not to write in
we did
capital
have a
letters.
question about Trump and his tweets in the Night Watchman quiz that I went to recently.
What's the question?
Right, so Siraj is continuing at the other end, and this one's just played defensively-ish after the offside by Brook.
It was. How many exclamation marks did Trump use in tweets in 2017?
Ooh.
Oh, I was there with you for that, Jason. We were on the same team.
We were.
Let me have a guess then. 2017 he would have been tweeting quite a lot. Maybe sort of 10 tweets a day. Average of 3 exclamation marks per tweet. Puts it in the region of 10,000.
which is our argument as well. We were about 5,000 too many.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Just to mention, that was one of those silly questions for drinks. It wasn't
Sure.
part of the
No, I
official
understand.
quiz.
Yes, I understand how that works. Yeah.
So you're allowed to be way off.
Yes.
Siraj is charging in again, looking for a fourth wicket into Brook, who drives sweetly, but only finds mid-off, no run.
I remember when we were there, we had the one of those questions was how many times has Elton John played which one his most famous
Candle in
one?
the Wind?
Yeah, or Your Song, one or the other. How many times has he played that?
Performed it live.
And it was about 2,500, which I would have been
wow.
in a better position to answer a bit later after I saw YouTube videos of, how many times has each rock band played their songs. And the biggest were generally in that area, 2,000 to 3,000.
Yes, that was when I ruined the match for our team, talking to Dan Norcross for the whole of the first round when the team consisted of an Austrian and an Australian talking about current British topical knowledge, and that didn't go down well.
Well, last time we were
After a
there.
delay for the umpire to sort out his hat as the wind gets up, Siraj is in again, and there's going to be one out into the vacant space in the onside for Brook.
Yeah, last time I were there, not Fred Tippers and I were shushed for talking during one of those interminable charity pitches they do.
If you've been shushed by the actual question master, they've been highly funny.
just by some guy.
Given that he has the quietest voice known to man.
Yes, he does. He doesn't project.
Well, that last ball was quite nicely timed, right under his eyes by Smith. Actually fetched it a little bit from outside off stump to take that single. Just reminding us that he is in quite good nick on 151. This one Jags in.
Should be.
Has him in a little bit of a tangle. It was much fuller. He didn't know too much about it. It looped up somewhere into the short leg region.
Well, it's easy to say, but India have just got to stick with their best bowlers trying to bowl at the top of off stump, and to be fair, that's what I think they're trying to do with Siraj. And his hat blew off, that was it. It's a shame. His hat's blown off and he's caught it with his left hand, which is a shame because we could have got the always comedy chase after the hat blowing in the wind.
Great reaction. Well, he's got a special device, a special giant elastic band to keep his hat on now. But those, what do you call those kind of hats? The ones that
Panama?
The brim goes all the way around.
Panama, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're just terrible when the wind gets up, and we can see the flags are really a-fluttering now.
Maybe that's coming into play a little bit.
Comes in, it's quite straight and full. It's driven out to mid-on, though.
Maybe the ball is just, if there's no swing or movement off the pitch, maybe the wind's just carrying it a little bit in one direction or the other.
And maybe it is a wind thing. I mean, 67.5 overs old, the ball now. There has been a little bit more happening, I think, than earlier in the day. Whether we can call it reverse, I don't know.
Yes, the foliage is definitely moving around as we watch the Birmingham Crimson book fire the time.
Last ball of the over is defended solidly by Smith, and Siraj kicks it back to the keeper, as you do when you're heading off to do the fielding because your over's done. 68 gone, 335.
Stephen Kelk says EU bingo has Austria in its sights. And also Fluffy says Bulgarian bingo, good grief. Ferron gives us news from the other test match that's going on at the moment. West Indies are 15 for 1. That was a while ago. Eddie Hearn is signing up the top bingo player, says Lockie 6. Leah says, I do not
Premier League
intend
bingo.
to attend a bingo game again, ever.
Well, I'll say one thing. If Eddie Hearn did that, anything they ever did...
Eddie Hearn doesn't do anything unless there's money in it.
Well, just tell me about it.
Stand by, everybody, for another Jadeja over. Here he is, 2 steps and in. This one just goes on with the arm and it's defended.
Super chat.
Oh, right, okay.
Get it lined up.
I'll get it lined up. I've dealt with Eddie Hearn. He's fine. You know what you're getting.
YouTube comment.
You know what you're getting with Eddie.
Here's Jadeja once more. It's another defended ball.
Yeah, but I was going to say, in stuff like Premier League poker and Premier League darts, they always used to make sure to get one female player in. That wouldn't be a problem with bingo. In fact, it might be the opposite.
It was a huge drive attempt by Harry Brook there at Jadeja. It ends up in the hands of Slip, but I think it's bounced off something or someone, possibly the ground. We'll see a replay now.
Well, Pants gloves, I think.
No one's
Definitely not a
appealing.
wicket.
It's just gone off the top of Pants' gloves.
Yeah, Pant has just sort of had a snatch at it, and it's popped up to the Slip. I'm not sure if there was any edge on that at all anyway. And the next one is just punted out. The covers for none. Was there anything on that, folks?
No. Well, no one was even. I mean, no one was appealing for professional cricketers, which certainly implies that there definitely wasn't.
And this one's a little bit shorter. Makes Brook reach for it, but it's driven out to point for no run.
Pants gloves.
They're just keeping them quiet one way or another for the moment.
Dorothy
He's got one left.
Pants gloves, sartorial elegance. Well,
comes to Brook.
If not,
well, I'm assuming he is. I'd expect him to be. Oh, there he is. Saying things when I haven't seen them yet. It's a very watchful defensive shot by Harry Brook. The over's up. The trail, or England are trailing by 257 now.
Right, super duper chat.
We're not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Sure do.
Before the super chat, Pirate Badger says there will be no bingo played on my skiff, only dominoes, chemin de fer, and backgammon played for doubloons. And then the super chat is Lockie6 saying, giving $2 Aussie to say, please play Funky on the Dance Floor for Pirate.
I would, next time they hit a 4, I will.
And $10 gets you into the top dog position. Hurrah! Says Frank Rockefeller.
Well, 6 is the magic number in this test. Those massive 6th wicket partnerships. Everyone was going to say, I want to bat 7. Jadeja and Smith are going to say no.
Because I'd get, they're averaging shed loads at 7
yes,
at the moment. Eric J says, Steve Interesting Davis is a natural at bingo. We also had a question about Steve Davis's nickname, didn't we, at some point?
Which is interesting.
And here's another short wide one from a spinner, but it's obviously not Jadeja. It's Washington who's into the attack now. And the sweeper does the tidying up on the boundary.
But he was also the nugget, was he not?
Smith. I think it's a shame we didn't get another over from Siraj. Not sure how long that spell was, but it feels like
he was also the nugget. Yes, that was when people only knew that he was really ginger. That was before he became well known for being boring. He did write. Put his name
interesting?
Interesting. Put his name quotes to quite a funny book. The whole premise of which is how boring he is.
Who are we talking about? Sorry,
Steve Davis, snooker player.
Oh yeah. One of those sports I can't comment on.
He now mostly does radio shows about jazz funk. No, it's prog.
Another one of those musical genres I can't comment on.
Or is it prog? One or the other.
Here's Washington in over the wicket, right arm to Brook, who drives past what would have been a mid-off saving one. Mid-off is out. That's Jadeja. So there is an easy single.
It'd be fairly ironic if Steve Interesting Davis was into prog rock.
He is.
But then again, so's Jeremy Clarkson.
So's David Cameron.
Well, Washington and Gill having a look at their field here. I think it's fair to say Jadeja would have been through his over by now. Washington's only bowled 2 balls. He just brought his 50 up, by the way, with no wickets to his name. Following that single for Brook. Still looking around at the field. There is one slip. What else can we tell you?
Well, Iron Maiden have been bashing out the prog metal across the country last couple of weeks. 75,000 at Stratford last Saturday.
They were in Birmingham this week.
Yep. While you're all having your White Guilt Festival at Glastonbury.
Round the wicket to Smith, who hits it on the full, I think. Out again to Jadeja at a long off, and it's the easiest of singles.
It was a good show. I went along to the Stratford one. Great time.
Lots of Eddie.
Lots of Eddie. Well, no, he had. I think he had made 3 appearances, if I remember, in various guises. It gets more impressive every time, the animatronics.
Washington draws a defensive stroke from Brook there. There is no run, of course.
This is, for those not aware, this is a sort of 12-foot tall animatronic
skeleton.
Yes, that they have.
Well, ghoulish type
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. And he wobbles around the stage doing stuff every now and then.
Wide of the wicket, Washington again. Once again, it's blocked by Brook. What is animatronic? Let that be my new word for the day.
Is it radio controlled? That puppets that can be.
Yeah.
You see them in films a lot now.
Well,
actually, you see them less in films now. It's more CGI.
As Brook drives it down to Jadeja for a single to nick the strike. It's all very casual as the 70th over comes to an end.
I wonder what would be a more well-known example of animatronics.
Small Soldiers, the Disney film.
I remember that one. Yeah.
So does it have to be to do with entertainment or something on a stage?
Yeah.
If I had a remote-controlled hedgehog in the garden, that wouldn't count.
I think it would.
Okay. Well,
is that something you've been thinking about?
Well, I used to have a real hedgehog in my garden, and it's disappeared, and it's just gone onto the endangered list, and it's all very sad. So I guess that's why it came into my head. But no, I hadn't thought about it until just now.
Did you not put a tracker on it?
What on it?
A tracker.
Well, good luck.
Am I going to learn 2 new words in a day?
It's not like a cat. It won't sit there and let you put it on.
So funnily enough, Jadeja's also just about to bring up his 50. He's on none for 49 as he starts, I think, the 3rd over of this spell. And he is waiting, of course, for the batsman to be ready. That batsman is Harry Brook, who defends.
I've got
I've heard
other information about Steve Davis.
Quickly about having collars put on.
Not only a prog rock DJ, but also krautrock too. So
yes,
like Neuer and
Kraftwerk.
Kraftwerk is the major one.
Driven by Brook, and it has a beat in the diving cover fieldsman, so he'll get one for his efforts there.
I think it may be a bit harsh. 2 guys on 150 and 120, but it might have been 2 there. But they've been out there a little while.
Yeah, batting and running, of course. Looks a lot easier than it is.
Probably fairly warm out there as well.
Yeah,
well, there's definitely a breeze.
They've got a breeze,
you can
though.
See Jadeja's shirt flapping away as he comes in around the wicket left arm, defended by Smith.
But not his hair. There's far too much gel to flap his hair.
What? Jadeja's hair? Yes, it's been slicked down somewhat.
This one's played off the back foot past point for another easy single, so it's all just a bit going through the motions again. I think that there was a little bit more pressure on when Siraj had his spell, and now they're just starting to pick off easy singles.
It's just a bit low intensity, isn't it?
It's a bit. Can we start looking up stuff like highest score by in England, number 7? I'm sure
it's the perfect sort of environment for someone to do that if they were so inclined. Oh, Jadeja draws a stroke, and it's just reaching for it is Brook, but all he's got to do is get bat on it because there's so much space out there. Went has to come running in to do the fielding, but there's enough time for him to add 1 to his total.
Well, during day 1, someone posted the scorecard of that test where Jimmy Anderson scored 81, also against India at Edgbaston, when it just got easier and easier and easier to bat.
There's
that's a root double ton,
shot to end the over, 337 for 5, and England are just 250 behind now.
Lots of tweets about Shimanda Fair from Leah and various other people. Yes, it's a form of baccarat.
Yes.
And also tweets about Caroline, Radio Caroline, and Kelly Eric getting a start on it. So it's all in the best possible taste.
I haven't heard that for a while.
And Sid Schnott. Robert McKenzie says, hello guys, saying hello from Jamaica. Are you watching the game in the Caribbean, Robert, as well as us?
If I'm not mistaken, isn't there set to be a test in Jamaica? Isn't the 3rd test?
It's in Grenada. The
current test.
Current test is in Grenada. I don't know where the 3rd test is.
So this one off Washington is driven back to the bowler who fields on the onside by Harry Brook.
Well, to England only 50 short of the follow-on, which is... this partnership has now crossed 250? 250 this partnership?
Yep.
Washington bowls one slowly and down the leg side. Brooks stretches to try and get something on it, but absolutely no luck.
Chris Wokes is the man with serious pad rash.
Oh yeah, he's still playing in this game. I mean, we hardly saw him bowl, if at all, yesterday afternoon. But he's hanging about, as you say, with pad rash. This one is just played away gently to square leg for no run.
I mean, he must have been up out of his seat at one or two of those that bounced over the stumps.
Yeah, it feels like that slightly scary period is over now, and we're back to a situation where the batsmen can only get themselves out as these two spinners are operating.
Now we've got tea in 10 minutes just to disrupt them again. But they'd certainly be happy to bat through the session without any wickets lost. If there was any doubt about the first session, the second one has definitely gone England's way. Barring
all sorts of changes in the field now. We've got a leg slip come in. We've already seen one bowled down the leg side earlier in this over. We've got the square leg coming in. Well, he should be saving one, you'd think. So it's all gotten a bit tighter on the leg side. Here he is around the wicket, and of course the reverse sweep comes out. And it's fielded a deep backward point by Siraj. And they'll get a single.
Neymar Butlin says, I'd like a 12-foot tall animatronic bingo caller, please. And Leah's got some more information about Krautrock, which I'll tell to you after this delivery.
Well, if there is such a thing as a textbook reverse sweep, I think that might have been it from...
It's probably in the textbooks now, at least the whiteboard textbooks, if not in the Lord's Manual just yet.
Just defended back to Washington there by Smith.
Leah says, well, it really depends. Neuer and Krautrock are from the West. There was also the Berlin School. Stuff like Tangerine Dream and Ashra Temple. Yeah, so we did mention Tangerine Dream. That was the other Krautrock one that I knew of.
How do you feel about Ostropop, Leah? Wolfgang Ambros and so weiter.
I'm listening to Low by David Bowie a lot while I was away, which is the one he recorded in Berlin, I think.
Last ball of the overs defended by Smith into the onside. England trailing by 249.
Paul Kay says, what sort of clown eats tofu? Woody the Plank, that's who. Come on, England. I'm not sure what that was in favour of. Tyson Fury calls bingo. Yay, says Lockie 6.
Is Mark Wood a vegan? I didn't know that.
Walken would be a great bingo caller, says Fluffy.
Oh, Walken would be brilliant. Or William Shatner. 17.
Mark Wood's not a vegan,
9.
surely.
Eric J says, I saw Tangerine Dream. My mate said, we've just seen the future. I said, I hope not.
Well, if you saw Tangerine Dream and someone said this is the future, that must have been a long time ago.
Yeah, late 70s and 80s.
Jadeja to continue, so we won't get a chance to breathe. The batters take a really, really easy single out to Quent, who almost deliberately lets them have it.
It's been a bit like that.
It's not as if you've got number 11 and number 5 in. Absolutely no pressure from the field at all there, as Brook adds yet another to his total. Smith defends the second ball straight down the pitch. I wonder if there's enough vegan cricketers in the history of the game to make up a vegan cricketers 11.
Peter Siddle,
Banana Man, yeah.
1 to 11.
What else have you got? Back goes Smith and plays it out into the towards deep to long off. Sorry, and easy single again.
Yeah, I can't think of any
already.
others.
We're just halfway through it.
There must be plenty of Indians that are vegan.
Well, they tend
perhaps
they're
inadvertently
vegetarian, but you don't. It's not such a big thing to be vegan in that culture.
This one is hit harder by Harry Brook, with the effect that actually the fielder has no choice but to field it quickly, which means they don't get a run.
Can't get away from the gi in India.
Jadeja once more draws a defensive stroke.
I think Frank Rockefeller's got the answer to this. It's just hard to believe that England is scoring at nearly 5 and over and the game's heading for a draw.
Well, and it's quite boring, yes.
Yeah, who knows where this is going.
Oh,
and he beats the edge, does Jadeja,
the odd
of
one.
Harry Brook, who's stretching for it. But there's no appeal for a catch, and the over is up with the score 344.5.
Well, that was a bit like the ball that dismissed Stokes, and it just came out of nowhere, turned a long way.
And the
bit
one
of
that did
bounce.
Washington Sundar himself, actually.
Did far too much, but bounced as well.
No one was expecting that.
No, Pant was really
Pant
surprised.
least of
by it,
all,
took it
yeah.
under his chin.
It's the Spanish Inquisition, isn't it? of
Exactly.
Deliveries.
Yeah.
The kind of ball that would hit any other keeper in the face, really, apart from a proper professional one.
We've got some famous vegans been sent to us. Dizzy Gillespie is one.
Oh,
presumably that's Jason Gillespie. And KP is a vegan, apparently.
It wasn't when he was playing, though.
I find that very hard to believe for a man
Coley
surely brought up on loads of red meat in.
Well, it
South
might.
Africa.
It does chime with his because he's a big wildlife conservation guy, isn't he?
He is now.
Oh, okay, well. So there's going to be one out into deep mid wicket there for Smith off Washington, who continues.
Well, the reason I'm quite sure Peterson wasn't vegan when he was playing is he'd have never shut up about it.
Yeah. We've got other people as well.
It sounds like, veganism and wildlife conservation, it sounds like he's got a good brand management team behind him, or maybe I'm just being silly. Reverse sweep now, and it's well connected there by Harry Brook. Yep, no fielders there. He's got himself the first 4 for England for a while.
It is, and I was going to play that Funky on the Dance Floor, but I think this is the other one. Where's that Funky on the Dance Floor one? Because I can't find it.
I can't remember what the name is.
It's one of these numbered ones,
Yeah.
and I have to play Jingle Bingo to find it.
Jingle Bingo.
Jingle
now that's
Bingo.
Which means we have to score enough boundary to play Jingle Bingo to start with.
Yes. Jingo. Bingo.
It's the reverse sweep again. This time it goes behind square, and again he has found. No, he hasn't found. There's an inelegant dive there from Suraj, who's now got a massive sweatband on. But he does cut off the boundary. He's clutching at his kidneys.
Yes, that was quite inelegant, but he did. No credit to him. He's still putting the effort in.
He's working very hard down at third man.
Last 5 minutes of the session, he's still putting the effort in to save a couple of runs. Good to see.
Yeah, fair play. We can't knock his technique too much. But this is quite a display of reverse sweeping placement by Harry Brook, because he's played the same shot to the last 2 balls, and the previous one that actually did go for 4 was almost through mid wicket, well in front of square.
Well, this is the whole thing with the reverse
This
sweep.
one went fine.
You're trying to manipulate the field and make them change it, and then hit it where the fielder was next ball, and all of that stuff.
I remember going to a batting masterclass with Jonathan Batty, the former Surrey wicketkeeper. He said, with a sweep, you can put it anywhere you want, basically.
Yeah.
Or no, it's a 360-degree shot.
Wide down the leg side, and
got
it's
something on it.
All you can do is turn around and slap that past the keeper's left ear, which he has done.
I think he hit the keeper's left ear, actually.
I think he swept it into the ground, and the bat then followed through, and Pant was taking invasive action as the ball snuck past.
It's a pretty horrible ball. It's always he's got it on the way back. That's what's confused the keeper. He's gone all the way through it, and then he's hit his bat when the bat's gone past him.
He wasn't actually that far away from nicking it, or maybe he did nick it the first time round, and then
the first time I don't think so. This is just horrible bowling. He's just bowling a foot outside leg stump.
It's very negative.
And Brook goes back and hits it in the direction of leg slip somehow, but manages to get around.
I really don't see why these aren't called wides when they don't hit them. But yes, you can see this from Brook. It's his hands are so quick. His bat's gone all the way through, and then the ball has caught it up.
Yeah, it's a very interesting replay, that one. quite hard to describe on radio, as it were. Here is the third reverse sweep of the over as Washington finds his line again. There'll be one more for Brook, who will keep the bowling on 138. Smith, by the way, on 156. England 352 for 5.
Jay Gover says Coley and Zampa are vegans. Leah says, I think Ishant Sharma and one of his teammates were also vegan. There's a big scandal when CA didn't even provide vegetarian options for lunch. Lockie Six
so
says,
far we've got
jokingly,
we've got
Mike
Kohli
Gatting is
and
a
a
vegan.
bunch of Australian bowlers.
Jago was just Googling. He says there's loads of Indians, lots of vegan Gujarati cuisine, I think.
Okay, good to know.
Oh, and Kevin Peterson, of course, if it's really true.
It's one for ChatGPT.
So this will be the last over before lunch, I should imagine, as Jadeja continues. He does get to turn away from Harry Brook, but he plays it under his eyes, very easily out. Into the deep on the offside for one more.
Well, if I was doing ball by ball, I would ask the summariser, why is it that both these teams have lost 5 wickets for not very many and then put on huge 6-wicket partnerships? Unfortunately, I'm the summariser and I don't really have an answer to that.
I'm glad I don't actually have to ask you that, because it was a long question. I've forgotten the beginning of it by the time we got to the end of it. No run there, by the way. Jadeja's good to go
let
again.
You have long questions, no.
It's driven down to long off. One more for Smith.
It is true that you can get a bit of movement in the first 10 overs, I guess. I mean, Wokes was saying India could have been 30 for 3. I mean, could have, schmould have, but
yeah.
And England were 30 for 3. I guess the ball gets older and then there's just nothing on offer.
And of course, these things ought to even out over the course of a 5-test series, you would hope, played on different kinds of pitches, you would hope, as
all the
another
same,
dot
I
ball
have
goes into
been
the book for a
seeing this
defensive shot.
trend for quite a while. England, how many times have England been 150 for 5 and put up 400 in the last few years? It's quite a few.
There's the drive from Brook out into the deep on the offside, swept up by the sweeper, and it's just the one. One more ball before lunch.
T fuck's sake, shouts
good
Tony.
Lord.
Did you hear that?
Yes,
channeling the bear out there.
Chastised I am, chastised.
Well, a very important correction.
Massively important. So it's going to be 355 for 5 at the second break. The break they call tea.
The break most people call tea. Yeah, well, like I said, if there was any doubt about the first session, no doubt that's England's session, even though I don't think they looked as fluent. And there were quite a few inside edges and half bats. So we had 170 for 2 in the morning. That session we had 106 for 0. India were a little bit more patient and they didn't try any of the crazy bowled it in my own half plan. But
yeah, although there were no wickets, it was a bit more entertaining in terms of, throughout.
It's very much traditional Test cricket, that was.
Yeah, and Hendo talking about England's chances to win an hour and a half ago look a little bit less crazy now.
Yeah.
Would they
no
declare 100?
Ever entirely crazy in the
They have to get within.
Would they declare 100 short?
Oh, that would really be interesting.
Would be crazy, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a few messages to go through. Lockie Sticks is still saying, I paid for Funky, I want Funky.
I can't find it, dude. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
I tend to care for Pirate's sake. And Eric J says, Flunky.
Flunky monkey.
Play that flunky music, white boy, says
Yeah.
Fluffy. Hombre Nuevo, who's at the ground, says, a blanket of cloud is now rolling over the ground. With the breeze, it could get a bit tricky out there for England. Also, thank you, India fans, you brought the music back almost on cue. Well, it's got to be better than the people parading around the Holly stand.
Yeah, and talking of things getting tricky for England, there is, of course, a new ball to come in about 4 overs' time.
No, it's got about 10 overs, haven't they?
Well, it's
4 overs.
Quite a long way into this inning. 75 overs
is it?
are done.
No, I stand
yeah,
corrected.
England have batted
Right,
75.
Yes. Well, if they choose, yes. I don't see why you wouldn't, but sometimes they don't, yeah.
Well, especially if conditions are going to suddenly change and you have a bit of wind and a bit of cloud, I suppose you would. And that's the situation. Time for me to go and get a coffee at tea time. If it's not sacrilege.
Time for us to probably... Right. I'm informed that the tea time interval was going to be the Aussie takeover of the Bishop and Bear. So one last tweet before we do that. And that to finish off the vegan ones, Dara's easy. Merv Hughes' moustache was vegan. I thought you lot got to enjoy it, and with that, we'll see you in about 15-20 minutes.
This episode is brought to you by Raban. Be victorious with Invictus, the winning masculine fragrance by Rabanne. A phenomenal clash of biting freshness and woody aroma. Two forces combine for the ultimate clean fragrance. The essence of a hero, the scent of victory. Discover Invictus and the new Invictus Victory Absolute by Rabanne. Visit us in-store and shop online to discover more.
Découvrez Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4 et criez au monde entier « Longue vie au shred !» Un remake légendaire des jeux originaux avec de nouveaux parcs, des tricks stylés, du multijoueur en ligne cross-platform et des modes de jeu inédits. Découvrez Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4 et criez au monde entier « Longue vie au shred !» Précommandez dès maintenant sur tonyhawkthegame.com/fr/playnow. Disponible le 11 juillet.
Adobe Express is the quick and easy Create Anything app. It has taken my content to the next level, making it simple to create everything I need to promote my business. From Instagram and TikTok posts to logos and flyers, all in just a few clicks. Build your brand with Adobe Express. Search for Adobe Express to find out more and get the app for free. Adobe Express, the quick and easy Create Anything app.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Well, here we are. We've just found this pub, and somebody forgot to lock it. I reckon we can go in here and just do what we like. Let's get in there. You go. Oh, look, there's a Watford scarf here and an empty whiskey bottle. I wonder who's been here. Welcome. This is the Australian takeover of the infamous Bishop and Bear Pub podcast. And I'm very pleased to say I am joined by the man who put Cove in Coventry, Ian Deaker Forth, all the way from Melbourne.
Hello, nice to be here.
And the man who put Burn in Melbourne, Mog. Welcome, Mog.
Yes, arson is my key stock in trade. I hope everybody can understand our thick Australian accents, given that we're all heavily Australian.
Yeah,
particularly mine.
Yes, there's been complaints about that, but never mind. Okay. So what our brief is today, apart from wrecking the Bishop and the Bear while we're here, so that they won't recognise it when they get back, is firstly to have a drink, and then we'll start talking about the first week of the Champions Trophy. First up, Forthy, what would you like to drink?
I will have an alcoholic ginger beer.
Oh, nice. Matsu or something like that. Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, there's a nice one from Broome. Not cheap, but, we're generous in this bar. And Mark, what would you fancy?
If it's not your bar, it doesn't matter how expensive it is.
That's true.
I'm going to delight heretics across the world and have some quality scotch on ice.
On ice? How can you do that to scotch? I don't know.
Oh, you can. It's okay.
You and the bear is one in that regard.
just a drop of purified water in there to help stiffen the tannins or something.
This is a man who's practiced for a long time, I can tell. And I'm just going to have a gin and tonic because I like a gin and tonic this time of day.
Malaria season.
Yes, yes, it does stave off the mosquitoes a bit. That's what I'm told anyhow. So I better drink more of it. So, gentlemen, the Champions Trophy, it's been going for a week now. We've had 6 completed matches and a washout yesterday. What's your general feeling about the tournament? Mog, you go first.
Well, if it was a World Cup, this would only be the first week of about 12, so it's good that it's progressing along nicely. And, I wouldn't say a lot of the games have really thrilled me that much, but I think we know who's going to win. I think we know who's going to be in the semi-finals, more or less. We probably knew that before it all started, but at least we get to enjoy the journey.
Indeed. And Forthy, what do you reckon to what we've seen so far?
Well, yeah, pretty much what your last man said. No particular surprises. The England-Australia game was quite exciting. But, it was quite exciting, actually, I suppose. One of those high-scoring, exciting games, which are never quite as exciting as a low-scoring one. I think it's a shame for the tournament that Pakistan have gone out within 6 days.
Yes.
Since it's their tournament. So that was... Whoever gets to fix these things beforehand has fixed it particularly badly. I mean, not quite as bad as England going out in 1999 before the tournament song had been released. But somewhere on the par with that. Of all the schmozzles for English cricket in the late 90s, I think that has to be the pinnacle. Anyway, back to this tournament for a moment. I'm sure we'll be talking about England later. Look, it's let us rejoice, as Margaret Thatcher once said, at the news. Let us rejoice at that news that not that we've sunk a battleship heading in the wrong direction, not that, but rather that Pakistan is hosting a tournament at all.
Indeed.
So that's good. And that's first time for about 40 years?
29, I think it is.
Partially hosting. They're not entirely hosting it, though, are they?
They're baby steps. So that's been good. And Pakistan playing India, admittedly not in India or Pakistan, but you've got to start somewhere. So, good things. Afghanistan, I always get confused about whether it's good or bad that Afghanistan are in a tournament, considering that we were told that it was bad that South Africa should play cricket because of apartheid, so they mustn't play cricket. But then we're told it's good that Afghanistan do play cricket despite their evil regime. So it's a little bit confusing to a layman. It's hard to follow exactly.
Depends which lens you look through. If you're looking through the sporting lens, it's good. If you look at the political lens, maybe there are some questions.
I know. I've given up on politics at the moment. I just get what I get.
Yeah. Jonathan Trott, the Afghanistan coach, was saying yesterday that a number of his players have been very brave by speaking out to the Taliban about the lack of women cricketers. We can only take his word on that. I can see that they're in a difficult position, and what worries me is the amount of kudos that the Taliban itself takes from their successes.
Well, I hope I don't get blown up on the way to my coffee tomorrow morning if I've spoken out of turn. Then,
you need to vary your movements. Don't be predictable.
Does this happen a lot in Melbourne, does it?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
It happened to me twice just this morning.
Oh, God. Oh, well, be careful, boys. Be careful. So, in Group A, we've got New Zealand, India, Bangladesh and Pakistan. New Zealand's qualified by thumping both Pakistan and Bangladesh. So, your views in relation to New Zealand's performance thus far?
Mark, you go.
They've been perfectly adequate and perfectly competent when they needed to be. They've been... It's almost a little bit boring in a way.
Yes.
They're just sort of plodding along, and then they realise, let's just make 160 runs off the last 10 overs or something, or let's get Bracewell to come in and knock over a bunch of blokes. It's decent bowling. And they just do what they got to do, and that's enough. They've won, so I guess it doesn't have to be too flashy, except that obviously that last whatever it was got them up to 320 or 340. That was fairly exciting.
It's interesting, isn't it? New Zealand, as you say, they do what they got to do. There's not a sense of excitement or anything, but it's a sense of just grinding on and getting there a lot of the time.
I'd probably put a slightly more favourable tinge on interpreting how New Zealand have done. I just think, compared to maybe one or two other teams, who knows, they are very organised, very disciplined. They optimise their resources, which is if you can't, you get the hand you're dealt, you get the players you're dealt. After that, you organise yourself accordingly. And New Zealand do it brilliantly. Their fielding's been mostly outstanding. They had a little blemish last year sometime, and they put all their drop catches into one match, which is clever of them. If you're going to drop some catches, then do it all at once.
There's that efficiency for you.
Yes.
I think England tried to follow their example, but they forgot that they should stop at one match.
Yeah. Well, look, there's plenty of cheap digs we can have at England, and I'm sure they're all just
we will. I have a whole book full of them right now.
I hear you. But I rather enjoy watching New Zealand just you know, we just no, I can't do a New Zealand accent. Just turning up and doing their thing. It's good to see. And there was, you know, even amongst the efficiency, there's been one or two. It's nice to see Ravindra back amongst the runs. Brilliant to see Glenn Phillips catch in the first game with his iron fists.
Yeah,
amazing stuff.
It's interesting they got where they have without any contribution from Williamson at all, too.
True.
So that may be yet to come.
They did lose two of their first choice bowlers as well.
Yeah.
So Sears and Ferguson.
Yeah.
They did. But O'Rourke looks like a more than capable replacement. And Matt Henry's on fire at the moment.
He certainly is. And then there's their opponents. First up, Pakistan, who also managed to lose convincingly to India. What's your views about Pakistan? Not around where the tournament is or anything, but just about the way they performed.
Would they be called mercurial, do you think?
Yeah, sometimes.
Not for the first time.
Yeah, seems like a euphemism for just flat out a bit shit.
Yeah.
Because they're not great.
And they're not even great to watch at the moment. You know,
no, they're not.
You see a couple of lovely drives from Baba, and then he's gone. And you know, it's just, I don't know. There was something about them, like they weren't really there in their heads, because there was no sense of enterprise or attacking. They just basically lost the games because they wouldn't attack the ball at all when they needed to. Which is obviously the reverse of the criticism generally of England, so it's interesting.
Talking about England, we're talking about Pakistan. I would say that Pakistan have been more the obverse of New Zealand, really. If New Zealand make the most of their resources, then Pakistan did the exact opposite. There was just one brief moment at the start of the innings, I think in the first game, when Haris Rauf got incredibly angry, not for any particular reason that I could see. But I always felt it's always a bit of a desperate measure on a cricket field when you've decided to pick a fight with no one in particular just to get yourself worked up and into the game. It shouldn't take that to get everyone engaged.
You should just do what everybody else does and just punch yourself in the testicles.
Well, you may be generalising from the particular there, Morg. I don't know.
I've revealed too much there. Whoops.
But usually, of course, Pakistan in a World Cup will completely flunk the first two games, and then before you know it, where you are, they're in the semi-final or something, and you just never can tell. They left it. It's too late for that. They're out.
Yep.
No space for it.
Yeah. It's disappointing. And then there's Bangladesh, who've managed to lose both their games very convincingly as well. Not a lot to get excited about, really.
They've been playing perfectly adequately if this was a tournament in 1994.
Yes.
Not about 30 years behind the time as they poke and prod and put some solid defence in and do a manly job of getting to 220 and patting themselves on the back.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
Oh, great.
Sri Lanka, from the time they entered, as it were, big boy international cricket, to the time they actually won the World Cup itself, that was about 15 years, that journey, somewhere around.
It was like 84 to whenever it was,
83 to 96.
Yes. Something like that, yeah.
I can't remember exactly when Bangladesh started kind of going toe-to-toe with everyone else. I don't know what year we cared to put on that, but you would have hoped by now that maybe their progress would have been a little speedier, perhaps, considering it's a big country and they play a lot of cricket, but they don't seem to be progressing in the same way.
No. I don't think they're helped by the structure that they've had with government interference for so long. It reflects Pakistan to some extent in that regard.
Yeah, and I think they get, I don't know, I'm in danger of talking something about which I'm not fully briefed, but as I understand it, they get a lot of fairly cheap points at home to qualify for tournaments like this. And as a consequence, here they are. But it's a bit like playing on a plastic pitch. If you're football, you've got an unfair advantage, and then it will find you out when you get to a tournament like this.
I'm mildly disappointed by them in this tournament. They haven't yet appealed to have anybody declared timed out or handle the ball, which
it's still time. There's still time.
Yeah. Missing Shakib obviously makes it harder to do that sort of thing.
Genuine shit stirrer that he is.
Yeah. And then the fourth team in Group A is, of course, India, who've been very comfortable in their hotel in Dubai, nipping down the road every couple of days to go and play a game on the almost home track. But for all of that, you'd have to say they've performed pretty well.
I'm pretty sure they'll win the whole thing, not to declare too early, but it's a combination of the favourableness of their location plus the fact that they're probably fairly good. I don't like to say that, but if Virat's actually scoring runs and Gill seems to be doing all right for himself, so
yeah.
I think that what you get with India, I think they are one of the all-time great ODI teams, this one, and they're probably right in the middle of their imperial phase sometime about now, so they almost certainly will win it, unless they have one off day, which they've had in the past, let's be fair. But what you get is, with those well-grooved machines, okay, one player goes down, one player's out, someone just steps in and understands their place in the side and just steps in automatically without even touching the sides. It barely affects the overall team performance, and that's what a brilliant top tier team can do, and that's what they are.
And what's scary is that the people they're bringing in are quite often quite young, so there's no reason this isn't going to keep rolling on for a long time.
That's an interesting point, that, because when Australia lost their 3 premium bowlers for various reasons, their replacements are around about 29, 30. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. That does mean that they're quite battle-hardened in the domestic leagues or in the international circuit. But you don't have... It's a function of having such a brilliant sort of top 4 for 10 years that Australia have had. A bit like the batting situation back in the day, Hayden and Gilchrist and Langer, they were about 29, 30 when they...
I think we're back. So the Bishop is taking his seat. We're joined by Mayank. Are you in New York today, Mike?
I'm at my parents' house, so about 20 miles south of Philadelphia in beautiful Delaware. Just getting the day started. It's 11 a.m. Enjoying our Independence Day when we finally kicked the British out.
Strategic Retreat Day, as we prefer to call it.
Yeah. Whatever you want. That's
good to have a Kohli with us, even if not on the pitch. So, welcome back.
We gotta have one Kohli camp per.
That will be you, right? Well, goodness me, at tea, and we're about to start the evening session. England 355 for 5. That's 32 runs to take the follow-on out the equation. A partnership at 271. Between Harry Brook and Jamie Smith. Smith on 157. It's going to be Washington Sundar wheeling around the wicket. Brook onto the back foot. Dabs towards short square. Jadeja Fields. No run. Brook on 140 for his runs. They came together, Mike. They came together with England on 84 for 4 and looking in all types of a mess around the wicket comes Sundar. Reverse swept from Harry Brook. There is a man at deep backward point. One would be tempted to call it deep backward square, but it's not to the right-hander. It's just he happened to execute a reverse sweep.
Well, it's extraordinary because they were 84 for 5 and
84 for 4.
84 for 4.
Yeah, they were. There is a leg slip for Sundar, who tosses it up outside of Smith's leg stump, but he just guides it to mid-wicket and jogs a single. Goes through a few skips and jumps, getting the the lactose acid out of his legs or whatever might creep in over tea.
Lactic. I think it's lactic.
Lactic,
acid.
not lactose.
Yeah.
One can be lactose intolerant but has lactic acid. Yes, you're right. In wheels Sundar. That's a horrible round arm ball. It's short. It's reverse swept again by Harry Brook. It is going to be fielded by that same man, down at deep backward point.
Is
And,
that
they'll take
boundary
two.
there also about only 60 meters on that side
Yeah,
as well?
Yes, it is.
They're
Yes.
all ludicrously short at the.
Because I know there's one side, I think it's on the other side then, so on his offside, where the square boundary is clearly very, very much brought in.
Yeah, it's because the
Whereas
wicket's
on
not
this
quite
side, it doesn't
central.
look like it's brought in as much, but it still
Yeah,
looks
but-
too short.
But the wicket is more to one side.
So
that's
they're
why
in.
that's the
Oh,
case.
that's into the footmarks really of the bowler's footmarks, well outside of the leg of Harry Brook. But it turned, and Brook chased it. Could have caused something. I mean, it started so wide and turned even further away. Rishabh Pant did well to stop it, to be honest. Reverse swept again. Now that's worth, surely, if he's reverse sweeping and he's coming around the wicket. No, says umpire Sharfadullah. There's a conversation between the sundial and his captain Shubhas. The think tank is in deep conflab, and they are going to review. They have reviewed. Now that's interesting.
Well, they've got 3.
Well, they do, but it's
And they really need a wicket because it's. I think for them, they're thinking this is getting ludicrous now. We had them at 88, and within the first 15 minutes this morning, India was probably thinking, wow, we could wrap this up today.
Well, they were. When they
Now
had
they're
80.
definitely going to have to bat because they're not going to take that. Even if they could, I don't think they're going to go for it.
Doesn't pitch outside leg. It does straighten. It's given not out.
I think this is umpire's call.
I think it's likely
Yeah,
to be
I think-
umpire's call.
Yeah.
And the umpire has already said no.
Because I could see middle stump peeking behind his foot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
I
it
think
looks
so far
like
forward.
that's-
You know, when the players
Yeah.
gather to watch the review, sometimes there's a sense of anticipation and expectation, and sometimes there's a sense of going through a process. This feels like going
think
through a
it-
process.
Yeah, I think it might be missing off, actually.
Yeah, you can see that middle stump right there.
The thing
right
is, it
under his,
straightens so dramatically. You can't say it pitched out. So it pitches well and truly in line. The impact is in line,
And
missing, as you rightly say, off, as he attempted that reverse sweep.
Only just.
Umpire Sharfadullah gives the cross-chested signal of the righteous, and
No, the
we move
cross thigh one, which is the
oh, cross thigh when you do it lower. So nothing to see here. We will move on.
Now, I have a question for both of you and for the listeners if they want to add their opinion on this. Now, let's say if that ball had just been brushing and been called umpire's call,
it would have been not out.
I personally I don't believe in umpire's call. I think if it's hitting the stumps, it's hitting the stumps. You're on your bike, get lost, okay? Because
I used to have that view, but I've actually reverted to a situation where, there is still a degree of
Jadeja takes
uncertainty
over,
about the prediction.
3:59 for 5. It's pushed down towards long on by Smith. They will jog a single. Of course, the other factor is I think the new ball comes into the equation now in slightly under 4 overs.
Yeah.
Which, of course, as we all know, can go two ways. It can bring a wicket or two.
Well,
equally, it can make the scoring go faster.
It can, but when you've got one guy on 143 and the other guy on 159, it looks like even the new ball's not going to do too much, you would assume.
Right, this is hauled by Harry Brook. It was outside of off, it was pulled to mid-wicket, and he's got himself 4 runs for it.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, Peppa Pig's in the house, and seems like the people are just having a great day. The weather is great. The sun's out. The English are scoring quick.
Well, the Hollis stand is always lively on a Friday, and it'll, weather permitting, be lively tomorrow. That's pushed to mid-on, no run. I mean, you say the weather's great. You're right. It has been for a lot of it. But the clouds are gathering a little bit. The wind has
It's going to
been
rain this evening after
whipping.
the game's finished, which is kind of it.
Up onto his toes goes Brook, steers to point, takes a single. The wind has been whipping, and it somewhat suggests that we do expect some rain tomorrow, don't we, oh Lord of the Weather?
No, we expect some rain tonight. The Met Office is still saying it's unlikely to rain tomorrow, but it'll be cloudy.
Defended by Smith, back towards Jadeja, 365.45. Mike, you have USP on your shirt. Is that because you have a unique selling proposition?
No, it says USA.
Oh, USA. Oh,
I've got my U.S. football jersey on to represent our glorious win against the British.
365 for 5.
And by the way, it's actually soccer because you guys can't beat us, so we get to dictate the
365 for 5, back at the cricket. 77 overs completed. Messers.
So George McPherson's... Oh no, that was before... a long time ago. Martley, you'll get this. He says, I'm lactose.
Oh, very good.
Martley, who's a leg shorter than the rest of us, is probably only a 5-toe man. 84 for 5 when Smith came in. Advanced hair hats, says Michelle Pfeiffer. Not sure in relation to what. USB is the runner-up country, Tony.
Right, Washington Sundar defended into the onside towards square, no run by Brooke. Who's the New Zealand cricketer? Martin Guptill. Mutters, if it's any consolation, if you're a 5-toe man, you're only one short of Martin Guptill, as far as I know, maybe 2. Round the track wicket comes Washington Sundar, reverse swept again, but this time to short. Fine leg.
Talking about anomalies for hand, fingers, and toes. There's a tennis player from the UK, young girl. I forget her name. She has 3 fingers on one hand. She was born missing 2 fingers.
Brook onto the back foot, and they have to scurry a quick single. He works it back with a square. Do take a single.
Gary Sabers obviously got
Francesca Jones. Francesca Jones apparently is the 3-fingered tennis player.
Yeah, and it's her dominant hand, which is, if anyone's ever played tennis, it is really difficult if you're missing 1 finger, let alone 2, to hold a racket and to produce power in your shots. So good on her for being able to overcome that.
Defended back to Washington Sundar by Smith. She's been brilliant at doing the Ted Rogers thing on 3-2-1. Well, I suppose it depends which particular fingers the poor lady's missing, mind you. 366 for 5. Washington Sundar in again. There is a leg slip. It's pushed back to him. No run.
I should mention West Indies have lost a 3rd wicket in Grenada. They're 64 for 3 in reply for 286.
You do sense here India are very keen to whistle through these overs and get that new ball.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Sundar. Back foot defence by Smith. End of the over. Through it very quickly. 78 complete. 2 overs to that new ball. 221-21 to pass the follow on for England. 366 for 5 the score. Messers.
Michelle Pfeiffer says the advanced hair hats was a 12th man reference in reference to Bill Laurie's nose, which had been subject to discussion previously. Fluffy says thankless colonials. Was Tom Cruise really born on the 4th of July, or was that just Hollywood spin, says Loggy 6? I think you might find that's Hollywood spin.
I suspect. Jadeja round the wicket, the left arm defended
that quick
by right-handed Harry Brook. Yeah, well, for India it's all about getting the new ball in their hand and trying to break this partnership, and for them the sooner the better. There is a slip from the left-hand armour. It's cut down to backward point by Brook, and he takes a single, and he joins Smith in the 150s. What a remarkable pass. So, easy wicket or not, you can argue as much as you like, but the fact is it's been a superb effort by these two.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150.
He has indeed, and he's defended this towards cover. There is no run. None for 64 off 16 and a half now for Jadeja. 367 for 5. defended, no run. Mike, sorry.
No, I was
they
just
take
going to
single,
say, if you're England at this point, I think you'd take this, especially even when they started at 77 for 3, and then of course at 88 for
84
5,
for 4. They lost 84 for 4.
I think England would take this because they've done phenomenally well from that point.
Oh, this is cut away, beautifully driven, really. Out through extra cover. It's 4 more. 2:15 they now trail by. Let's celebrate that.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And most importantly, it looks like both players are just so well set. Nothing is phasing them.
Of course, it was
They're
84 for 5. Yeah. I'm saying you're right. I was wrong. I keep saying 84 for 4, and it wasn't. It was 84 for 5 when they lost because they lost Root and Stokes'
first ball. Yep.
Yeah.
And that last ball of the over was just tickled down the leg side for a single. So that's the end of the over.
It is indeed.
Tom Cruise, according to Wikipedia, was actually born on the 3rd of July in Syracuse, New York. Although Fluffy is convinced that he was actually spawned rather than born on another planet.
That's possible. The man doesn't age. It's not natural.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks a bit... I mean, I went to see the most recent Mission Impossible. The main impossible part of the mission was actually sitting through the whole film, which I thought was utter drivel. But...
Well, they're all drivel, but it's a drivel franchise.
He's aged well, I will say that. Right, Washington Sundar around the wicket. Driven out to fairly deeply set mid-off. And they can walk the easiest of singles. One more.
It just seems like India doesn't have any answers. It's like they have become England. At this point, England was also in the same situation when India was batting. They just were just standing around,
Washington
just hoping for something to happen.
Well, if they got a wicket now, it would certainly be seen as burgling one. That's another single pushed to mid-on this time. It would be seen as rather burgling one ahead of the new ball. I think all of India's hopes right now, not without some degree of justification, are what the new ball can bring. Sundar in. Yeah. Oh my word! A wild swing from Brook. Rishabh Pant doesn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. No hint of an edge, but it was a swing and miss.
There is a super chat when we get a break.
Fantastic.
Okay. When the fifth wicket fell, there was a graphic that came out from WinViz, and it said England were at 1%, India were at 75%. I think something like that.
I would imagine the draw is lengthening,
and the draw was very minimal,
shortening dramatically. Defended by Harry Brook right in front of his middle stump. Solid as you like, no run. We'll have to wait for the end of the over for these super chats while you've got Sundar and Jadeja in tandem. This should be the last over that they're doing that though. That's defended into the onside, no run. So
you can barely get a sentence in whenever these two are bowling. It just feels like they are just on speed. They're on crack.
Well,
they're just going as fast as possible in between these overs.
Has the benefit of whistling through the overs for the day. It is, of course, going to slow down when that new ball is taken. That's slapped by Harry Brook. Doesn't really time it, though. It's out to deep point. They walk another tidy single. It's 376 for 5. 211 the deficit. New ball is due. Looks like it's being brought out now, and Messers has one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Yes, Zippy Tuner sends us $5 very generous dollars. Says, happy 4th, Mike. Celebrating with my tradition of trying to calm the dogs while my insane neighbour lights off mortars. They can't do that elsewhere.
Lights off mortars? Is he trying to start? Is he sort of sending them over for Donald Trump somewhere?
Well, mortars are a form of firework.
Don't they want? I was going to say, don't they want them in Ukraine rather than keeping them in the US?
No. See, here's the thing: we do what we want. We're Americans. fireworks, and if that neighbor wants to go set off nonsensical fireworks in his house, he has unfortunately every right to do so.
And if you don't like it, you can go and shoot him because you've probably got a gun to do it with.
Absolutely.
376 for 5.
Self-defense. Yeah,
claiming self-defense because he was rather annoying me with his fireworks.
Stephen Kelk's asking a very loaded question of you, Mark. He says, when England field again, who should open the bowling? And England won't field again, says Eric J. That's hopeful. George McPherson says, get in, Brooke. You have shown the rest of the top order what they couldn't do.
Well, he's taken a salt pill or something to on a hot day, but he also appears to be putting on some hand cream, rather interestingly.
I think his hands are sweating like crazy, so he's got some sticky adhesive to keep his hands from being so gross in those gloves. It might be, I mean, when you're on 157 off 229 balls, you've done a lot, and so that body is probably starting to feel it, even if it's not too hot. Just the mental and physical toll that takes on you, batting throughout a day, especially in the condition that when he came out there, and at one point being 88 for 5, to have to turn this inning around. I mean, again, they were 1%. That's what it said, 1% for England to win. I'm not sure what it would be now because I think the draw is the most likely, but they've done a very
Akash
good
Deep is the new man. That's just dabbed down to the gully, I think, and they'll take no runs at all. Here is the new bowler.
England are out 5%.
Akash Deep, but no one believe me.
Sorry, Messrs. What have we got?
England 5%, India 32%, draw is 63%.
Yeah, as I say, that will have become far more like.
As long as it doesn't peter out into like a really tame 90s style draw, you know. Nothing worse on a fifth day when you know there's not really going to be anything.
You wouldn't want Winviz as a girlfriend. That's all I can say.
That's one thing about watching England. Weird shit always seems to happen when you're not expecting it.
You never know what's around the next corner. New ball.
Speaking of guns, Detective Dara Azizi assures us there are no guns in Arizona.
Okay. I'm sure that's absolutely true. That's a swing and a miss. Harry Brook, who's I think now suffering quite badly from cramp. He's got cramp, and he is looking to swing that away to leg. It's given as a no ball anyway. So it's one more to the score for England. They've trimmed that runs required to match India down to 211. More importantly, 11 needed to the follow-on. But Harry Brook now is clearly suffering from cramp, and he triggered it, Mayank, did he not, when he was attempting what was a pretty ugly shot anyway.
He went as hard as he could, and he was utilizing all his, because he's sponsored by the Major League Baseball, and he wanted to show the crowd a little bit. It's 4th of July. He was probably thinking, I'm going to give them a little American, a taste of America in my cricket today. But immediately his body just said, nope. And looks like he's struggling. His leg is a little cramped up. He is starting to feel the pain of batting.
Maybe some constant lying and deporting of legitimate citizens to give them a real taste of the US at the moment. That one is nicely tickled away down to fine leg, and he hobbles. I believe he hobbles. And one more single. 209 England trail by.
I believe what you mean, is the taste of freedom and being the best country in the world. Because if I say anything else, you might not see me tomorrow. So I'm gonna tiptoe the line there. And
wasn't that Neil Young's concern at Glastonbury? He's now worried whether he'll ever be let back into the US. I mean, he is Canadian by birth, of course. But
he's a nice white guy. He's fine.
Akash Deep, and he comes, and that one is defended by Smith. Hurried him a little bit though. Wasn't the most comfortable of. He's played many fluid shots and some gorgeous cuts and drives, particularly his cover drive. But that was a big old inside edge, in actual fact, onto the top of his thigh pad, or the top of his pad in front of his thigh pad.
I wonder, do you think England could take a first innings lead here.
No.
It's still a lot of runs, but they have just been doing so well today.
There's a big shout from him for LBW. To me, that looked too high and possibly going down leg. There's a very thoughtful looking Gaffers who tilts his head to one
inside
side.
edge too, I think.
Well, basically, so literally nothing going for it. The DRS timer is ticking. Siraj is, I think, saying, come on, let's move on, we don't want this. Have they gone for it?
No.
Gaffers is patting Akash on the shoulder, going, yes, I think that was the right decision, son. It was too high, it was missing. Was the third negative impact, did it get an inside edge? Not so sure about the inside edge.
But it was just, like you said, it was way too high and way too far down the leg side.
That would have been desperation in the extreme. Right, 2 slips and a gully. And Smith leans into this, angles the bat, steers it to backward point. They take a single. Smith runs comfortably. Brook hobbles with caution. Let's have a look at how bad a review that would have been. Impact in line, missing on both height and on direction.
By 6 inches.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
You'd have to put a second set of stumps and then put another set of stumps on top of the second set of stumps, and then he would have been out.
Oh, so good, cool-headed thinking by Shubman Gill. Didn't get suckered by his bowler into that. That's well defended into the offside by Harry Brook. No run. He could do with taking just a little bit of time, I think, now. Mike, seeing off the new ball. Doing what, in fact?
Especially because Siraj, I saw Siraj is coming onto bowl, so you'll have time in between deliveries. It won't be as quick as somebody like Jadeja, so he'll have some time. I just saw as well that we've got the trainers running on, so probably to give him more tablets and some liquids.
I think they need to be doing something for Brook.
Indeed. Brown in Brisbane, speaking of the freedom to blow yourself up, says it's a $66,000 fine in Queensland if you have fireworks. And Michelle's Bifer says, and 3 kicks from a cassowary. Zippy Tuna said, we just funded the secret police, so careful, Mike.
Yep.
Dara Azizi says, Independence Day for the world. Independence from the US, that is. Fluffy for no apparent reason.
Hulks, they're Hulks. I've just realised we've seen them. Sorry, Messers. We're just going.
That's all right.
The obligatory trip round the Holly stand. We have an elephant. We've had some incredible Hulks. We've got what look like prisoners on a day out. We've got several bananas. We've certainly got a whole load of Flintstones.
We got somebody out there
no, that was Freddie Flintoff from years ago when he fell over backwards doing Elvis. We've cut to previous history of the Hollies stand.
Stephen Kelk says, I'm getting cramped just thinking about how tired Brook and Smith must be.
Well, they need to get past that, don't they, from England? There's a horse there, rather interestingly.
Yeah. Zippy Tuna says, RAP to all the hands and fingers lost today in the States.
A few bees. An angel.
Not to bees, but to fireworks.
Oh no, there's a beekeeper. There's a beekeeper and loads of bees.
Yeah.
The beekeeper's just been given a kiss by one of the bees.
Life must be so dull in Birmingham the rest of the time because they just all go nuts when the test's on.
Well, they do. But Birmingham, city of culture, very lively now. It's all been remodelled. Fabulous canal district, some fine restaurants. It's a much changed city to the cliche version of it you might remember. Mind you, no one's emptying their bins, and they haven't. They haven't done for the last couple of months. So that
nobody actually stops in Birmingham on purpose, do they?
Well,
I've been to Birmingham twice, and I've got to say,
West Midlands or Alabama. Siraj in.
Yours.
Defended by Smith.
I tend to steer clear from places like Birmingham, Alabama. I'm not very keen on exploring that part of America at this time in my life. But,
well, at this time in America's life as well, I think I'm not sure it's where you want to be.
I think even if the current climate wasn't the political current climate, I think I'd say the same thing about places like Alabama.
Yeah.
Other
just
than
one of those.
the fabulous blind boys of Alabama, who for so many years now have been fantastic. That's driven sweetly by Jamie Smith. Oh, that's going to go all the way to the cover boundary, like the proverbial tracer bullet. And it's 4 more to him. Terrific shot. It's too wide and in his arc, Mike.
It's like that. You know, I hate this annoying cliche, but he's really seeing it like a beach ball, and no issues from him, no cramp, nothing. He is just on fire. Any bad ball, he is dispatching without a single issue. He hasn't played many false shots either.
Well defended by Smith, who's on 166 now.
And he's definitely, I think he's definitely on track for that 200. I am hoping to give a little commentator's curse. I don't know if it works for alternative commentary compared to the people in the booths.
Oh, it quite often does. It quite often does, I can assure you.
Yeah, well, we'll see. At this point, like I said, he is in sublime form, and he's played. And when he came out there, when he got out there when England was starting to teeter, somebody in the commentary, I don't remember if it was the Bear or Hendo, said this
Siraj
is the time where he is himself.
Up onto his toes goes Smith, guides it backward a point, and that will bring up, he's going to come back for 2, and it brings up the 300 partnership for these two, which has been quite extraordinary from that 85, 4 for 5, you got me getting it wrong now, 84 for 5. These two have added 301 together. They've taken England to 385 for 5. They've taken to them now to within 2 of passing that follow-on target. It has been a remarkable effort by Smith and Brook, and they're pretty much in lockstep. Just 10 runs separates the two of them. 168 for Smith and 158 for Harry Brook. We've got 2 balls left of this over, 2 balls left of our spell, chaps.
And it just feels like there's nothing they can do wrong at this point.
Sirajin defended by Smith, out towards cover, no run. Lining up are Andy. Who's with you, Andy? Remind me.
Richard and Jace. Richard and Hendo.
What a trio! What a trio that is.
I'll tell you what. We were talking about Birmingham being a good city, this city, that city, but I'll say one thing: if you compare this ground to what it used to look like in the '90s and early 2000s, I've been there a couple of times, and it is one of the better looking grounds. It is very nice to watch.
2 slips in a gully. In comes Siraj. What a real inside edge. Down to Akashdeep, who's at fine leg. They will take a single. The score moves on to 386 for 5 after 82. 1 run left to that follow-on target.
I'll do a couple of messages while we change over. Brown in Brisbane says, in Queensland, fireworks are twice as dangerous as possession of rabbits, which has just a $33,000 fine. Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, the screen went on me. Come back, yes. Dara Azizi says, come to Arizona, I'll give you an ice tour in the desert. Yes. Rocky 6 says, everyone is in danger. Pirate Badger says, I'm mournful at the lack of disco beats.
Siraj to continue to Smith, who just turns it off his hip for an easy single on the leg side.
Hi Richard, I don't think I've been on with you since you were here. I'm not 100% sure.
No. It's good to see you again, albeit virtually.
Indeed. I've just been looking up your books.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
I might have to indulge in.
I hope you didn't. Yeah, I was going to say, I hope you didn't look them up and think, oh, terrible covers.
No, I thought they sounded very interesting. It's just a case of me not having much money.
Very good. Well, I'm sure we can come to some arrangement. we freelancers must. Oh, what's happened here?
Yes.
There's great excitement, and there has been a wicket. I didn't see. Did he play it on?
No. I think it came back between bat and pad. It wasn't a very good shot, to be honest. But it did do something.
It must be the new ball, surely.
Oh, it was the new ball.
Yeah.
Unquestionably.
The Indian fans in the stands are up in arms, and the best, literally
Have,
up and waving
woken
their
up,
arms.
yes.
Positive way.
That's a good ball.
And it has literally jagged in between bat and pad, rightly said. So there's the breakthrough, and exactly on the stroke of England getting within 200. And this is making it very, very exciting at this point in the game. But first, a word for Harry Brook, who's saluting Edgbaston and being saluted by Edgbaston for his knock of 158.
Yeah, good knock. Really well. That's understating it, isn't it? It's a really good knock in the circumstances. Early wickets lost yesterday. Early wickets lost this morning. And although it would have helped him to have had Jamie Smith come in and play as well as he has, it's just a really excellent partnership.
I guess part of him will be happy to be off, given that he's been suffering with cramp for the last.
Well,
couple of
how much
a
might
small
that
part of him?
How much might that have had an impact in the sense that it was a little bit
flat-footed
shot, wasn't it? But we have seen him do that today. It's a good ball.
Oh, but it did come in a long way as well.
Yeah.
Flat-footed, but also credit to the bowler. Bit of both.
Totally. Yeah, no, it's a very good ball,
and it's hit the top of off. So
yeah.
We got a super chat from Zippy Tuner, who says, "Well played, Brook. We looked doomed before this."
Oh well, we totally did. That's
similar sentiments online.
Well, to be honest, you probably can't on a batting wicket like this. You probably can't have a better pair out there to watch, can you? Really, other than Smith and Brook. It's got to be a close run thing, anyway.
If you're an England fan, for sure.
Sorry,
I wouldn't mind if one of them had a distinguishing feature, because if the bowler's running into bowl to one of those two right-handers, I can't tell them apart whatsoever. They're very similar build. They both have exactly the same kind of helmet. You literally have to look at the bottom of the screen to see who's on strike. Maybe it'll get a little bit easier with Chris Wokes now.
Maybe they should think about sticking names on the top of helmets. Would help us a bit.
Well, you were just saying you couldn't read the text. There's no chance you're going to be able to read,
Well, close up, I probably would.
Name on a helmet. I would suggest that if you can read a name on a helmet, you should be close enough to identify them.
Well, Deep has just not built on the wicket he's just taken. In fact, he's sent a real loosener down to the new man Wokes. It would have been a couple of one-day wides, but I think this one's not called it, although it was a terrible ball down leg side. And
why do they not call them wide in Test matches?
I don't know how you're supposed to reach that in any form of the game.
But also, we must say that was a very, very fine take by Rishabh.
Absolutely correct.
What, Lockie, in what way is Brook England's Fidel Castro? You'll have to explain that one to me.
You absolutely do. Anyway, Wokes gets a much better delivery this time round from Deep. He'll just defend that out with the covers.
Let me do a jingle.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went into the team.
And once again, we've seen proof that the new ball can do something. That one really just hit the seam and jagged.
Is that one of those?
This wicket, you've really got to use it. This one also jagged in a little bit, much fuller. Wokes manages to see it off as it squirts out on the onside. No run. What about the Castro?
I think the other thing about that ball is that if you look closely in slow motion, it looks to me as if it starts or it hints at moving away in the air. And then when it hits, it just fires back.
You mean the one that got him?
Yeah, the one that got him.
Yeah.
So you kind of understand why there might have been such a big gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, or maybe he was thinking of leaving it. It was so far wide where it pitched. Yeah, this one's actually short. Haven't seen too much of that today. Woefully misdirected though. There's a token duck from Wokes, but I think he could have just stood his ground and been fine. So that concludes the 83rd over, 387 for 6. The deficit is exactly 200 still.
Right, Banana Brooks is a glass half full half empty kind of guy. He says, "Cue Roy Orbison, it's over." And Brooke has got away with that inducker a few times. So.
Yes, absolutely. No, that's a fair point. Plenty of inside edges, actually.
Yes, to be fair. Frank Rockefeller says, "Well done, Harry Brooks saved the day." Pirate Badshaw, Harry's Brook is babbled. Stephen Kelk, Stokes likes this, looking forward to having to chase 500 in the fourth innings. Brian in Brisbane, bugger, I was hoping Brook would get England past the follow on. It's Anna Forsyth's fault. As I clicked on the channel before the advert even finished, Brook got out. Eric, is he? No. People are trying to guess why he's like Castro because he's close but no cigar. But I don't think that's it. Doesn't make sense.
Siraj continues. This one's just defended away into the onside.
Leah says, "Please tell Richard to check his blue sky because they found the log out button." Is that how blue?
I did check it yesterday. And then I logged out.
Is that how Blue Sky claims to have so many users still by not letting anybody log out? Story checks out.
That's the approach from a lot of companies and devices these days. It drives me witless. But I did have a look yesterday, and then I had grand plans to log in again today. But it's all a bit much for 1 week, isn't it? This one's a little bit inside edgy from Smith. It pops out to fine leg, which I don't think is where he was planning for it to go. But
Frank Rockefeller says Wokes can drop a nice 50. He can. Anna Forsyth, this is why I stick to tune in. Bad things happen. Eric J. Castro GTX, which is a pun, but I'm not sure how it's relevant.
I don't.
So with that single, I think England have officially avoided the follow-on. And it's an interesting point somebody said there, Brooks saves the day. I think it's fair to say he has saved the day.
Yes.
But he has not yet saved the match, because let's bear in mind that although England have done wonderful things, they are still 199 behind. India have a new ball in hand, and if things really go their way, they could still dream of knocking the tail over and having a substantial lead as Siraj comes in, and I'm afraid he's going to be dispatched to the boundary for 4, so not happening yet.
Beautiful shot from Wokes. That's where he's really Wokes is he's just one of the most delicate drivers of the ball through the offside. Seen it. Yeah. I'm trying to think of that game where he and Butler got England over the line. Quite a tight test match. I think it was against
Australia. No, against Australia, didn't he get them over the line in one?
Might have been.
Yeah.
There was also one against Pakistan, I think. Although I may be getting the two mixed up in my head.
I just quite enjoyed that because I've heard many people after this ball.
Siraj into Wokes, who this time defends into the onside.
I've heard many people be interrupted by jingles, but not usually when they were doing the jingles. You were doing the jingles and then you were interrupted by the jingle that you had just played.
What?
I have seen that on more than one occasion today. Hendo is a multiple offender.
What have I done? I'm sorry, I'm missing the point.
You were halfway through a sentence and the jingle cut in, which often happens, but you're doing the jingles.
That's all right, I waited till the end of it, didn't it? Or I spoke over it. The problem for people on Zoom, the trouble is they can't hear the...
No, but you're not on Zoom. You're
here.
I
know, but I'm speaking over it deliberately to save time.
So Wokes is just blocking that one out into mid-off, where the fielding is done by one of the Indians. Inevitably.
Gill, I think it was.
Yes, it is, the captain.
So Gill slightly reminds me in the field of Ganguly, or am I just completely...
Oh, no, that's a bit harsh.
I'm not talking about his temperament or his personality, but just his, I don't know, his demeanour, yeah.
Well, now that you mention it, there's a bit of something there. Siraj to continue over the wicket, and it's helped into, luckily not off the bat, into the gloves of Rishabh Pant by Wokes. It was a bad ball down leg side, quite short. And Wokes can't get anything on it.
And just as Wokes is a very fine driver of the ball, he's actually possibly one of the poorest decent players of short pitch bowling. I mean, he's a decent player, but he cannot play the short ball, and that's
I thought you were going to launch into the tried and trusted Wokes for number 3 theory.
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
No.
That pops up every Ashes. Some bright spark pops up in the Guardian. Says, well, Wokes should bat number 3.
Well, maybe this time, because there's a trend. You got Vian Mulder batting 3 for South Africa. You got Cameron Green batting 3.
Cameron
for
Green's
Australia.
useless.
Soon batting positions will mean absolutely nothing.
No, it'll be like when they used to reverse the order because it was a sticky wicket.
Smith is facing up to deep now. So he goes back and we'll get a single as it pops out on the leg side into a bit of space.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Richard. I think India very much still in this. If they can roll these guys out with this new ball, then a lead of about 170.
Well, 100, 150, 140 would still be testing. I mean, I'm sure they'd go out and try and score as quick as they could, and then maybe set England something in. Well, just maybe giving them 4 sessions to try and bowl them out.
It's just blocked off the back foot away into the covers. I would pity the captain who has to decide where to declare against this England team.
Well, that as well, yeah.
Innings. Yeah, that's the nearer that England get to the India total, the much more tricky that becomes, I think, for them. But even with 150, then they bash another 170 or 200. Would they feel happy with that? I don't know, 350.
All the rules are just torn up by England. It's almost like the more you give them, the more likely they are to get it. As this one is played away from his body by Wokes. The point does the fielding, no harm done.
Yeah, played away from his body, but I followed it a little bit, but timed it nicely. But as you said, straight to the fielder.
Stephen Kelk is still demanding Funky on the dance floor. I think it's been taken off the rotation.
Oh, do you think it's one of those that gets us dinged?
Might have been, yeah.
Let me see if I can find.
We will if we can, Stephen. But I couldn't find it.
It's a 4 jingle, yeah?
Yeah.
Akash Deep's at the top of his run. Pretty busy offside field at the moment. And it is just defended by Wokes. I was enjoying the discussion of punishments in Queensland, particularly the 3 kicks by a cassowary aspect. I just had immediate visions of people being dragged into the centre of Townsville for a public cassowary kick.
If you get
they're pretty mean, apparently.
Yeah, they are.
You've got other animals you could put to work in that regard in
all
Queensland.
Sorts, yeah. They're all poisonous.
But
the cassowaries are probably poisonous.
But they can disembowel you, can't they?
Oh, vicious, yeah.
Oh, there's that as well, yeah. I forgot that. After they finished with a good kicking.
It's like Rod Hull and Emu, but real.
Yes.
Akash Deep, it's short. It's pulled away by Wokes, and my screen's gone a little bit.
Got a single,
I think it's just a straightforward
single,
single, isn't it?
Yep. Actually played that short ball quite well. Mind you, it was only 80 miles an hour. Probably had a bit of time. It sounds like a sort of stew.
That's casserole.
That's right. But it does sound like a stew. Yeah, you don't want to be disemboweled by a casserole.
And you don't want to be eating a stew on a hot day in Queensland.
Probably not, no.
Deep into Smith on 172. It's a decent ball.
Oh,
but
now,
it's
yes.
going to earn a single for Smith.
Smith is very close to the highest score for England as a wicketkeeper, which I think was 173. Anyway, I got some tweets and stuff, except not tweets. Brian in Brisbane says, I know I'm not the best looking bloke, but I quit Blue Sky because it kept asking me to prove I was human. You probably didn't have purple hair, so it didn't think you were a Blue Sky user. Stephen Kelk, someone in The Guardian, is it the same person who talks about the influence of river tides on the amount of swing? Most likely, yes. Paul Stratton, Wokes would have done better than Pope at 3, apart from that 153 innings ago. That's more or less up to date. 303 that partnership was. I think puts that second in England partnerships against India because they were chasing Bell and Peterson's 350.
So highest existing score by an England keeper would belong to, do we have...
Alex Stewart. It was either 173 or 175.
This one is played to fourth slip, I would say, semi-deliberately by Smith, but the slip does do the field.
Although we were all surprised no wicket-keeper scored a 200, back in the days of timeless tests and 900 for 7 and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
I had a feeling that
we're in record territory already as well.
I had a feeling, I think I said to you, that Les Ames must have been in with a chance. He batted quite high, didn't he? As a keeper, if I remember. Not that I remember.
If you remember what you read 40 years ago from 40 years before.
Indeed.
Very good. Oh, well, this is much tighter than the stumps, a little bit shorter, but there'll be no run as Smith goes back into fens. Yeah, and of course, there's always Gilchrist, who you'd think at some point would have just blazed.
No, for England we're talking about.
Of course, we're just on England.
Yes. Again, Victor Trumper involved again. Yeah.
I keep getting caught up by all this discussion of records, and we're only talking about one country. This is incredible.
Well, the all-time Test records don't actually come around that often, even though there are a million subcategories of records.
Yeah, true. And especially for England, who've been playing Test cricket the longest, they possibly carry more weight. Oh, is that so Siraj has pulled out of his run?
He did that quite a lot this morning, funnily enough.
Just gives me time to think about how often fans of Ireland or Afghanistan must have to say all-time highest fifth wicket partnership, all-time highest seventh wicket partnership. That must get a bit dull. So early on in their Test careers, those two countries. This is going to be no run, just played out to mid-off by Smith.
Yeah, I'm going to check that highest score.
Yeah, see if you can pull that up. Frank Rockefeller says, I think W.G. Grace did a little wicket keeping on the side. Well, it doesn't really... You have to do it in the game you score the runs.
Yes.
Lockie wants a declaration. Very bold. He's channeling his Shane Warne and Ian Botham there.
Siraj in again to Smith.
That kept a little bit low.
Yeah, it did keep it a little bit slow, and luckily Smith had his eye on it because that one was hitting stumps. Is this now starting to be the case where when the bowling side gets something going, it's actually the batting side who gets encouraged because they're going to have a full innings of bowling soon? Well, I think they'll certainly look forward to the new ball, and actually the 60 overs old ball did a little bit.
That did keep low.
70.
I think, yes, it's going to be absolutely...
Everything in between was hard going.
If England have any chance at all of winning this game, they've got to do some damage with the new ball.
Yep,
yeah,
Alex
or not, and just chase 750 and win.
Well, yeah, that's Bazball, baby.
There's a hurried defensive shot, a slightly inelegant one by Smith, but he'll live to fight another day. Siraj is chatting away, gesturing away, blowing his nose on his collar. I would never do that if I owned a Test shirt. I suppose he's got plenty.
Familiarity breeds contempt. The Aussies are always going on about the baggy green, and then they keep losing it on a plane.
Yeah, or on a night out.
Yes, when they've probably been drinking piss from it.
A nightclub incident involving Australian rugby players is one of the most oft-written sentences.
Merv Hughes
they went through a period of always getting in trouble in Cape Town.
When Merv Hughes played for Essex, he would get all his teammates and the new players to drink champagne from his used worn boot.
Well, actually,
lose the over 395 for 6. The deficit 192.
That's moderately preferable from what I thought you were going to say, which was his worn jockstrap. But there you go. Now, interestingly enough, looking at the higher scores by wicketkeepers in Test cricket, who do you think's top? Who do you think's got the highest score?
All wicketkeepers. Sangakkara.
You're close. You're close. He's second.
Boucher. No. Not an England player then.
Not an England player. No, in fact, if he gets one more run, he will be the highest scoring wicketkeeper for England in an individual innings.
I'm going to cheat and look. Damn my failing eyesight! I can't see it.
This one is semi-left.
Oh, yes, I can see it. Yes,
Wokes will argue he wasn't playing at that. The bowler will think otherwise. But there's no edge through the keeper.
I mean, one or two. I mean, certainly one that I would never even, I don't even remember him. And he's from my era. Taslim Arif of Pakistan against Australia, 210 not out in Faisalabad
never have gotten
in
that.
1980.
Well, what's Gilchrist's highest then? He must be
204
somewhere.
not out against your boys.
Bastard. Okay, so Akash Deep again. Those were tough times.
They were.
They were. Australia would get to 300 for 5, and you think you're doing okay, and then Gilchrist walks out. Yeah.
But there is only one wicketkeeper who has got more than one double hundred, and it's not the guy that has the highest score by a wicketkeeper. Can you?
Is it Sangakkara now?
No. Nope. 2 double hundreds as a keeper. Jason is throwing up his hand.
Please, sir, I know the
Short
answer.
again from deep. It's fended away by Wokes. Short leg might have been interested, but there isn't one.
My eyesight going. I can't see anyone with 200s on there. Oh yes, there is one. Yeah.
Two double hundreds. No. Well, I might as well tell you who one of them is. The leading scorer amongst wicketkeepers, I think, unless I've... Oh, hang on. Oh, no, I am right. Sorry, I thought for a moment that I pulled the... I'd scrolled down too far, so I couldn't see the top one. Andy Flower, 232 not out. But...
Excellent. As this one is just defended into the offside by Chris Wokes.
He has nearly got 2 double hundreds. He got 199 as well. But there is another keeper from around the world of, I would say, definitely the modern era, who has got 2 double hundreds as it. Well, actually, I say, hang on, before I. No, that is right because it's under the. It is under the list of most runs by a wicketkeeper. He hasn't always kept wicket in every game, though. If I'm not mistaken.
So can you scroll down and see what actually the England record is? Whether it's 173?
It is.
No, but which is it?
It is caught
Wokes
at
is out.
first slip. Let's pause that discussion for just a moment because Akash has got another wicket and he's gotten rid of Chris Wokes, who's had a drive at that, and unfortunately it has gotten nowhere near the middle of the bat, and it has flown into the slips, and he is on his way, and now things are looking even more interesting. It's a fairly straightforward delivery, actually. He's just nowhere near it. Throws the batter with minimal footwork. First slip does the rest. And Akash says, I'll take the applause, thank you very much.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
And it's an incredibly lopsided England scorecard.
Yes.
It just gets more and more so. Now, yes, it was, I said, Stewart is the leading run
Yes,
scorer.
but with how many?
173. I said he needed one more run.
Yep.
So Jamie Smith still could do that. So he's breaking records, isn't he, potentially?
Yep, on YouTube, some WG Grace chat, some Ireland's all Ireland's highest wicket partnerships have been the 7th wicket, apparently. It's all Adair and McBride and all those guys. Eric J says Rodney Dijon. I think you mean Jeffrey Dujon. You only got both names wrong there.
The well-known, I think when you say Dijon, you're thinking about Phil Mustard, aren't you?
Probably, yes, very good. Fluffy says Wokes very Pope-like. They're actually in a tie now. They're both terrible. And Jay says the fact that Richard postulated Boucher as the highest scorer winning keeper of all time shows his toxic sapphire blindness.
Hey, that is below the belt considering what happened to Boucher's eye.
Offsides,
I call.
I wouldn't put it past Jay to have slipped that one in on purpose.
Right, so here's Akash, and once again England on the drive, but Ryden Cost does a little bit better with that. He'll get himself.
No, he didn't get it right.
It was quite deep, the fielder there at cover.
Yeah, I think India are saying. Are they saying we want? Why are they almost allowing a single to Bryden Cost? They want him up the other end.
It was the last ball of the over.
It was the last ball of the over. So that's why
we're playing that tedious game already.
Yes, we are indeed.
Okay, so about this double centurion.
Yes.
Or this 2-time double centurion.
As a keeper.
I give up.
I thought you were going to.
That's fair enough.
I mean-
Fair enough. Don't waste your energy. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you that he's still playing.
Can you give us a clue?
I just did. He's still playing.
Well, I suppose that goes down as a clue, yeah. But playing proper cricket or just tiddlywinks cricket?
No, proper
over
cricket
20
still.
overs?
Proper
Okay.
cricket.
I'll give some thought to that after Siraj comes into Smith, who defends this one. There's a little bit of movement there still for Siraj coming in to the set batsman.
Now I'm wondering how do England play this from here?
Just bat, score as many as you can, bat as much time as you can. Just try to stay with Smith. That's what your 9 and 10 are going to try to do.
Yeah, those two quick wickets have made a difference, haven't they? They
have. I mean, if it had been Smith and Brooke, that would have been a problem. But Smith is still there.
But you feel like they're going to go very defensive against Smith and let him have the one.
Most likely, yes.
See if he can get one here. Yes, he can. Yeah, there is acres of space out there on the offside. So he'll jog through.
And he has become the highest scoring England wicketkeeper in tests.
Will he know? Will that be announced at Edgbaston?
It shouldn't just be announced at Edgbaston, but I hope he got London Bridge.
It'll
top of the Eiffel Tower.
On the news all around, the shot heard around the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, so we're still waiting for an answer to that.
Well, Messenger says Mendes, which is not correct, but at least he's guessing without looking it up. Fair play.
Not Pant, is it?
No.
Raheem says Dara.
And this is
that's
past
right,
the edge.
isn't it?
It's a great ball, actually.
Was a good one.
Cast has no answer to that one. Just prods at it and misses it through the keeper.
And there it is. There it is. I was going to say
it's in the sky, so it must be true.
I was going to say it's on the screen at Edgbaston, but it's not. It's just floating in the sky.
It's a message from heaven. It is well known that his God is an Englishman and pauses his work for every test match.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. This man's batting. I should have jingled
Your
him.
hopes of victory up to Brian and cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brian comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your bride and cast.
Who has had a bit of a let off with that ball because Siraj has sent it scooting down the leg side. Been so much of that.
So Dara Azizi has it right, does he not? Raheem.
Absolutely right. Mushfiqur Raheem. There you go.
Oh, the Piggy is on the run in the Edgbaston stands. And the
Steve
Butchers are
Smith.
after
I thought he
him.
was in Grenada.
Moves quicker than Steve Smith.
That's quite good. Quite a good run from the in this heat.
It's one of the best suits I've actually ever seen. It's just ridiculous the way everything flops around, including the head. So forward comes Cast.
Just like Steve Smith.
Obviously got him on the pad. Siraj is convinced it's worth a shout. Umpire says no. His teammates not entirely.
I think they will review that because I think it could have been pad first.
Well, that's obviously what they're thinking. It looked like bat first to me. They've got 3 reviews left. 2 reviews left, so why not?
Yeah. Pant, whose job it is to give the tea, apparently, gives the tea to the umpire. And we wait and see. It's one of those.
That
he came in and tried to
That was
defend.
out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
No.
Let's have a look what the eye test says. First of all,
Gets a little stride in.
together. It's jammed. I think that is pad first. Yes.
Yeah, it is probably pad first.
You're going to
It's
need to
one
see
of
it
those
from
they look
side
at a
on,
million
aren't they?
times.
You're going to
so,
need
you
to
know.
see it from side on.
Yes, it
yeah,
is.
it's pad. It's pad.
Get your bat in front of your pad.
I think
I
that's
think
out.
it is actually a good shout.
I think
it's
it's
hit him
out.
on the roll in front of off stump.
Oh,
It can't
surely.
not be out. It cannot not be out, surely.
It is
in
out.
The top of middle. There we
It
go.
is out. Bryden Caster's gone, and England are falling apart as they did at the top of the order. They are so doing at the bottom, and
Is that another duck?
did he get one? I don't think he did. And again, that moved a little bit, didn't it? Nibbled, I think, from.
But if he just got his bat in front of his pad, he'd have been fine.
Well, yes.
He clumped his pad in the way like Shane Watson.
Siraj is absolutely puffed up at that one.
Well, he's done well, Siraj. He's got 4 for 70 odd, which is pretty good in the context of this innings and this game.
It's time for a change.
We're overdue, I think.
Yep, Jason is coming in. It is another duck. That's the 4th duck of the innings.
Is it 4?
4 ducks, 2 first balls, 4 ducks, 2 of them golden, and 2 scores of over 150.
Yes, Duckett, Pope, Stokes, and now Cass.
Yes, that is absolutely right. Right, I will get out of here. And
I'll see you later as well.
See you later, Richard. And I'll ask you if you'd like to give us some of this.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the guerrillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We've got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money.
So that was Tongue playing the last ball of the over.
Choose either
Everyone was miles away.
or $10 per month.
Trying to get him back on strike for the next over. And as I said, we're going to have that tedious game for the rest of this innings, at least while Smith is there.
Yeah.
And let's welcome Will. How are you doing, Will?
I'm alright. How are you?
Good, good, good. What have you made of today's play?
It's the most mental scorecard I've seen in a
Yes,
while.
it is, yeah.
What an amazing partnership, though.
Yeah.
And I know that sort of the chat are desperately trying to find all the different records that Smith might be on for.
Well, the partnership has accounted for more than 75% of the runs in the innings. I don't know what the record for that is. It's sort of a Bannerman, but for a partnership.
Team Bannerman.
Yes. Well, it's going to be Akash Deep, who's also got 4 wickets and done pretty well. And he's into Smith, who defends. And like I say, everybody's miles away again.
So all 8 wickets have been taken by 2 seam bowlers.
Yeah, they've got 4 each, and it's the rest of them who need to look at themselves. So it's an unbalanced bowling scorecard as well. England have 174 not out, 158, 22, 19, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Don't know where we are on the messages, but Lockie says Clement Tockley, 4 double centuries and 103 dismissals, 1878 to 1890.
I think he's probably made that up.
Yes.
And we have Smith hammering one up to long off, and they don't run. Can't you sort of ban this somehow? I really hate it.
The phony war type stuff.
Everyone on the boundary for the batsman, and then they blocks 4 balls, and then they come in.
I mean, they've managed to do that with the white ball stuff, but
well, yeah,
no,
obviously you'd have similar rules. Yeah.
But then how do you actually police it?
Well, in the same way as in white ball, you just got to stay inside the circle.
No. But that's the thing. I don't think that you can do that for. You can't do that for every.
Why
batsman. Not? I think. Well, because I think I enjoy the fact that you can actually set a field that you want.
Yeah, but not 9
cricket.
people on the boundary. It's stupid.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that you should do it, but I don't think that. I think that people don't.
Well,
do you
disagree with only 2 behind square leg? Surely, by your theory, bodyline should be allowed.
Well, yeah, I think it should.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you're prepared to stand by it. Smith has clubbed that one over long on. He doesn't care who's on the boundary. He's going to hit the boundary where no one is, and that's 6. And 400 up for him.
Smack it in the air. Beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air. Smaximum.
And he'll be eyeing up a double 100, and you don't get many chances in your career to do that at number 7.
No.
Even though he's making a good case to bat higher than that.
Yeah.
That was just a length ball. He's just hit through the line beautifully.
He really does know how to hold a piece of willow, doesn't he?
He's batted very well, yes, very well indeed. He turned this innings around.
I was going to say, it's about flipping time, considering some of the starts he's got and ways he's got himself out.
Akash throws that one up a bit slow, good bowling, throws it up outside off stump. Smith is a bit flat-footed and waves at it, and it goes through. There's only one ball to go in the over, so I should imagine bring the field up.
Yep. Doris Easy says we need Darren Stevens. Don't think even a Dazzler will be needed on this wicket. Mike says bloody Carse's shite batting has ruined England's chances.
Well, not just him, perhaps the 3 top order batsmen who got naught. You could look at them.
And Doris is that Will, the Viv Slayer?
I wouldn't. I assure you that's not how he thinks of me, if he ever thinks of me.
That must be wide. Threw it outside the tram line, and even in a test match, that is a wide.
So I thought Oops, sorry. That's right. I thought what your issue was that they were putting 9 men on the boundary and then pulling them back up, because that's if that was what you meant, which I completely understand, the kind of, the yo-yo fields and all that, that's really difficult to police, because you can't sort of say, oh well, you can do that for certain batsmen but not others.
Oh, clubbed that one past the bowler. No doubt about that one either. Smith is going to take full advantage of these last 2 balls of the over, where the field is up, and the bowler was not interested in getting head, hands or anything else in the way of that one. It smashed past him for 4 more.
1, 2, 3.
Well, he did wave a cursory hand at it, to be fair, but he didn't want much of it.
No. Well, that's much more dangerous to do as a bowler than attempting to take
if you're going to do that, make sure you catch it, because it's the ones that flick your finger on the way through that'll be awkward.
Well,
yeah, you've got to be fully committed to it.
That's why I've got wonky fingers.
I'm not too bad. I got one that I got trying to get underneath the ball.
That one's a bit fat, but apart from that, they're not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, got like a.
Like some of my keeper colleagues who've got fingers pointing in all sorts of different.
I've had 70-year-old cricketers shown say take a good close look at my hands, and you really don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Right, now it's plan B. They're going to bowl to tongue, and that is pretty straight, to be fair, and he's given it out. Now England have reviews, so they should use it, but it seemed pretty bang in front to me, and Siraj agrees, and they're going to have a cursory check. Look, you've got 3 reviews left. Just use the review, even if it's smashing middle, which I think it is. So it could be another first baller. Or no, is it a second baller?
I would say
I think they have reviewed, but literally only because they've still got 3.
Yeah.
Just bang in front, just tailed in a little bit.
I mean, that's hit him in front of middle. That's going to hit leg stump, I'm sure.
It's at least going to clip. It's not quite as... because it's in front of middle. I thought it was in front of middle and off. It's missed the bat. It's quite low on the pad. It's hit him on the inside of the left pad, and this is almost certainly going to be out. In front of middle, hitting leg, and that's 5 ducks in the innings.
Yep. And as we all knew...
The crowd says you're out!
And
it's also 5 wickets for Siraj.
Yes, I'm looking for a fifer jingle. Which, that's all runs, so... I don't believe we've got a fifer jingle.
You must have. Really, we were talking about England, India's 9, 10 and 11. Well, England's have contributed absolutely 0 in 2 goes so far.
Yep, a point made by, who was it? George, but first, the difference between the two teams, apart from the bowling, is that India got a couple of 50s in contribution from 3 other players. I think that's a bit fairly fair.
Well, yes, it was more. It was. They had Gill with 260. England have had 250s, but absolutely nothing else. They had Jadeja with 80, and Sundar scored 40, didn't he? Yeah.
And Jaiswal got 87 up the top of the order.
Yeah, that'll help.
We have a super chat as well.
See if you can get that in before Shoaib Bashir.
Super chat.
Jay Gover sends £2 saying to apologise, the Boucher thing was deliberate.
Well, you should apologise then.
To which Lockie says, you monster.
I called it though. I did call it. Siraj looking for that 6th wicket, and quite frankly, he's got every chance.
Jay also likes my shirt. Thank you much, Jay.
Right, here comes Siraj. He's got. Oh, and that's hit him somewhere. Where's it gone? I've no idea. I think it's just hit him on the shoulder. Siraj apologises to Bashir and then suddenly realised, oh, hang on, it's a spinner. I don't need to apologise to him. If it was a fast bowler, I would. And Indian players all being very solicitous with Bashir. Has that actually caught him on the grill? I think it might have done, and that's why we're going to stop and call everybody on. Well, no, I shouldn't take that tone. It absolutely should be done.
Yeah, it was potentially off the shoulder into the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely need to get a new lid out for him at the very least. And those are nasty. You can have like.
Yeah, it can hit you. It can hit you. It can hit your shoulder and come up underneath a little bit as well.
Yeah. That's horrible. I've had that. The uppercut into the throat area, not very pleasant at all. Anyway,
so he's getting
and also the way that the helmets are made now. The grills are kind of like they kind of scoop under a little bit, so that kind of
it's just hit him
into your head.
Just hit him, yeah. So they, ask him what day it is. Who's Chancellor of the Exchequer? Well, it's Rachel Reeves today.
Yeah. Anyway, get some messages in whilst we're waiting.
A little bit of politics, Hendo.
Says, well, message says, the Australia versus West India test has given me the opportunity to discover another poor TV commentator in the form of Greg Blewett, who is a very tiny little man when you actually see him in the flesh.
Well, that's what we need, more poor TV commentators to send them our way.
And George McPherson says, had England got a couple of 50s of their own and none of their top half of the batting line got out for naught, things would have been a lot different. England would have been pretty close to India's total.
Yes, if England had scored more runs, they would have been closer to India's total. Yes, George, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
And Lockie says, Bluey is every bit as good a commentator as Vaughan. Well, that's damning with Frank Brace.
Exactly, let's not say anything we can't take back.
James the Freakso says Frank Rockefeller. Tongue is now a genuine all-rounder, says Paul Stratton.
He can't take wickets or bat.
Can't bowl, can't bat, not that good in the field. Shambolic from England, says George McPherson, the 5th duck.
Well, it happens sometimes. 5th duck so far, I should add, because Bashir is on naught, and it's just been clonked in the head.
And Frank Rockefeller says, W.G. Grace was England's first all-rounder in every sense of the word.
Yes, yeah.
And played rounders on the side. But he never bought a round, said Eric J.
They come to see me drink, not me buy a round.
Yeah.
He had a very dodgy medical record.
I wouldn't be surprised. No, I wouldn't want to have a serious problem and be confronted by W.G. Grace.
Dr. W.G. Grace.
Dr. W.G. Grace with a stethoscope and some leeches or whatever they had.
It's because his practice is not miles away from where I live, and it's still kind of.
Have you had folk tales handed down?
Yeah, it was so bad that people still talk about it, and they still kind of talk about him if you do medicine at Bristol.
So basically, they were glad he played so much cricket and did less doctoring, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because he
Probably
was
saved
such
lives.
a bad doctor.
Cricket saves lives. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Lockie 6 says, players these days are soft, overpaid drama queens. Weren't like that when I were a lad in pit.
Into the pit, yep.
And 19 Deshpande, thinking forward, says India need quick runs.
Well, yes, that would be the plan.
They need to finish off this innings first, but I don't imagine that's going to take them very long with Bashir being bashed.
Well, plus Smith basically just has to try and hit sixes now.
Yeah. I mean, I think they got closer than I thought they were going to
Well,
get.
definitely at 80 for 5.
So that's...
And they saved to follow
you know.
on. I wonder if India would have enforced it. It would have been interesting. I think they might not have, but it's a moot point now.
No, I think they would have gone out and slapped them another 150-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And set 350 to 400 in 60 overs.
Now we're going to have 2 days and the rest of today, maybe with about 150 start. Well, maybe 180 start if they get a wicket immediately. So they could take 2 sessions, maybe score 250.
Right, well, Bashir appears to have been patched up now.
As people say, you know, this is a difficult team to set a declaration target against.
Well, there's very much a short ball field with a leg gully.
Yeah, there's a leg gully, a short leg, 2 slips and a 4th slip. But Siraj is probably going to go for the stumps anyway, which he does. Bashir leaves it and it hits the off stump. Well batted. A fitting end, a 6th duck, as Bashir played the perfect leave to a ball that came in a little bit and hit off stump. There are 2 types of leave.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
2 types of leave, a good leave and that one.
And that means we've got 10 minutes to wibble now.
Well, a lot to talk about. What is that? Must be one of the most unbalanced innings for a long time. 75% of those runs scored in one partnership.
Yes.
Cruelly denied a double ton by Bashir.
By the incompetence of the English
tail. Of the tail, which went 0-1-0-0-0-0.
Yep.
Whilst he slapped up, 14 at the other end.
Best he could do. Well, Siraj is holding up the ball, and I think he has done very well. I mean, he didn't just get wickets at the end. He's got 6 for 80 odd, which is a very, very good effort in the context of the game. Gets a big hug from Bumrah,
particularly on this pitch,
and very good actually
has done nothing
from deep as well, who's come into the side and taken 4 for.
Came in a little bit, but at least get your pad. At least get your pad in the way of it and be LBW. Just didn't really move.
Just popping up for a moment, fourthly here. Do you think that's a bannerman of partnerships?
I was asking that before. I don't know.
We don't know. We haven't got the stats for them. But
maybe get ChatGPT onto that one.
Anyway, Frank Rockefeller says, W.G. Grace, a cricketer of the hypochondriac and hysteric passions, the first English shrink. He also says, Bashir is useless. Smith should change his leg pads now.
Well, if that was before the wicket, then you were proved correct.
What's the weather looking like, says Dara Azizi. Well, it looks fairly clear, but slightly grey now. Slightly very light clouds.
Not just ducks. England had 6 ducks that lasted a combined 15 balls.
So quick ducks.
Yes.
So crispy fried ones.
Which in a way is actually better for the game, I think, rather than just taking up a load of balls.
Well,
like, do you know what I mean? You still got time in the game.
Kind of. I mean, it's a very unbalanced bowling scorecard as well. Akash Deep with 4 for 88, Siraj 6 for 70, and everyone else with
doesn't score.
Bugger all.
George McPherson really laying into England, saying Stokes needs to take some of the responsibility for this piss-poor performance.
Well, that is always the thing with England. Who's supposed to take responsibility for anything? Is it Stokes? Is it Strauss? Is it Key? Is it whoever the coach is at the moment? McCullum, yeah.
Is it the batting coach?
Who's that?
Putting that in the wrong people's ideas. I don't know at the moment.
Yeah, well, exactly. They keep changing everybody as well.
And then in the English style, says Frank.
Trescothic? Hendo says, yeah.
Trescothic,
yeah.
John says,
I would say.
Go on.
I was going to say I think it's far more down to selectors.
Well, and who's doing that? We don't even know. There's not a selection committee. per se. Is Key involved or not?
Key captain. There's a scout. I can't remember who it is.
Exactly. You don't know who it is. Half these people.
No, James Taylor's moved on to something else.
He was only tangentially involved for a little while, I think.
Is Luke Wright still involved?
Don't think so.
He was for a long time.
Yeah.
But it's just Byzantine trying to figure out who's actually taking responsibility, and I'm sure that's by design.
Yeah, it's a sea of grey and impermeability.
Yeah, I mean, like it or not, you know, the what the England football team do is laid at Thomas Tuchel's door, and rightly so, in my opinion.
Well, John says, I'm done with Bashir. 3 for 160 and a duck. Liam Dawson, question mark. Jack Leach, question mark. This cannot continue. Well,
if you want to go back to someone, or
I don't think they'll go back
to
Leach. I think his time is probably waning.
Well,
and Liam Dawson, they've just pissed off so often.
Well, again, but you know, then you get into the endless discussion of how spinners come through and changing the structure of everything, which I just find, you know, you've had it every way since Sunday, and none of it's worked. So,
Frank Rockefeller sums it up by saying India could still win this. Damn.
And they could now. Yeah, I mean, about an hour ago, England were actually more likely to win on the bookies.
And Storm Chaser adds on to that, say to not play Kuldeep on this pitch is criminal. Well, I'm not sure I quite agree with that, but.
No, a few people were saying that before the game, but you know, Kuldeep has no particularly good record
given the lack of effectiveness of Krishna and the other
well, that's true. You can say the others are just as bad, but Kuldeep has no particular record red ball outside of India.
No.
On the spinners thing, I think a huge part of it is it's the age-old complaint is that English batsmen don't know how to play spin. But also, we're not allowed to have spinning pitches, you know.
No, you get fined for those, don't you, in Somerset?
Yeah, exactly. We get fined for that every single year, but I don't think it's any surprise that the two spinners that have made the most England appearances in the last, well, I suppose nearly. Sort of
are you slightly confusing?
8 years, I
are
guess?
You slightly confusing cause and effect? Because aren't the best spinners going to want to go and play for Somerset,
or Northampton, or Essex, where the pitches also turn?
Yeah. So but I don't think you are because Jack Leach is from Taunton.
Yeah. Okay.
So is So was Don Bess.
Yeah, but he wasn't very good.
These are sort of actually.
But then doesn't it kind of work in reverse for someone like Don Bess, who was flattered by playing on a spinning pitch, and then when he got on flat test pitches, wasn't good enough?
I still don't. I don't really think so, because I think if you're, to say you that's kind of, isn't that conflating having to, because Somerset produce spinning pitches, we have to we have to produce the best spinners. Well, you're going to have people that aren't the best spinners, but I think it's interesting that we have had more spinners come out of Somerset than most other counties. Do you know what I mean? And also the whole kind of people go to Somerset because it spins. Well, Bashir's the only spinner that I can think of that has gone to Somerset from somewhere else, and he was playing minor county for Bedfordshire before he joined the Somerset Academy.
Yep, having left the Surrey Academy.
Yeah.
Well, it is a debate that has and will run and run.
Well, Frank Rockefeller's got a point of view on this that says Bazball's ruined English pitches because they prioritise the pitches for fast scoring rather than a fair contest between bat and ball.
That seems unlikely.
Anyway,
I suppose also you could also argue about Archie Vaughan maybe, but also he's played all of his cricket in Somerset anyway. He went to Millfields, which is about half an hour away from Taunton.
In the street.
So it's kind of like... So yeah, like, it's that thing of, I don't know, like, and I don't know whether, I think there is something to be said for kind of the weather around here. I mean, Bristol can definitely spin more than a lot of other grounds as well. But I don't know.
To answer
anyway,
Leia's question, what is Amar Verdi doing at the moment? Absolutely nothing, I don't think. I think he's moved on from... I think he went to Worcester, and he's not playing there, so I'm not sure if he's actually still in the game or if he's moved out of the game at the moment.
So are we going to change for the start of the innings, or because it's
well, it
nearly
happens
half
to be
past,
exactly on the half hour.
Yeah, we could change.
Yeah.
I've got all the people
will
queued up,
start,
ready to go.
change.
If the green room is ready to come in and do their section.
The Indian batsmen are making their way out into the middle as well.
See you in a bit, guys.
See you, Will. Chris Works taking off his jumper. Hendo taking his place.
Well, do you know, I think this is going to be a very, very interesting little hour.
Well, according to Quick Info, there's roughly 18 overs to be bowled in the day, so yeah, probably will be.
It won't be that
an hour.
It'll be 12 overs, maybe 13. But the reason I think it might be interesting is, one, it will be interesting to see what India's approach is, whether they just decide to just try and keep wickets intact tonight and then be more attacking tomorrow morning. But also the degree of movement, I think it was a swing or seam we saw a few minutes ago with the new ball, or with the second new ball, it was 0.8 degrees, whereas with the first new ball, which of course did bring 3 wickets for India, it was only 0.4 degrees. And it does look to me as if it's a little bit cloudier there at Edgbaston. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of movement for the England seamers. There's a bit of movement down to long leg as Jaiswal goes back, flicks the first ball from Wokes off his hips and is underway. India lead by 181.
Shall I jiggle up some people?
Certainly.
Well, that man's just scored a single.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
This man is about to face.
And England have gone for 3 slips, no gully, backward points, cover point, and, well, an extra cover stroke wide mid-off. Also brought another man who was out into the ring on the onside. There is a long leg as well. Wokes then in, bowls and flicked very neatly indeed by Raoul, but straight to mid-wicket. So there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg.
And we
should each opener has had a good sighter on the legs.
Yes.
To start with.
Here we go.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour.
Here is Wokes in, bowls, and no discernible movement there. Brings Raoul forward in defence, firm defence out square on the offside. There is no run.
I can't see any reason for India to not bat normally tonight.
No.
And then have a think about it, because tomorrow, if it does come to a declaration decision, I do not envy Shubman Gill on that. I mean,
it's a very
part of me would almost be hoping to get bowled out so I don't have to make the decision.
Yeah, actually, you're right there. He's in, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Raoul, who times that nicely up to mid-off. There is no run. Yeah, well, we just saw there is a lot more cloud cover. I wouldn't say it was gloomy cloud cover, but the lights are on, and that might give some encouragement to the England bowlers.
My neighbour says that the sky's darkening over everything, the ground stuff. Unbuckled the covers.
Oh!
Possible cheap wickets ahead, and the sun will burn back through. Either way, a fun end to the day.
Here is Wokes in 2 short. And back goes Rahul, steers it away behind square on the leg side and helps himself to a single.
It really has been buffet stuff all through this test match, or every bit that I've seen. Just easy release of pressure with the one on the hip or the one on the pads from both teams.
Well, Wokes has had a bit of a rest, hasn't he? After
a lot of a rest.
Well, a day's rest, basically.
I was thinking about the months beforehand.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought his opening spell on day 1 was good.
Pretty good.
Very good. He's in again, bowls to Jaiswal. Final ball of the over. He's switched around the wicket for the left-hander. And that is the end of the over. India have moved to 2 without loss, and both openers have a single to their names.
John says Joe Root can be our spinner. 19 Deshpande says it's impossible to think like British cricket commentators. They think differently, not like Indians do. Brian in Brisbane says, is Andy saying spinners pick and choose their clubs as opposed to playing where they're offered the best contract? Well, I think they, to some extent, whether the pitch spins or not is a consideration for them when they decide a contract.
It's kind of difficult. I mean, Rayan Ahmed is being played by Leicestershire as a number 3 or an opener. He's barely getting a bowl. I noticed
he's had 2 tons this year.
He's had 2 tons this year. I noticed the other day that he wasn't in this current Leicestershire game that's just finished against
Did you
Middlesex.
see Ahmed versus Ahmed in 20 blasts? That was hilarious.
I didn't know. No, I have to say.
Trying not to get out to his younger brother.
Well, that would be fun. Yeah, that would have been fun. 3 slips. Bryden Carse is going to open the bowling. He's into Rahul, who tucks this away. Very well timed. That's the thing about KL Rahul. He always seems to time the ball well, even if it goes straight to a fielder, as it did on that occasion.
And I should jingle up Bryden Carse as well.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Bryden Carse. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Carse.
Now,
why is Stokes running to the boundary?
He's going to have a look at the side screen situation, I think.
No, he's basically
Rahul's been gesturing.
Well, he's gone and moved a white bag that was on the ground. Now, how that could have been
distracting
batsman, I don't know. Carse in bowls, better ball, good length, brings Rahul forward, but he can do nothing more than defend that. The ball hit the bat with some pace. There is no run. So basically, there were 6 ducks in England's innings. There were
6 ducks, was it?
6 ducks.
And 4 ducks amongst the bowlers.
And 15 balls faced for that totality of those ducks, I think.
But my point is, that is a double figures of ducks.
Yeah.
6 and 4.
Could almost make up a team of quackers.
Indeed. Carse in. Oh, now he goes back to that one, gets a bit of an inside edge. Thought for a moment it was going back towards the stumps, but it's optical illusion. It was running towards square leg, but certainly not totally in control of that shot, not feeling as if he'd got the middle of the bat to that one.
No kid wants to be spinners, says Lockie 6, and Paul Stratton says every county produces spinners. Problem is no one is producing top quality test spinners. We have a major problem which will cost us.
Well, I think we've been saying that for so many years, haven't we? Carse in. Oh, now he gets that one to rise, and Rahul might feel, based on the way that he got out in the first innings, was a little bit unlucky that he's earned the fortune to not edge that one through.
Gopala Krishna says they promised Bazball, the pitch delivered. The bowlers, well, they're still at the physio.
Well, it's good to see Bryden Carse steaming in, because he was given a long rest yesterday, wasn't he? I think his injury, the injury problem that he had may have reoccurred slightly or whether it was just wear and tear.
Interesting on the replay, that one. The timing was way off from Rahul, but not with this shot.
No, that's a beauty. He's absolutely creamed that to the left of mid-off, and it's run away for the first of these. There's not much margin for error when if you're bowling full on this wicket, as there wasn't at Headingley, really. And that's nearer being a real half volley. And it's just splendidly put away.
But the one before from Karsh showed that if you can really hit the deck and with some pace, you can surprise a batsman, at least with this new ball.
Yeah, that one maybe kept a little bit lower, but Rahul was onto the front foot defending. That's the end of the second over. India 6 for none, Jason.
All the coolest people are spinners, says Will Reynolds. There will never be another SK Warren, says Lockie 6. Well, I think that's definitely true, but that's putting the bar pretty high in terms of your spinners.
Yes, yes.
Gopala says India should bat like they are writing a will, leave plenty for the bowlers and no room for doubt.
Andy's off, thanks Andy.
Fluffy says that India will be all out for 46. It's happened before, but not to India. They were out for 34, I think.
If this happens on this wicket, then something very strange is going on. Wokes round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. Can't reach that, it's down the leg side. Jamie Smith, who scored the highest test innings by a wicketkeeper today for England, finds himself having to do a lot more work. He was the man left not out at the end, 180 not out, but he's straight back out there, different set of pads.
He's not had much time off the pitch at all, has he?
No, although I was thinking the same about Shubman Gill, to be honest. Although it didn't. True. He came on a little bit later, didn't he? Wokes again, 3 slips into Jaiswal onto the back foot, looking to force, but can only hit it back to the bowler.
Frank Rockefeller says every run is a nail in England's coffin. Well, it's every run that they won't have to score. Gopala says that's true, but knowing England, they'll bring a hammer, miss the nails, and hit themselves on the thumb.
Well, to be honest, there are quite a few batsmen in that England team who owe England after the first innings. Wokes in, bowl short, pulled with great power and timing by Jaiswal. It's too slow to bowl that short, and Jaiswal was onto it in a flash. Through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Now, we've talked before that while there is, for the first time I think in this series really, there's the lights are on and it's a little bit cloudy.
Dark, you say?
No, it's not dark. I wouldn't say it's really dark, but I would argue, as this one is a better ball, much fuller and hinting at inward movement, defended on the front foot. I think, as we said many times, that the ball doesn't start to do things for a few overs, and whether that will be the case tonight and whether these two will feel that they're in quite well before that happens remains to be seen, if indeed it does happen. Wokes onto the pads, going to get a leg by. They're running it quickly, only because Bryden Cast was sneaking in from backward square leg. I thought for a moment they were trying to get us, might be setting off for a second to a fielder running a long way in from the boundary, but that is not what's happened. 11 for no wicket.
Yeah, Wokes none too impressive so far. I'd say that neither the line nor the length has really set for him, particularly with the right-left combination.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be doing very much. Nothing like as much as that second new ball seemed to bring to the Indian team and their bowlers. This, again, is just straight in terms of direction, not straight on the stumps. and is left alone. Just goes straight through, no movement whatsoever. 3 overs bowled, India 11 for no wicket. They lead in total by 191.
Lockie Six talking to Will says, it seems to me that dreams are made of epic batting and fast bowling. Rashid Khan is a good exception.
Well, you talk about then that there'll never be another Shane Warne. Well, there may well be another Shane Warne, but I mean, there have been good leg spinners, just not many for England.
Not since, well, was it Robin Hobbs in the 70s, I would have said, probably, is the last good leg spinner.
There's been someone, Adil Rashid, of course, pushed back to cast by Jaiswal, and a big loss to England that he decided to
concentrate on white ball cricket.
Which wasn't really a surprise because he wasn't getting much red ball cricket. You can kind of understand it. It's a sort of chicken and egg situation. You're not gonna bowl me, or you're not gonna pick me, so I won't be available. And then when you want to pick me, too late.
I'm not going to play every tour we go to the southern continent.
Yeah, exactly. Pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. And the talk about spinners earlier on, I know someone said Bashir's batting. Well, it was pretty poor today, wasn't it? 2 balls of nonsense. I still think he's got a great potential as a bowler. He's got a lot of wickets. He's gone 3 for 160. He's got a couple of tail end wickets, but no one was complaining about Josh Tongue getting tail end wickets. So why not? And he got rid of Rishabh Pant. At that point, India were, subsiding to 200 for 5, driven by Jaiswal straight up to mid-off. But if you are looking for a second spinner to take to Australia, if Shoaib doesn't develop enough, this series goes into a couple of tests, looks overawed. I don't think he will be overawed because he seems to have a pretty good temperament. But if Australia get hold of him, we've seen spinners hit out of attacks in Australia.
Yeah.
You've got to take Liam Dawson, haven't you? You've got to take Liam Dawson.
You would have thought that the MVP of the last 2 years ought to go.
Onto the back foot goes Jaiswal in defence. Sorry, the MVP for the last couple of years. Who are you talking about?
Liam Dawson.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think he's got to go. He's
not had a great year this year. But,
I think every time
he's still pretty good.
He always seems to get wickets and runs. I barely look at a scorecard in a county championship match where he hasn't done something. And okay, you can say it's a step up, and it is. But if he hasn't earned the step up, I'm not sure who has. Casts in, bowls wide of the off stump, and absolutely crashed off the back foot by Jaiswal. Away it goes in the blink of an eye. Pope has to go and retrieve.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
Well,
Super Chat 4.
Oh, we've got a super chat.
Well, I had a super chat jingle.
No, that wasn't a super chat jingle. That was super shot jingle.
Oh, super shot. I just heard super chat over and over. It must have been the accent.
But on
they're very similar words.
They are. On the basis that you've raised the question of super chats late in the day, I think it's good. Onto the back foot goes Jaiswal, dabs this down to backward point. There is no run. End of the 4th over, 15 for none.
Storm Chaser says England 450 odd to chase down in the last 4 sessions. Game on. I think that's where this is potentially ending up.
I don't think this peters out into a boring draw one way or another. Have England batted last for a draw at any point in the Bazball era?
Yes.
Or landed up with a draw, let's say. Or was it just been wins and losses?
A test in Pakistan, I seem to remember, went to a draw.
The first one where thousands and thousands of runs were scored before Pakistan struck back.
No, England won that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
England won that game, yeah.
It felt like a draw because there were so many runs. But
it did.
I also think England won.
Yeah, Woke's straight ball To which Raoul goes back, ball drops down into his crease, and he just stands there and watches it dribble past his leg stump, which is kind of how he got out. It wasn't his leg stump, but kind of how he got out in the first innings. But he didn't seem particularly perturbed by it.
No, he's not looking like a perturbed batsman at all. He looks very calm, like he's owning his space there at the crease. Batting like a man who's around to stay at last.
Onto the back foot, trying to force, but into the ground. The ball comes up into the left hand of Wokes in his follow through.
Having been in and out of the Indian side for so long, you feel like maybe he's really in now. Is that fair to say?
But what is he now? 31, 32?
More than that, I thought. But
it might be.
6 ducks in the innings, says Kapala. At this point, the EC might need to apply for a wildlife conservation grant.
On to the front foot goes Raoul, defence, up to mid-off.
The problem with that is those ducks aren't an endangered species.
No, there's many of those in England, in the England lineup. Lots of ducks to be had. 15 for none, Gyswell 9, Raoul 5.
Lockie 6 asks the question, if they had played Archer in this match, they'd be carrying the bits home in a bag, kit bag. I wonder which bits. Probably Archer in pieces.
Wokes in onto the back foot, lovely shot, threads it through. That's probably going to have enough legs on it. Pope's got good legs, but he won't reach that, if indeed that was Pope. Looked like him. 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Ball is doing very little indeed.
Yeah, and that was probably shot of the innings so far from KL Rahul. Beautifully placed in time, right under his eyes off the back foot. And it did make Wokes look very ordinary, as though he's bowling a sit-up and hit me pie.
Yeah, it doesn't look...
Probably wasn't that terrible a ball, really.
He doesn't look as engaged as he was on the first morning, I have to say. Wokes in again, wide of the off-stump, left by Raoul.
Frank Rockefeller says, fortunately, India are under pressure to win this game, so we'll give England a sniff and the possibility of a victory.
Well, will they? I'm not 100% sure about that.
Although, they might grind us into the dirt and deplete our resources.
Well, they could deplete our resources, and they might think that they've got a... I don't know, maybe they won't think they've got a better chance.
Test.
Yeah, it's a thought, isn't it? And presumably they keep the 2 quicks from this team, that Akashdeep and Siraj, and they drop Prasid as well, and then potentially a decent bowling lineup again. 19 for none at the end of that over. Wokes has gone for 10 from 3.
Ombre Neva says it's dark, but that might be my sunglasses.
It is looking a little bit darker, isn't it?
And Kapala says that was true, but if England's batting keeps gifting ducks, their sniff of victory might just turn to a full-blown sneeze and end the match early.
There are more ducks. There are being more ducks being given away by England than you get at a fairground on a shooting range. I think it's fair to say.
Says, yeah, the English are the only people who can manage to turn crispy duck into something mushy and disappointing. But if you leave it for too long before you eat it, that definitely turns into something
bright.
I think it's a good day.
Oh, what happened there? Bryden Coss was just getting into his delivery stride, and Gyswell pulled away. And it's a man in a red coat. What's he doing at the bottom of the stairs there? Sit down, you
idiot.
Well,
you lanyard-wearing, officially sanctioned idiot.
Well, the thing is, I think that these days, because everything is
outsourced,
contracted out, you get people stewarding who have no idea about cricket. And so why would they know not to sit behind the bowler's arms on the bottom of the stairs in a red top?
They never stop you at football for that.
No. Here's Cars again. Full. Oh, now that's skewed off the outside edge as Gyswell was aiming a booming drive, but it's gone the gap between the third slip and the backward point, and it's brought in 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He moves into double figures. He goes to 13. Not many runs coming.
Talk.
Sorry, go on.
I thought for those who aren't seeing me on YouTube, I've brought out my giant duck for the first time on Guerrilla Cricket, because with 10 ducks in the day, he deserves to watch the last couple of overs. He is massive. Also features on the cover of my book.
Does he? That's an Orville, isn't it? Is that not an Orville? Flicked away, 4 more runs, I'd imagine. And India are quite enjoying themselves, even without trying too hard. They're zipping along at 5 and over, 27 for none. Is that not an Orville the duck?
Oh, please.
I don't know. I actually won him at
You won him?
A milkshake shop competition in Witney, Oxfordshire. But if he had a name,
What is a
it's
milkshake?
reference to anything? I don't know.
What is a milkshake competition?
A milkshake shop is a shop in Witney that sells milkshakes and ice creams and such like. And they had a raffle, and for the only time in my life, I won something.
Onto the back foot goes Joyceville plays square on the offside. There is no run. I won my only raffle. I think I've said this before. I won my only raffle in Broadmoor.
Oh, it's an interesting place to get out.
I dread to think.
What did you win? A get out of jail free card?
I think Tony's shouting an insult of some, but I can't hear what it is, so I'm going to ignore him. I was doing an article in there, and I went in to talk to some patients, and then they were doing a show, a performance, and I won the raffle. Cass in, bowl short. Oh, smackaroony. That's gone for the third 4 of the over. Jaiswal really beginning to get into his work. 31 for none.
Well, Saturday player says, oh, for a fit and robust fast bowler. Well, I think they're still fit at the moment. They're just not bowling well enough to threaten Jaiswal or Rahul.
And we had proof there that Cass is also apparently not quick enough to get away with that short ball that sits up on this pitch, as Jaiswal plays it even further in front of square. I mean, basically through mid-on almost. Than he did the Wokes one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a sign of a really good batsman, somebody who can pull in front of square. Alex Stewart was so good at that. Onto the back foot, pushed into the offside, they will get a rare single. Jaiswal moves to 22 from 18. India 32 for none. They've increased their lead to 212. They could declare at mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or at midnight tonight.
Midnight tonight, England. Go back out there.
Gopala said, well, 19 asked for, is this match going to give a result? 19 says, at this rate, this match will give results, but only if the scoreboard decides to do some heavy lifting. And also, Leia says, yes, there will be results. Remember, the draw is technically a result.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
In a sense.
Yes. Cass then to complete an expensive third over, which will prove slightly more expensive as this is just shoveled up to mid-on by Roll. He'll take the single. He goes into double figures after 6 overs. India 33 for none.
Leah says, Bear isn't in today. He's on a drug holiday for older gentlemen, i.e., though, taking stuff to keep you awake more than anything else.
Ooh.
But I don't think England will win this match down under, as is customary.
What?
India need to win this game by 1 run, says Frank Rockefeller.
That's true.
Everyone seems a lot cheerier today, says Jay Grover. Bear must be a negative presence.
Well, this time yesterday, it was the mother of all rants, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Don't know if you guys heard.
Oh, well...
Bear went off on one.
Was that to do with...
Yes.
that was to do with all the sort of technical problems, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the system in general. The world.
Oh, the world.
Not everything except cricket.
Oh, right. There was a bit of a socialist rant, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I might have to go back and listen to that.
I stayed on especially to listen. And then he just kept on commentating every ball in the middle of this almighty tangent.
I often find that when I'm ranting and then have to commentate a ball, that I forget my rant. Outside the off stump, another glorious shot from Raoul. This is, oh my goodness me, 4 more through square cover. 37 for no wicket. Now, if I was Ben Stokes, I'd get Ben Stokes on.
Yes.
He is the magic man. He has the golden arm. And At the moment,
I'll change something definitely.
So easy, aren't they?
Oh. Well, thankfully, we're going to have a change in the studio in a couple of minutes' time, and maybe that will change England's fortunes.
Well, we'll be bringing Tony away from his treasured rotors over there. he's deeply embedded in his
That
rotor.
means one of you can go over there and sneakily make changes just to ruin his life.
you know that he's busy on his rotors because he mutters to himself. You just mutter. You're just muttering away, and you think, "Am I supposed to be replying?"
A muttering bishop.
A muttering
Gotta
bishop.
watch out for those.
Yeah, very, very, very stinky cheese. The muttering bishop. Outside the off stump, left alone by Rahul.
But before that, we'll have time for super chat.
Oh, good.
From Jay Grover.
Jay. Super chat.
£2 because Richard Ducks is mint.
Yeah.
Yes,
we always have time for a super chat and a duck. Ducky
And the
says
duck
thank
agrees.
you.
He's nodding his head.
I think you need to put him back. I like him. I like him. But I think you should put him away because there haven't been any ducks since you took him out. And England need a few. Driven. Oh, nice. Oh, just offer me up a sort of 80 mile an hour half volley. Why don't you, Chris Wokes? That's put away through mid-off. 4 more.
These four jiggers are getting the work out at the moment.
Well, with the exception of 2 exceptional innings from Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, England have been piss poor in this match, haven't they? Really?
That's a fair summary.
I think
that's a fair summary.
Their bowling's a bit toothless, isn't it, on this pitch?
On these sort of pitches, the bowling is utterly toothless. Wokes in short and cut away again. Played with a real flash of inspiration there. He's brushed that away from his presence, did Raoul, and it's away to backward point for 4 more. Goes level with Gyswell, 22 apiece.
Yep.
Yeah. Will ask.
There was something a little Caribbean about that.
There
shot.
was, wasn't there? It was just flick that away on the offside.
Contemptuous.
It really was.
Richard is asked by Will, what's your book and where can I get it?
There are many books. He's written many books. I was surprised to find. I kind of, this is pushed to mid-wicket. I kind of want to read your book about how to save money on things, but it'll cost me money to buy your book.
This one doesn't get enough attention. I'd almost given up on marketing it, but yeah, please do. It needs an update, I have to say. The German one is much more updated, but you don't read German, do you?
That's not going to be a great help to me, no, unless I sort of employ Leah as my
translator.
My translator, yeah.
Well, it is the cheapest of my books. So there you go, and it will save you further money. So it was written in the middle of COVID, so you have to just bear that in mind. I've updated the German one, but the English, it's too much work to update the English one for the money I make. So
it's too everything's too much work. I agree.
Yeah, it's too much work when you're not earning much.
Yeah, indeed.
I will agree. To answer Will's question, richardasher.com is the easiest place to go. Just click on books, and you'll find your way to audiobooks, print, and ebook versions through there.
You're absolutely right, because I started to look you up initially on Amazon, and there is another Richard Asher.
Well, I have a pseudonym, so that's what makes it more complicated.
You do. It's true. Josh Tongue is going to come into the attack.
I'll jiggle him up, and then
I'll make myself scarce. Round the wicket, hello. It would have been a full toss.
Josh Tongue.
Would have been a full toss, but it was way down the leg side. So even though Gyswell had a waft at it, he couldn't make contact.
Mr. Duck and I will say goodbye as well for this test match. See you next time.
Oh, that's a shame.
I can see your quack. Oh,
Quack to bear.
Oh no.
Right, Will is back. I'm off. Messi's back, and Tony's
see
coming
you,
in.
and good luck tomorrow morning getting things going in Bear's absence.
Yeah. 4 more, by the way. Flick to
Oh, God.
49 for none. India are going along at 7 and over, more or less.
I'm confused. Am I on?
I don't know how in the last half an hour I've become the sort of defender of English spin.
I know there's a whole
But
pile
I've
of
been really kind of
discussions going on in the on the messages, which I glossed a little bit over.
I think Lockie was just saying, "Oh, being a spinner is not cool," and I don't agree. I think being a spinner is quite cool.
Well, it all depends, doesn't it?
Anyway,
Tony, you don't actually have to be there. You haven't rostered yourself up.
No, I know. That's completely confused me, but I'm here now. So,
well, if you're happy to do so, I'm actually really feeling the pace at the moment of this.
all right, then I'll do whatever you were due to be doing. Which, let me guess, social.
Yeah, how did you guess?
I don't know.
Okay,
a lucky.
Thanks very much for that. I'll see you all tomorrow.
No worries, Mrs.
Sleep well, Messi.
So I do a ball.
Jason's on ball by ball.
Josh Tongue round the wicket. That's a good ball. That's angling into the stumps, and he's gone. He's been given.
That was a good tactical switch, wasn't it, Jace? Bring you back.
Yep. Now they're going to have the inevitable discussion about whether or not to review that.
Yeah,
that looks pretty
salmon
good to
trout,
me.
Mate.
But he's a top order batsman, and he has gone for the review. So that could be interesting. Let's just see what it says. What's Stokes arguing about now? He says, no, they've run out of time. They can't do it. I'm sorry. No, you can't do it. To which the umpire is walking gently away from him.
He's hiding behind KL Rahul, which is not entirely encouraging, is it? If they've run out of time, Stokes has a point.
Yeah, and they have. Haven't they? They did. They ran out.
Looks to me like Shafadullah might be about to Shafadul England, which is
Messi,
not
can you,
great.
Drop your video, please. If you sit on. Ben's. Oh, he's ticking. He's definitely ticking.
He is ticking. Goodness me.
I just need to go and check the studio.
Oh yeah, can you do that? We might well have different people everywhere. Well, yes. Now that looked plumb out to me. First of all, I was so convinced that I didn't watch the timer. All eyes are on Shafadullah. I mean, first of all, let's have a good think about what the ball did. And it looked to be in line, pitching in line.
If anything, it's slightly high, but
I still think that's out. I don't,
But
I don't think it will.
It's
he
just
gave
below
it,
the knee roll.
He gave it,
and it's not particularly much of a stride going forward.
No.
So I don't think that's going over the top.
So even if it's brushing the bail, it's out because it's already been given. Ben Stokes, in his looking like Vincent van Gogh, is angry. He's thinking about cutting an ear off. He's that miffed.
Yeah, not his own ear though.
No, not his own ear. No, it'd be a sharp.
Here comes the ball, and it's hitting.
It's out and out. Shafadullah is rescued. He did give the right decision originally. Jaiswal had a word with Shafadullah on the way out. Don't see why, because he was out anyway. So that gets even dafter. Well, this has all got rather exciting, Jason.
And it means that India have burnt a review.
Yeah, we're clutching at English straws.
Which may come back to haunt them later on.
Yeah, when England really turn up the heat and rattle them for 20.
Anyway, it is one of these.
On your bike, mate.
And Jaiswal disappears for, was it 28 off 22 balls? So a rapid but short-lived innings.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they've already extended the lead to 231. They'll have... Well, it depends on what the weather conditions do.
And we're just seeing the replay. The timer had clicked over to naught, but before he did the T signal. So Ben Stokes is within his rights to remonstrate.
Yeah.
But and why umpire Shafadullah sends him back is frankly completely wrong. Well, is he the new Joel Wilson?
Might cost him 10% of his match fee there.
Who, Sharfadullah or Ben Stokes?
Ben Stokes.
No, he's absolutely
I was
not.
going to say he'll definitely get fined for that, which he shouldn't. I'm not saying he should, but like he will definitely get fined for that, because I don't know. There's some sort of anti-Ben Stokes thing.
Right.
It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
Brings a new batsman to the crease. It's a guy that's had big runs in the past against England.
Well, and then 77 matches without doing anything. Well, he's certainly doing loads,
he
but
had
no Test
lot
cricket.
of time to rest up. So
He did.
It's this man.
Give me a bow and naya, cool stylish naya, swinging, slashing, classy batting action, Gurun Karanaya, triple century holder.
And tongue is in. And the ball is very nicely played by Naya into the cover. So there's a misfield by Duckett, who doesn't quite gather the ball cleanly, allows a single, and Naya is off the zero with his first ball.
Played it very nicely, actually.
Yeah.
And that was sloppy from the Duckster.
Did you see in lunch, Ian Ward was doing an
A
interview
walk around with Ben Duckett around the lovely canals of Birmingham.
The canals down the back of Broad Street, yeah. It just made me laugh because they're about the same height.
They are. Attacking the stumps by Tongue, and that's nicely defended by Rahul. Just pushes the ball to mid-on. That completes the 8th over. India 52 for 1 with the dismissal of Jaiswal.
Well, that's loads of action on social media, not surprisingly, on YouTube, of course. Too late for the review, says Nitin Deshpande. Times is 57th dimension. Very different and very difficult to understand. Yes. Anurag Chowdhury says the last 7.75 days of cricket between these two teams has been the most stoppable force versus the movable object Test cricket has seen in a while. On your bike, says Fluffy.
Certainly when talking about the tail enders.
Yeah. Let me think. Andrew Sal, hi you guys, I'm going to Scarborough on holiday for 4 weeks. Well, enjoy yourself.
If you're going in the next month or so, Surrey are playing up there against
Absolutely. Oh, is that the Scarborough Festival?
It is
Scarbados.
Scarbados.
Well, maybe that's why Andrew's going, but if you are, also marvellous fish and chips up there, so
you can go and watch the battle on the
avail
lake.
yourself of some of them.
You have to fight the goals for them, though. And Wokes is going to continue.
Fish and chip shop in Britain in Scarborough.
I think it might be.
Whitby, I think.
Whitby, oh yeah, Whitby.
Oh.
It's outside our stump and left alone by Naya, who watches it go past aimlessly by. And lots of clapping from Ben Stokes, because that's a dot ball. We haven't seen many of those. Still a good crowd in at Edgbaston, although it is thinning out a little bit.
Well, Edgbaston's fairly central.
It is very central. It's very easy to get to. Again, outside our stump, tempting Naya, but he's not to be tempted. He's playing the long game today, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's one of the easiest test grounds to get to. There's a bus that goes from New Street.
New Street, directly outside. This is the one I caught earlier this year.
Yeah.
Problem is, on Test match days, 20,000 other people want to do that as well.
Yeah, which was the good thing about living a 10-minute walk away from it.
That's on the legs. That's nicely pushed through the leg side, in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Bashir fields, stops it inside the line, and they take 2.
In theory, we need about 9 more overs tonight. We're not going to get all of those, surely.
No, we're going to get 5 of those.
5, yeah, I would imagine about 5 of those.
Yes, and you can see it is clouding up quite nicely. The lights are on, so it's probably a bit darker than it looks on TV. And Shrubman is looking outside the window, thinking, I really don't want to go out in this tonight. Should I get a night watchman? Onto the stumps by Wokes, defended neatly by Karen Nyer. And there is no run.
Do you think Bazball sort of saved the idea of the night watchman? Because it was sort of dying out, and then
he got reinvigorated with the Nighthawk.
The Nighthawk, yeah.
The Nighthawk thing, yeah.
Or as we sometimes called it, the Shitehawk. If they got out straight away. It was very much a hit and miss, quite literally a hit and miss episode.
Well, it's quite, I mean, it's just a bit of
fun and games.
Kidology to change it to. But I mean, go out there and attack. You might as well I mean, the theory. Every run's a bonus. Go and get loads of bonus runs.
Well, the thing was, every night watchman.
If you lose, we chuck in another night watchman. Unless you're 10 down already. So as a sort of an aggressive mentality, I could see its logic.
It's a lovely shot by Nyer. That's punched down the ground. That's a chase in vain for Bashir. Rolls over the boundary at long on, and 4 more runs. Nyer was in complete control of that shot. He just led very gently onto it, timed it beautifully, and once it got past Bashir, there was little chance in catching it up. And that's, I believe, the end of the over.
Right. Well, we've got loads of catching up to do. Let me see. Messers. In the AFL, if you lay a hand on the umpire, as Stokes did, you get automatically suspended for at least 1 match. Yeah,
I think it's the same
as
in
you
hockey
would
as well.
Well, certainly in soccer too, I think, by and large, unless you're just generally patting him on the shoulder. Does the Indian 11, says Anurag Chowdhury, even have anyone who can be a night watchman? Well, anyone can be a night watchman.
Yeah.
How effective they are.
Tongue in again. That's full and driven by Rahul up to mid-off, where it's smartly fielded, I think, by Wokes.
Frank Rockefeller says, I'm so pissed off I'm going out to work just to make me happy. Can one of the gorillas on the live stream of the game from the stadium directory, would that be a way to get around the TV? What? Can one of the gorillas live stream the game on the GC channel? No, we can't.
No, that's the one thing we cannot do, unfortunately. Otherwise,
that was
that's
a
the one
question
that breaks
from Rabbi,
copyright.
but unfortunately we can't.
Angled in and attacking and defended by Rahul. A bit of footwork by Josh Tungley's follow through to stop the ball, and it's cleaned up by the man from mid wicket.
And actually, the question was, are we trying to get round the TV guys? No, we're not. We're not. We're a radio broadcast where you happen to see us, and we're trying to take it to places where that broadcast doesn't go.
We are creating completely unique content. Anyway, here comes Tongue again. 3 slips outside our stump. Rahul watches intently as the ball goes past.
We're providing an alternative, and there are loads of areas of the world where the coverage isn't shown.
Where it's geo-blocked by various ISPs.
Yeah. I mean, Richard was saying yesterday about how weirdly because of the way that the West Indies cricket board works, the Aussie West Indies game is free on YouTube.
Swinging away by Tongue, and that's nicely put away by Rahul. That's all the way along the floor. That's a lovely shot through the covers to the boundary. 4 more for Rahul. Not very much footwork there for Rahul, but very nice extension of the arms as he played the shot through the ball. Got the semblance of the weight going forward, so he's got the momentum of the shot, but the foot was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. In again, and that's again attacking the stumps and angled in by Tongue, defended to mid-off, where Stokes fields the ball and starts rubbing it vigorously on his cable knit sweater.
I would hope. You see, common sense with that whole confrontation Stokes might be the one who gets in trouble, but doesn't the umpire have to make a complaint for that to happen? And he really shouldn't, because surely he'll realise he was in the wrong.
Well, when he gets back, he gets reviewed, definitely. That's on the hip and flicked around the corner by Rahul, down to the long leg. It's a single. India 62 for 1 after 10 overs. Rahul's going nicely. Curran is just starting to get into his work, 7 off 7.
Right,
and
thank you.
The match referee review the
Everything.
umpire's performance anyway, you know?
So we get an after-action report, and where he'll probably say you made a bit of a boo-boo there, but no.
Yeah.
And he'll probably get a bad rating for his performance as a result. But that will that stop him from umpiring tomorrow? No.
No. Andrew Clausal is going to a Blue Dolphin Park for 4 weeks on a long holiday. Frank Rockefeller, Gorillas have the First Amendment right to comment on English cricket with their opinions. Well, yes we do. Paul Stratton suggests going to Peaceholm Park. Brian, our friend Brian in Brisbane, is going to the Vitality Blast game starting now. Maybe the Steelbacks, Northamptonshire, can get a win. I'm not sure if he's going, but he's pointing out that it is.
We have a change in bowling.
We do indeed.
Cast is going to resume after a very short initial spell. He has a big leap and a big jump, and the ball doesn't really come out. It just plops into the pitch and is just knocked on the head by Rahul and dies in the offside.
But I mean, England needs
having an absolute stormer for the Steelbacks this season.
Saif Saib, he's a very good player.
He is. I interviewed him, Will, a little while ago. And
apparently he's a really lovely guy.
He was very, very pleasant chap to interview.
Yeah.
We had quite a long chat. I think
Georgie Bartlett's down there as well now.
That's short and rising and coming back in towards KL Rahul and cramps him just a little bit.
Well, Darren Lehman's in charge now, isn't he? Or he's the coach there.
Yeah,
from what I recall,
which is a great shame.
Well, but he's getting reasonable results, I think.
Well, I think he's puts a bit of Aussie hardcore mentality back into their side. Oh my word! What was that?
Oh lordy!
Wow!
Yeah, I hope people didn't hear that.
Aggressive sneeze.
I think they did.
And that ball is defended very gently into the offside by Rahul, who just leans forward and pushes it with no real conviction into the offside.
It's Andrew. He's going on my birthday to Scarborough. Oh, it's on the 1st of September. Oh,
that's not the festival, I don't think.
No, until the 29th. Well, happy birthday for 1st of September. It's away yet.
You see, the Surrey game is at the end of July. Attacking the stumps by Cast, and that's defended again by Rahul, who just covers up and prevents the full face of the bat to the ball. Walks away to leg, has a little bit of twitch, adjusts everything. We haven't seen the bat twirl yet, which is an Ollie Pope favourite, as he's learnt from Alex Stewart.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen much of Ollie Pope, to be honest.
No, he's had a fairly anonymous game after 200 in the first game. And that is defended off the back foot by Rahul into the gully. One more ball and it's over. Cast is in danger of bowling a maiden here.
I mean, the interesting thing about the first game was India had that crazy collapse, and for long periods England's bowling had looked, well,
toothless.
Pretty toothless.
Yeah.
But their batsmen did what they love to do, chase down a big total.
Yeah.
But it really wasn't the bowling. Where the bowling hasn't stood up very well, and neither has the batting, despite that extraordinary 300-plus partnership. What was it? 75% of the team's entire innings were just those two.
Yep.
England still now find themselves 250 down, so India effectively 250 for one.
Rising and defended again by Rahul, who's almost playing like he wants to play for stumps.
I'd quite like to see Bethel come in.
What, for the next test?
For the next test. Yeah. Or at least try something. Maybe swap Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope in the order. Try Jamie Smith at 3 for a bit, just see something,
Yeah, but putting a specialist batsman at 7 seems a bit odd.
Oh.
I know that the long-term intention, I think, is for Jamie Smith to bat at 3.
Yeah.
Either in conjunction with Bethel or replacing Bethel. But once more senior players have gone. Anyway, that's full and tailing in by Tongue, and that's clipped nicely into the leg side, but there's a short mid-wicket who finds the ball smartly.
They seem to have learnt that he likes to play slightly across his line, does Karen there. Where was he caught by that unbelievable Ollie Pope catch? Was that in the covers, or was
that was extra cover? Yeah,
it was extra cover.
Yeah, it was a cover drive, and Pope went like that.
But you've got 2 men short on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a short square leg and a short
long leg as well. So,
and that's off stump, rising by Tongue, chopped into the offside. Stokes fields the ball. Nair walks the square leg to calm himself down and checks things with the umpire before he starts walking back.
Paul Stratton says, can England chase down 500? Surely we can't collapse with 6 ducks again. Well, you'd like to think not. I mean, what can England chase? It's all in 2 days.
Well, they're going to get they're probably going to get 4.5 sessions or 4 sessions.
What was the last chase?
370 something.
Yeah, so 500 really might be pushing their boundaries.
That is a bit too much.
Again, attacking leg stump by Tongue, defended to mid-on by Karen Nair.
But something in the sort of 450 region, maybe. Yeah,
I think that chase in the first test has may force India to be slightly more conservative than they would ideally like, being 1-0 down.
Yeah.
But we shall see. It'll all come out in the washing. Short and the rising length by Tongue, stoutly defended by Nair, who I think both players are now really playing for the closer play, not really taking any chances at all with the shots that they are playing. If it's offered up on a plate, which is probably an idea they might want to suggest to one of the bowlers to tempt them.
Yeah.
As Tongue aborts his initial run-up because something is forced Nair to be not ready. Anyway, he walks back to his mark and he's back coming in again with his running, and that's a short ball. That's probably the first short ball we've seen in this innings, and Nair not interested at all, just ducks underneath as he goes over his left shoulder, and is taken by Smith down the leg side. As we see the large hover cover.
Not the Brumbrella, sadly, these days.
No, well, I'm not sure that the Brumbrella was correct.
It had a better name than its actual performance.
Yeah.
The last ball of this over, and that's defended by Nair into mid-wicket. I think that is perhaps Tongue's last part of the day, last performance for the day. I think there's about 3 minutes until the scheduled end of play, so I don't think he's going to get back on.
There is a hint it may have started raining as well.
Yeah.
Daz Reynolds wants to know how many overs has Wokes had. He's had 5 overs, number 28. He is shining the ball, but he's throwing it now to Shoaib Bashir, who's actually in turn throwing it to Cast. Anna Forsyth says, very upsetting that Blue Dolphin Holiday Park is just the brand name. Okay. Andrew lives in Manchester, so hi Andrew. Yes, it's Andrew who's also telling us it started to rain, but he lives in Manchester, so
that's
the Pope's also Catholic. Yes.
Short and punched into the offside, and Rahul takes the opportunity to get off strike, and and brings Naya down to face presumably the last 5 balls of the day.
Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India. I don't quite. Says tea and crumpets with Mrs. Bumrah. I don't quite know apropos whether that's his evening plans. Perhaps they are. Does Jasperit know?
I was going to say, does Mr. Bumrah know about that?
Well, yeah.
Well, the paraphernalia is coming onto the field, so I think someone's going to go in short. Normally it's Pope, and it is Pope. So maybe some short stuff for the last over.
Yeah.
And presumably they're going to waste a bit of time here after every ball just to make it.
Well, so the interesting question, Will, is do India change? Do they just play for time, or do they just, if the ball's there to hit it?
I think they've been playing for time realistically for the last 15
yeah,
minutes.
You'd play for time, wouldn't you? I can't see any other thing.
And that's full and swinging in, and nicely played by Naya, but can't beat mid-on, where the ball is snaffled by Bashir.
It's odd, this test has really kind of reverted back to kind of the pre-Bazball.
It's very
logic.
traditional, this test. That's scoring generally at. They're not really taking that many risks, apart from perhaps the reverse sweep, which is they have played some risks, but they're fairly relatively risk-free. And that's a short ball that's off pace, and Naya is through the shot earlier. The ball goes under his bat and bounces before it reaches Smith.
Well, I think it was a deliberate slower ball, wasn't it? Does he?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was it completely foxed now, which is why it got such an enthusiastic round of applause from Ben Stokes.
He had a very late kind of hoik at it, didn't he? And
given he was through the shot before ball to reach, so I think he had a fairly early hoik at it. Anyway, here comes the strapping Taros.
Didn't I?
And again, ball rising outside our stump, but not close enough to tempt a shot out of Naya.
No.
You really have to bowl stump to stump in the last 15 minutes, 30 minutes of the day's play in order to persuade people to...
Definitely looks gloomier. Shirts are being ruffled by wind.
The wind is picked up, the flags are really cracking in the masts. And I think another person is being deployed into the leg side, short on leg side. As people run around from different places, they've gone to a wide leg slip.
That's one thing that I'll say about Birmingham is that the weather hits fast.
To which the response is to bowl it short and outside the off stump, which is no good for anybody. And Naya just sways out the way and drops his hands. Walks to square leg, has a little chat, walks back. Probably thinking what he wants for dinner tonight.
Bryden Cast? I think what he probably wants to do is put his feet up more than anything else.
No, I was thinking about Karen Naya.
Oh. Yeah.
Is he going to get a takeaway from the Balti Triangle?
He may well do.
In the hotel. Anyway, here comes Cast. Another short ball, another duck and weave. A lot of effort expended for not a lot of result. That concludes that over. India finish on 64 for 1 after 13 overs. They lead by 2-4-4. The not out batsmen are Naya on 7 and Rahul on 27. And that's been a pretty good day's play. Hard to say who's actually come out as the winner from that.
Well, on the day, you might just about
I'd say England have done pretty well today.
England have got themselves out of the most enormous hole. Remember, they were 84 for 5, and then a partnership of 340 between Smith and
who made 184 not out, and
they were incredible.
And Brooke made about 160, I think.
Brooke made 158. Jamie Smith 184 not out. But any hope that the tail might help him along and shepherd him to 200 fell away with Wokes' 5, Cast 0, Tongue 0, Bashir 0. So 6 ducks in the innings. It kind of explains why England, if anyone else had really stood up in that innings, England could be looking at close to parity, but or beyond. but that's not the way it worked out. They boxed themselves into a hole by really bowling so badly yesterday and the day before, and then were frazzled by the time they went into bat. We've seen that so many times.
So you would say that first hour was India's, then the next 3 hours, 3.5 hours was
they scored at such a lick as well.
Was England's, and then India fought back towards the end of the day. So it's pretty much honours even throughout the day.
Well, for the day,
but it leaves India in a better position.
India are 244 ahead. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Even if there's some weather about tomorrow, they know that England can chase most things, but I don't think they're going to be looking much past mid-afternoon to tomorrow unless weather intervenes, and it is just drizzling a little there now.
They want 200 more runs, ideally in under 2 sessions.
Mid-afternoon, I think. Mid-afternoon would be when they'd be seeking to
close their innings around about 40 minutes before tea.
So yes, maybe England have wrestled back some pride today, but the initiative is still firmly with India, I would say. Some messages. Well, Andrew, our friend Andrew, a new friend Andrew, is very keen on Scarborough and is keen to tell us. So it's a great place. We love it, or I love it. I can't speak for everyone.
Well,
Martley,
I've yet to go there, so
thanks for the coverage, Premates. Love and sausages. Hi to Michael. Hi and bye to Michael Clarkson. Thanks to Leah. Thanks to Mayank, who says, will we ever see 2.1, 2.2 runs per over test again, I wonder? No, probably not, I don't think. Have a feeling that India are going to miss Kuldeep in the 4th innings, says Anurag Chowdhury. Yes, that might be true.
Well, it might be the case that Jadeja comes to play with some of his fizzing spinners, which occasionally turn and rip.
If India win this test, asks... Oh, I've lost it now. Ask Paul Stratton. If India wins this test, does Bumrah come back into the side? Yes.
I think Bumrah comes back regardless.
Pretty sure that will be Lords if they.
The question is then who drops out of, and it's likely to be Krishna.
But if they can go to Lords level, which I'd say they're so well placed to do now, it sets this series up quite magnificently, I think. So obviously, from an England perspective, disappointment if they lose here. From a series perspective, boy, does it tee things up nicely, Will.
Yeah. That's kind of what I love about this England side, is that even when they're losing, it's still really, really entertaining. And so you're going to get people in the ground, and people, kids are going to like cricket, which is kind of the whole point, I think. So and they're having fun doing it, we're having fun watching it. What's not to like?
And we're going to have more fun with you tomorrow, so same time, same channel. Do join us. For now, with India 64 for 1 leading by 244 stumps on day 3, it's a fond farewell from your gorillas of the day. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all.